when Wizard Clemens told everyone about his idea, that the totem pole was with Master Bennett. 4 out of 7 law-defying wizards disagreed. They all knew what a powerful potion maker could do. If Master Bennett found out what they discussed in this meeting and didn't stand up for him, they couldn't imagine the outcome. After all, every single wizard in the meeting thought about asking Master Bennett to make a potion for him. Some had even formed a good relationship with Master Bennett already. The other 2 wizards did not say anything to show their neutral stance. Wizard Clemens' face sank. He only speculated. But almost all wizards had rejected it. Things like this had never happened before. Everyone, what I mean is even if Master Bennett has the totem pole, he needs a god to help him. The only one who could do so is the goddess of moon anyway, so let's just leave things here. Wizard Clemens signed. At first, he just wanted to put forward this suggestion in the meeting, hoping they could invite Master Bennett for some information. But after seeing how the wizards reacted, he immediately regretted it. Maybe he had already offended Master Bennett. Considering Master Bennett had never failed a potion. Each time he would end up with a blue potion. He was the best potion maker in the central continent. He also had a special relationship with the elf saint and was approved by the goddess of moon. On top of that, he was equal to the tree of life as well. His power was scary. Anyone who fought alongside him could testify. As soon as he transformed into a dragon, any professional under rank 25 would be dominated by him. Also, with Wizard Frankenstein and Doff the Beeman by his side, his power couldn't be treated lightly, even for most wizard organizations. Therefore, many of them, as well as the dwarves, were very good with him. Most importantly, he was the core supplier of light healing potions and mana potions. Even the 2 legendary wizards guarding the front line had their eyes on it. Since Wizard Clemens was sure no new god would appear, he decided to turn a blind eye on Master Bennett. It didn't matter if it was to do with the goddess of the moon or the tree of life. Just like that, the meeting had ended before Abel realized the Wizard Union was targeting him. That day, he noticed something that kept him occupied. As he was making potions in the morning, he suddenly received the soul of a holy knight from the crystal angel statue between his eyes. The soul of that holy knight was only rank 2. His name was Ebby, a youngster from the Holy Kingdom, the first knight to receive a blessing from his crystal angel statue. Ebby already became a rank 2 holy knight, which meant he was quite gifted. How did he die? The first idea that came to Abel's mind was if the demon from beyond noticed the difference in Ebby. He reached his power of the will into the crystal angel statue and gently revived Ebby's frantically preaching soul. It did not stop even when Abel made contact with it, almost like it was the only thing it could do. Soon, Abel got his answer. Ebby was killed by his opponents during his first battle. He let out a breath of relief. It was just an accident, but even if it was not, at least Ebby was not killed because of him. At that moment, he realized one thing. All holy knights he blessed would return to him. He took a big loss this time. He had granted Ebby a rank 18 soul, and now he just ended up with a rank 2 soul. Also, Ebby was giving out faint gold energy with his praying when he was alive. Now it was just giving out normal gold energy. No wonder why the Holy Kingdom didn't care how many knights they lost in the front line, but felt deeply hurt losing them outside of the elves and the Battlecry city. The souls who died outside of the front line would be lost forever, Abel thought to himself. He was having such a good time killing knights, but now he felt the pain when he was put in that position. He had 2,000 holy knights in total, and now the seed of a rank 18 knight was lost. How could he make the other 1,999 knights grow faster? There was not much his crystal angel statue could do. He looked at the soul of Ebby and began to look through the prayers. He picked out the more humble and loyal ones and replied, "My follower, I've accepted your loyalty. I will now grant you the profession of holy knight in my name." Abel replied, and the crystal angel statue automatically sent the message through. He felt a little sorry for this knight by only granting him a rank 2 soul. Soon he sensed a mad excitement from the other side. Abel could promise him a smooth ride to rank 2, and he would be by himself from then on. When things settled, he withdrew his power of the will from the crystal angel statue. Suddenly, the research spirit's voice emerged. "Master, Wizard Hal wants to see you." Finally, Abel smiled. Last time he promised Wizard Hal, if the golden longevity potion was useful, he might consider supplying more to the Lightning Clan. The Lightning Clan kept quiet all this time, until today. Abel met up with Wizard Hal in the lounge. Beside Wizard Hal was a hooded wizard. From his energy, Abel could tell he was a law-defying wizard as well. However, there was a strong rotten smell on him. "Master Bennett, this is my teacher, Wizard Charlie." Wizard Hal was acting a little nervous, and Abel could understand why. "Greetings, Wizard Charlie," Abel bowed. "Master Bennett, I just climbed out of my tomb because of your longevity potion." Wizard Charlie's voice sounded rusty, like it had been a long time since he last used it, but the strange thing was that he didn't even move his mouth as he spoke. "Wizard Charlie, you are one of the wizards in the frontline magic tower." Abel suddenly realized Wizard Charlie's identity. "Master Bennett, my teacher just recovered, so speaking is not too convenient for him. He just wants to thank you personally and let you examine it." Wizard Hal bowed. "What happened to Wizard Charlie's body?" "Since my teacher had prepared a chain of lightning for his final strike with his soul. Used many potions and mysterious methods to maintain a half-alive state. At first, he just needed to directly ignite his last strike with his soul when the day comes, but your longevity potion revived him. Still, my teacher's body was stiff. He can only move by flashing and using hunger potions as food." Wizard Hal didn't look good as he said those words. Every law-defying wizard who faked their death was extremely powerful. When their lives were coming to an end, they all used a mysterious method to maintain themselves for a final strike. Since they were not planning to revive anyway, no consideration was put to their body. The only conscious thing was their soul, which was constantly preparing for a final blast through the magic tower. Wizard Charlie's soul had regained its autonomy with the golden longevity potion, and his lifespan had increased by 60 years. Still, the longevity potion couldn't heal his body. His muscles and bones had almost lost their functions after many years. Therefore, without a solution, the Lightning Clan could only seek Master Bennett for help. If they did have a solution, they wouldn't have bothered Master Bennett again. Master Bennett had already done too many favors for them. "Wizard Charlie, relax your power of the will guard. I'll examine it with my power of the will," Abel said. "Master Bennett, thank you." Wizard Charlie retreated his power of the will and said in gratitude. Abel reached his power of the will into his body and saw a row of joined-up bones and dead muscles. It was almost like he was looking at a lifeless object. Although Wizard Charlie could suppress all those strange phenomena in his body with his power of will, he would still be helpless once his body fell apart. "Wizard Hal, Wizard Charlie, I hope you can keep the potion I'm about to use a secret." Abel hesitated a little and said. He then took out a dark gold healing potion combined through the Horadric cube. It came with special effects, so he always wanted to keep them a secret. Although he was no longer afraid of people threatening him, this dark gold healing potion was not like the light healing potion. The light healing potion was made with methods unheard of from this world, so he was not afraid of people doing research on it. However, this dark gold potion was made with the method of this world. It was just that its liquid was tremendously purified through the Horadric cube. This way, the power of the potion had reached an unbelievable level. No matter if the injuries were old, new, serious, or unnoticeable, they were healed at once. Even Abel himself only realized how powerful it was once he created it, so he had to keep it a secret. Although it was not as crazy as the full recovery potion with the ability to revive an old man his youth, its injuries' healing power was about the same. "I swear with my soul." Wizard Hal and Wizard Charlie lowered their voices. Wizard Hal held the healing potion in his hand. He was a little confused. Although a dark gold potion was extremely rare, it was still not something to keep a secret about. However, he was immediately stunned when he poured the potion into Wizard Charlie's mouth. A red flash and a strange crackling sound emerged from Wizard Charlie's body. The bones below his skin began to tremble frantically. In less than a minute, Wizard Charlie felt a great relief dawned on his body. He gently moved his stiffened neck and realized he regained his mobility. Afterward, his arms, legs, and hips followed. Finally, he jumped up in disbelief. He couldn't believe a single potion had healed him. At the same time, he felt like his body was washed with the purest water. Every cell was cheering with excitement. Even the injuries left over from his past battles vanished. when Wizard Hal saw Wizard Charlie suddenly jump. His face was filled with excitement. "Teacher, how are you feeling?" he stepped up and asked. "Hal, I'm feeling great." Pure joy resounded in Wizard Charlie's voice. It was no longer sounded rusty. He had regained his body back in the days. "Master Bennett, is this potion very valuable?" Wizard Charlie turned to Abel and asked, concerned. He remembered his old friends and the wizards who faked their death before him. Though the golden longevity potion could revive a newer wizard like him, he wasn't sure about the ones before him. After using the longevity potion, he knew very well what it did to his body. It increased his lifespan, but most of his body's functions were still missing. For wizards before him, the only thing they might be able to move was their souls. If he did not use the dark gold healing potion, the Lightning Clan might only be able to revive 3 law-defying wizards at most. However, at the same time, he knew how valuable this mysterious dark gold healing potion must be, looking at how extraordinary it was. "Wizard Charlie, if you want, I can bring 15 wizards who need it to me and I'll give each of them a potion." Abel smiled. "Master Bennett, what sacrifice do you want us to make for those 15 dark gold healing potions?" Wizard Hal asked intensely. In this world, resources were everything, and Wizard Hal was beginning to worry if the Lightning Clan could bear the price of those potions. Although they were a powerful clan with many resources, most of them did not attract a master potion maker, dragon druid like Abel. "Wizard Hal, let's say 1,000 beginner light gems for each potion." Abel thought for a moment and said. He was planning to give those potions to the Lightning Clan for free, but it might create some misunderstanding. After all, he was not a member of the Lightning Clan with his current identity. Even though his life was stable and secure, he was still not planning to expose his wizard identity. "Master Bennett, that's..." Wizard Hal flashed with excitement. He wanted to offer more, but then he realized maybe the Lightning Clan might not have enough light gems to take out at once. "I won't say any more. Master Bennett, the Lightnings will forever stand by your side." Wizard Hal put a serious look on his face and bowed. Wizard Charlie was also surprised. Those 2 potions he just tried were probably the most powerful potion he had ever seen. Something that could increase 60 years of life and fully heal the body was basically priceless treasures. However, Master Bennett offered them 15 bottles at such a low price without even thinking. The bond between them must be much stronger than he initially thought. A light gem's value was nothing compared to those potions. If he wanted light gems, a rank 24 wizard like him could gather as many as he wanted in the front line. "Wizard Hal, all of this is for defeating the Sky Demon from beyond." Abel smiled. He also knew his bond with the Lightning Clan would be strengthened after this. Afterward, Wizard Hal left with Wizard Charlie. Wizard Charlie put his hood back on as he left. His identity needed to be kept a secret. The Wizard Union wizard like him, who revived so quickly, could not attract the attention of the Wizard Union. Most importantly, he didn't want to give Abel a hard time. Once his revival was made public, all the other wizards who faked their death in the Defense War of Doomsday would go crazy. But of course, they also knew things like this couldn't be kept a secret forever. A single wizard would be fine, but if the other 14 law-defying wizards from Lightning Clan also revived, there was no way they could hide it. All they needed to do now was to buy some time. The full power of the Lightning Clan could completely fight off any forces that decided to seek trouble from Master Bennett. When Abel was about to return to his alchemy room, his follower Big Druid Joseph strode in. "Master Bennett, Wizard Hume from the Wizard Union is here." He bowed. "Invite him in." Abel stopped and lowered his voice. Wizard Hume was the head resource manager of the Wizard Union, a true figure of power. Abel interacted with him many times, and each time was quite good. "Master Bennett, sorry to interrupt you." Wizard Hume acted very humble as he walked in with a smile and bowed. Normally, wizards would move in a flash, but this time he showed his respect by walking. "Wizard Hume, it is nice to see you again. What brings you here today?" Abel bowed back and offered him a seat. "Master Bennett, I have something to discuss with you in private." Wizard Hume seated with a smile and gazed at Big Druid Joseph. "I'll go first." Big Druid Joseph knew Wizard Hume's status. If a head manager of the Wizard Union needed privacy, there was no place for him to stay. "Master Bennett, I'm here today because I want to buy a sky ship from you to strengthen the Wizard Union's air force." Wizard Hume saw big druid Joseph walked off and continued to smile. "Wizard Hume, are you mistaken? The sky ships are made by dwarves. You should ask them instead." Abel was caught off guard, so he immediately laughed. "We already negotiated with the dwarves. They made it clear that they couldn't make any more sky ships unless you joined this exchange as well." Wizard Hume also laughed. The Wizard Union had analyzed the power of those skyships. It was almost irreplaceable by normal war machines. Normal war machines were not mobile, so they could only be used as a defense. However, the skyships had their advantage in the sky. They could allow war machine to aim at any target. Also, due to their advantage in the sky, it could drastically reduce the holy freeze and holy charge or attacks of mad knights. After all, the scariest thing about the holy knights was their aura. As soon as someone entered their aura range, they would be affected. You could just tell how powerful those auras were by looking at how the wizards needed to keep moving in a flash, and the barbarian needed to enter into a state of madness to get close to a holy knight. An attack aura was one of the scariest things a profession could do. The advantage of being in the sky perfectly diffused the power of that aura, and the Wizard Union always had their eyes on it. However, the dwarves needed those skyships for themselves as well. They not only needed to dedicate vast amounts of time to make them, but Master Bennett's core was also a crucial ingredient. This was how the Wizard Union found out Master Bennett was not only a master potion maker, but also a master alchemist. That core required extreme precision. Without the help of the World Stone, it was very hard for another master alchemist to make them even with countless resources at their disposal. "Wizard Hume, since you are here, I'll agree to join the trade. As long as the dwarves were the ones making the ships, I'll supply the cores." Abel knew he couldn't reject since the Wizard Union's head manager had visited him. He was not a stingy guy anyway. If the dwarves weren't a part of the Wizard Union would have pressured them with force already. Master Bennett was the case as well. It was not good to pressure a powerful potion maker and affect their relationship. "Master Bennett, thank you so much." Wizard Hume smiled. He then directly took out a parchment. It was the prepared contract for their purchase of skyships from the dwarves and Master Bennett. Afterward, Wizard Hume began to negotiate with Abel about the details. At that moment, Abel realized the Wizard Union had actually almost finalized the deal with the dwarves. They just needed to confirm with him and negotiate his payment distribution. Abel didn't realize, but he had already become a power that the Wizard Union would treat as an equal, just like the dwarves. The deal was smooth just like that. Abel's power had increased once again, and as well as his resources. The Wizard Union would not mistreat a powerful potion maker like Abel. The pay was wealthy even without him saying anything. It included vast amounts of credit points. With Abel's current status, he could directly exchange large teleportation circles and all kinds of military resources. Finally, Wizard Hume and Abel both signed their names on this piece of parchment with a smile. "Master Bennett, thank you." Wizard Hume lifted his glass of juice and smiled. "Wizard Hume, thank you too." Abel was also happy about his heavy amounts of credit points. "Ah, this water spirit juice tastes a little different." Wizard Hume poured the juice down and suddenly noticed. "I've been doing research into water spirit fruit trees recently, hoping to improve them. It's going pretty well." Abel smiled and explained. "Master Bennett, it is no wonder you gathered those 3,200 water spirit fruit trees." Wizard Hume replied. From those words, Abel knew Wizard Hume was trying to warn Abel that the Wizard Union was keeping a close eye on him. Wizard Hume was very happy that Abel had shown him face in this transaction, so he looked around and lowered his voice. "Master Bennett, our investigation department is paying close attention to the Battlecry City. Do its best for you to not get involved." Abel felt his heart drop. Maybe his holy healing spell had attracted the Wizard Union, and they began to suspect him. "Wizard Hume, thanks for the reminder. It has nothing to do with me, but I'm still interested in the progress." Abel smiled and followed. "Master Bennett, I've already pushed down the situation." Wizard Hume knew very well deep down. The investigation department might be right. As long as no new god got involved, he could turn a blind eye to what the goddess of the moon or the tree of life was doing. Even if the Wizard Union discovered it was the goddess of the moon and the Tree of Life doing their tricks to get more followers, they couldn't afford to break their peace before the sky demon from beyond reawakened. Abel sat by himself on the platform of his meadow. For it was a special day, his 20th birthday. The kingdom of St. Ellis in the Holy Continent had turned his birthday into a national holiday. It was a celebration for their king. However, he could only celebrate alone this year as he looked towards the skyships while drinking his juice. He missed his stepfather, Uncle Marshall. He wondered if they were training hard. If they still hadn't become a head commander, the orc god blood he prepared for them would be useless. The lifespan of a normal person was limited. Even with full recovery potions, they could only live to 100 years. He thought about his father, Duke Bennett. Did he get caught up in political power and forgot about knight training? Although there was nowhere to progress for knight, Abel never gave up his hope since he came to the central continent. He also thought about his mother, Nora. Was her body doing okay? That day, Abel thought about many people he missed as he contemplated the moments of nostalgia. He felt the urge to go back, but he knew he could waste any time. He had to get even more powerful to protect his family. Or maybe he should send someone there so that they could be under the protection of wizards. He had more than enough resources to change the bodies of his family to become more wizard, adopted and level up as a wizard with a longer lifespan. He had not done anything ever since he returned from the dark world early in the morning. All he did was sit peacefully and admire the view outside. There were already 16 skyships in the sky. 8 of them were controlled by the Judson family serving him. The other 8 were scattered around the Potion Maker camp and other areas, patrolling for the royal palace. The Potion Maker camp has expanded recently with 8 skyships on guard. It had become one of the safest places, and many elves had gathered nearby. Abel looked down at the bustling city from the sky. His heart lifted, and a smile emerged on his face. Peace returned under his influence after the horror of war. "Frankenstein, how's your law of fire training going?" Abel turned and asked. "It's still." Frankenstein was slowly learning how to speak. The voice of the metal puppet was a little special, and it did not inherit the speaking ability from Wizard Marlon, so he had to start all over again. This new soul was slowly growing during this time. With the nourishment of intelligence, its speed could be scary. Abel did not wait for Frankenstein to speak slowly. He directly connected with his power of the will to his soul and sought a fully formed law of fire. It just needed a wizard pattern for ignition. "Not bad, I'll bring you to the Tree of Life later to ignite it," Abel smiled and said. Although it has only been a few months in the central continent, years had passed in the dark world. Abel had formed his law of fire long ago, so all he needed was to ignite it. Frankenstein was a little slower. Maybe it was because he had fewer unnecessary thoughts in his soul. Abel has been trying to speak with Frankenstein lately to strengthen his speaking skills, and Abel was the only one he would speak to. The only one who could talk in Abel's team was Frankenstein. Not even Johnson and Jason could speak yet. Frankenstein knew what Abel meant, so he nodded. Frankenstein was a special being. He was the body of Wizard Marlon, but his soul was a newly created soul bound to Abel. Abel was the first thing it ever saw, so his loyalty to Abel was unlike anything, even in his personal training. "Let's go, today is a special day. Let's ignite our law of fire." Abel looked at the more human, like Frankenstein, and laughed. He left Duff alone on the metal platform and flashed towards the large teleportation circle underground with Frankenstein. He connected to the Tree of Life Valley, and they arrived in a flash. Months had passed since he last visited, and things were looked completely different. The entrance was no longer the forest it used to be. Instead, there was a giant fortress built in front of it as a second layer of defense. Master Bennett, a big druid, stepped out from a side passage and bowed. "Why are you the only one here? Aren't there normally 2 big druids on guard?" Abel scanned with his power of the will and realized the big druid in front of him was the only big druid. "There are actually 3 big druids on guard, the other 2 are in the fortress," that big druid quickly explained. "Can I go in and have a look?" Abel asked curiously. "Of course, Master Bennett, you have all the permission here," that big druid said in respect. The speed at which this fortress was built truly showed Abel's bond with the dwarves. Abel arrived at a teleportation circle he had never seen before, and he stepped on with Frankenstein. He ignited it with his power of the will. Just like the big druid said, he really did have all the permissions. In a flash, Abel and Frankenstein arrived at the hall of the fortress. Master Bennett, Wizard Frankenstein. As soon as he appeared, 15 intermediate druids on guard bowed at him. "Don't mind me, I'm just here to look around," Abel smiled. Therefore, 15 big druids quickly returned to their businesses. Maybe Abel's arrival had disrupted the meeting of those druids, but seeing them leaving, Abel began to examine the fortress. The decorations on the wall were not uselessly extravagant. It was filled with all kinds of magic patterns made with top materials. The entire hall was basically a huge magic circle. It seemed familiar. It was the technology used in the front line. Although it did not use as many resources as the front line, Abel knew the dwarves did not hold back when building this thing. "Master Bennett, you are finally here to see the battle fort." Big Druid Conrad appeared from a short distance teleportation circle and bowed with a smile. "Big Druid Conrad, you call this a battle fort?" Abel smiled and bowed back. He was close with this Big Druid Conrad, and they always kept in touch. "We did not expect the dwarves to turn this defense fort into a battle fort as well, but they did it in your name." Big Druid Conrad laughed. "When was this battle fort built?" Abel asked. 10 days we sent you a message, but you were in retreat," Big Druid Conrad said in slight embarrassment. Abel was supposed to join the opening ceremony of this fortress, since it was the result of his suggestion, and dealing with the dwarves. "No worries, I've been in retreat lately. I've basically shut myself off from all communication of the outside world." Abel smiled. Besides a few friends who could contact him, no one could do so, including his followers, Steward, and the research spirit. If he didn't want to take a break on his birthday, he wouldn't even leave the metal fort. "Master Bennett, Wizard Frankenstein, please come with me. I'll show you around." Big Druid Conrad laughed and bowed. They left the hall and arrived at an open space without any decorations or plants. It looked nothing like an elf fortress. However, 10 little war puppets were standing in the center waiting to be ignited, and there was a huge box by the side. These war puppets came with the battle fort during the exchange. "They are the specialty of dwarves," Big Druid Conrad said in admiration. "Those are some military resources also given by the dwarves. It includes armor-piercing arrows and stone-thrower stones. We can buy more when we finish them." Big Druid Conrad pointed at the box and continued. As Big Druid Conrad led the way, Abel and Frankenstein arrived on the fortress wall. 100 meters around the fortress were filled with trees and nothing more than a meter beyond that, so they could easily see anyone approaching. The fortress wall was equipped with 20 bursting crossbows, 10 top-level stone throwers, and some lightweight war machines. The power they could bring was scary. "Master Bennett, these are all common defense. The true power of the fortress is here." Big Druid Conrad pointed at 4 sharp towers and said. They then arrived at the center of one of them through a short-distance teleportation circle. As soon as they stepped out, Abel sensed a strong, familiar feeling. It was just like the internal of a magic tower. "Master Bennett, each of these towers can fit a big druid, so that's 4 big druids in total. Through the amplifying circle of the fortress, as well as mana gems as energy, our elements can get a few times more powerful," Big Druid Conrad said in excitement. Abel nodded. It was definitely a thoughtful design, considering how many elemental attacks a big druid had. The monitoring circle of this fortress is built alongside our own elven magic circle makers. It can scan anything in the range of 2 miles. The fortress in the front line could scan up to 10 miles, but those things were built when resources were not a factor. Although Abel didn't know how skillful that elven magic circle maker was, the resources still played a huge role. Abel could clearly see the dwarves' respect for him from this fortress. Although some of it was paired by his potions and skyship core, the dwarves definitely would not have put so much effort into building this thing if it wasn't for Abel. It was probably the most powerful fortress beside the one in the front line. Still, such a big favor was something that needed to be paid back. After visiting the fortress outside of the Tree of Life Valley, Abel gained another layer of knowledge on defense. It was basically a simplified version of the ones on the front line with lesser materials and power. Still, its amplifying ability could still give the Holy Knights a hard time. Master Bennett, this fortress alone can take down those invading knights. Big Druid Conrad laughed as he stepped into the short-distance teleportation circle with Abel. Big Druid Conrad, there don't seem to be many elves guarding this area. Does the royal palace have any plan? Abel looked around at the limited druids and said, although the fortress was powerful, those war machines still needed elves to operate. If there were only 30 elves around, it was not enough to unleash its full potential. Master Bennett, the palace is training a new batch of druids. Maybe we will have enough in a month or two, Big Druid Conrad said helplessly. The royal palace knew they needed a powerful druid force to go against holy knights. If not, they would find themselves in a similar situation again. The royal palace had become determined ever since the last invasion, but still, they needed time. With the skyships joining their forces, they organized the best druids and warriors to grasp, attacking with war machines from the sky. Therefore, they could only train a new batch for the Tree of Life fortress. Those 30 druids were gathered from all places. After all, the weakness of elves couldn't be resolved in an instant. Please forward this message to the Queen for me. I want to see enough battle elves on this fortress as soon as possible. Abel felt his joy die down. He spent all that effort building this defense for the Tree of Life. He didn't want it to go to waste because of a lack of elves. Before Big Druid Conrad even replied, Wizard Frankenstein flashed from the short-distance teleportation circle with Abel. Of course, he was angry. The 4 towers of this fortress needed at least 4 big druids to operate, but the royal palace only organized 2 big druids. Even if the causal guarding big druid was included, they still lacked one. At first, he didn't know the requirement of this fortress, so he didn't have any comments. But since he realized the number of elves needed to operate, he began to feel irritated by the royal palace's lack of care for the Tree of Life Valley. Ugh. Big Druid Conrad let out a long sigh seeing Abel flashed away. He had to let the royal palace know about his attitude. Since the last Holy Knight invasion, the noble elves in Bay Law City became paranoid for their safety, so they only added an extra big druid to guard the Tree of Life. All the other big druids stayed in Bay Law City. They all had close connections with the nobles, so staying in the city was to their benefit as well. Abel and Frankenstein arrived at the Tree of Life Valley Passage. He greeted the guards and stepped into the valley. He stepped next to a branch and ignited his soul speaker ability. It was not that he couldn't hide his wizard identity in front of the Tree of Life, but he had no choice since the Tree of Life was the one directly injected the Law of Ice into his rank 21 wizard pattern. The Tree of Life successfully ignited 2 laws simultaneously for him, which was how he became a law-defying wizard. It was the power of the equal contract, so that Abel could communicate with the Tree of Life equally. As long as the Tree of Life agreed, he would be able to level up his followers as well. Abel had already done so a few times, with Big Druid Polly becoming a Big Druid Joseph taking another level up, as well as the Big Druids from the Goddess Temple. It was all due to the power of the Tree of Life. The Tree of Life never rejected Abel, but any other elves had no chance. Not even the ones on guard. The Tree of Life, I've formed a Law of Fire, and I want you to help me replicate a rank 21 wizard pattern for ignition. Abel got straight to the point. He did not need to act polite, they were soul-bound after all. Abel then received a demand of 10 top-level green gems. Let's begin. Abel placed the gems on the ground and said. 2 roots reached out from the ground and dragged the gems down. Abel didn't know, but the purity of his green gems was unlike anything else. So his trade had almost shut off any trading opportunity with the Tree of Life from other elves. The Tree of Life then lowered a branch and sensed the 2 rank 21 wizard patterns within him. A green glow reached out and smoothly entered his soul. If they didn't have an equal contract, Abel wouldn't let another being touch his soul like this, even if he trusted the Tree of Life. The soul was the most secretive place of all life forms. Injuries from the soul were a few times more serious than injuries from the body. The green glow surrounded his 2 rank 21 wizard pattern, and a new rank 21 wizard pattern emerged beside it. It looked the same as the other ones. For the Tree of Life, this process was like a walk in the park. But if another law-defying wizard wanted to do the same, they would need to preserve energy in their power of the will and redraw the pattern bit by bit. which was extremely challenging. Unless a law-defying wizard was crazy about satisfying their thirst for battle, they normally wouldn't waste time and effort obtaining another law. At the same time, you needed to obtain 2 inherited objects to do so, and those things were all core treasures within every wizard organization. Someone who got a hold of 3 inherited objects could only exist in the dreams of wizards. Every law needed extreme time and effort to master. Only someone like Abel could understand the power of law with a god-like ability from the dark world, and only someone like Frankenstein could dedicate his entire life to endless battle training. Abel ignited his 3rd rank 21 wizard pattern, and the law of fire appeared. At the same time, the fire enchantment spell appeared on his skill tree. From then on, the power of his fire spells would increase by 30%. Of course, that was not all. With the support of his gear, his fire enchantment spells directly shot up to level 10, which was a 93% power increase. All of his wizard spells had reached their limit, no matter if it was fire, lightning, or ice. "Thank you, the Tree of Life," Abel said in gratitude, and the Tree of Life did not reply. It had received way too many words of gratitude. It was almost numb to it. "The Tree of Life, I want to add another rank 21 wizard pattern to my wizard Frankenstein as well," Abel continued. The Tree of Life then sent him another demand of 50 top-level green gems. Why is it so expensive? Abel did not lack green gems, but he just couldn't understand why helping Frankenstein was 5 times more expensive than anyone in the past. Maybe it was because he signed an equal contract with the Tree of Life, but Frankenstein didn't, and adding an extra wizard pattern took more effort than leveling up a druid. After all the Tree of Life did was shoot out a green beam to level up a druid. However, replicating a rank 21 wizard pattern needed him to directly contact the Tree of Life. It was not how the Tree of Life normally got things done. If it was not totally necessary, it would never waste so much energy leveling up someone. Abel didn't know, but the Tree of Life already gave him a discount. If he brought an unrelated law-defying wizard with him, it would take at least 100 top-level gems. Since Frankenstein was also contracted with Abel, he was passively related to the Tree of Life. This was how he got this deal. Abel took out 50 top-level green gems from his holy portal bag, and the Tree of Life reached out its root to drag it down again. Afterward, Frankenstein was carried above ground by a branch. Abel reached his power of the will to Frankenstein's soul and monitored the condition. Although the Tree of Life knew Frankenstein was related to Abel, Abel was still a little worried. Even with Abel's resurrection ability, getting a fully intact dead body like Wizard Marlon was not easy. In a world ruled by wizards, only a wizard who hid from the Wizard Union because of personal issues could end up in the hands of Abel. The dead body of other wizards would immediately be retrieved by their organization and sent back to their families. Therefore, Abel cared about Frankenstein a lot. He might be his only contracted wizard. The operation of the Tree of Life was as smooth as always. It wrapped Frankenstein's rank 21 wizard pattern in green lights, and a new one emerged beside it. After it was ignited by the law of fire, Abel retracted his power of the will. The energy wave of the 2 laws sifted out of Frankenstein's body. Abel scratched his head. Frankenstein had no ability to hide his energy. Abel himself had the transformation necklace, so no one would be able to tell he grasped 3 laws. However, for Frankenstein, anyone would be able to tell he grasped 2 laws. This does not go well with Abel's low-key style. It would take at least a few months to adjust if a wizard just grasped a new law. Go into retreat, Abel shook his head. Frankenstein became the shadow of Master Bennett during these days, since he followed him everywhere he went. Abel was even afraid that the druids on guard would notice Frankenstein, so he directly put Frankenstein in his monster ring and left through the teleportation circle. My goddess, Wizard Frankenstein. Abel returned to his accommodation, and no one mentioned anything about his birthday. If he made his birthday public with his current status, he would have to throw a party according to the elf tradition. He wasn't worried about the cost, but he just didn't have the energy to spend on those things. He returned to his metal fort and arrived at the platform. He summoned Flying Flame, Johnson, Jason, Frankenstein, and Black Wind. He even recalled White Cloud from the sky and Doff standing by the side to spend the day with him. When the night came, he sensed a box being teleported his way through his power of the will. There were only a handful of friends he had in the entire continent who could do something like this. Abel connected with Spirit Jade and told a puppet to carry the box to him, and reached his hand out to get the box, but he did not scan it with his power of the will. He wanted to be surprised like a normal person. If the box was dangerous, his intuition would have sensed it already, especially in a peaceful place like this. He held the box in his hand. He knew it was from Lorraine without even opening it. It was made with the special jade wood of the elves, and the surface was filled with delicate engravings. Only his friend in the elves, only Lorraine, would be dedicated to doing something like this. He opened the box and saw a cake. It was not a well-made one. The person who made it went a little over on the temperature, and the sides were a little burnt. But still, Abel laughed as a wave of warmth filled his body. There were some human words written on the cake with cream. It was also looking very amateur, but Abel could see that Lorraine had put a lot of effort into it. This method of turning milk into cream was something Abel taught Lorraine when they were chatting. He did not expect Lorraine to remember it, and even "You sit on his cake. Dear Abel, happy birthday." It was a simple birthday wish. Abel felt his eyes tearing up. Even if he counted his age in his past life, it was nothing compared to the law-defying wizards of this world. Therefore, Abel still had emotions, unlike other law-defying wizards who grew numb with time. Abel wasn't planning to change. Those emotions were what kept him living. "Thank you, Lorraine," Abel mumbled. He was always in retreat these days, and Lorraine's training schedule in the temple had gotten even tighter due to the reawakening of the demon from beyond. It had been a month since Lorraine had come for a visit. Abel poured a glass of water spirit fruit juice for himself and began to sing a birthday song from his past life by himself. He then cut a piece of cake and ate it with a big smile on his face. When Abel was about to enter the dark world, another gift arrived. This time was a big one. Who is it this time? Abel thought to himself. The puppet then carried a metal box towards him. Bernie, Abel couldn't help but laugh when he saw the box. He opened it and saw a piece of parchment with a portal wine jug. Of course, Abel remembered that portal wine jug. It was Bernie's favorite thing. There was nothing the dwarves loved more important than wine, and that jug was big enough to fit a lot of it for Bernie. Since Bernie was not a wizard in the past, all the portal objects he used were special ones. But even for dwarves skilled in making portal objects, they would rarely waste their resources to make a wine jug. Abel held up the portal wine jug and opened it. It was empty, not a single drop of wine. He then picked up the parchment, and it read, "Abel, happy birthday. I've quit drinking, so I'll give this wine jug to you. I hope you can return a gift someday. I want a filled-up wine jug." Abel couldn't help but shake his head. Maybe Bernie was looking for Grandmaster wine. Abel had no idea what kind of pain Bernie was going through. Since his tribe knew Abel was also in the central continent, they didn't let him bring any wine with him. All he had was this jug, and it was painful trying to save up. Although he took some red wine from Abel, they could only be side dishes for a dwarf. Only a Grandmaster could satisfy them. As his status grew as well, he tried all kinds of the so-called best wine of the continent, but they never even came close to Grandmaster wine. He didn't want to interrupt Abel's retreat, so he could just raise this request on his birthday. Abel immediately scrapped his plan of going into the dark world and teleported to the main building. "Steward Meyer, come here," he yelled. After a moment, Steward Meyer quickly stepped in. "Yes, master," he bowed. "Tell the Judson family to buy 500 barrels of the strongest wine and maintain that number in our dungeon." Abel lowered his voice. The Judson family was an elf family who served under Abel. They were all skilled businessmen, so buying wine was no problem. Strong wine was not something elves could tolerate, so they were a rare find in the market. Therefore, he could only import them through the Judsons. "Yes, master," Steward Meyer bowed. "Also, tell my followers I will go into retreat, so they can take care of everything for me." Abel was not planning to expose Frankenstein before he mastered his energy. But of course, he would not stop making potions for the Wizard Union. They were all done through the exchange system's teleportation circle anyway, so he was safe. "Yes, master," Steward Meyer bowed again. "Finally, I want to buy a huge portal wine jug." You can use potions to exchange them. Abel continued. Steward Meyer bowed one last time and stepped out to organize. Abel returned to the metal fort and arrived at his alchemy room. He took out a red gem and began etching. It was a fire potion making skill he inherited from the dark world. Through the power of the will, he could perfectly control the flame formed by the red gem. Of course, at that moment, Abel was not trying to make a potion but a gift to Lorraine. He took out many ingredients from his holy portal bag and began to make a cake. It almost seemed as if he was making a potion. Perhaps he was the only one in the central continent who cooked like this. Especially when he was whisking the eggs, he even combined them through the Horadric cube. He was not expecting to succeed in one go, but he just wanted to make something for Lorraine with his heart. With a mana gem as an oven, power of the will as a whisk, and alchemy bottles as utensils, he made a cake like a potion. Finally, he succeeded in one go. Romantic aroma filled the air. Every liquid combined through the Horadric cube was special, which maximized the taste of this cake. Like the rabbit essence, everything he made was special with the Horadric cube, even without any research. Since the rabbit essence, the master wine, and the grandmaster wine were made for the dwarves and wizards, he did not think too much about how the Horadric cube could be applied to other food. Finally, he quickly whisked up some cream with his powerful power of the will and directly fixed a pattern on the cake. Abel looked at his work and sighed. He only saw people making a cake in his past life, but now he could do it in a breeze. If someone in the central continent found out their best potion maker was using his powerful skills to make a cake, they would definitely go insane. Lorraine just finished her class in the goddess temple. He had taken a day off to make a cake for Abel, so she could only finish her class at night. Saint Majesty, Master Bennett sent you a gift. Big Druid Lucia quickly stepped up with a box. Really, let me see, Lorraine said in excitement. She happily held the box in her hand and quickly ran towards her room. Big Druid Lucia, tell my teacher I want to take a break. I want to start the class later in the day. She took a few steps and remembered she still had class. So she quickly turned back to Big Druid Lucia and said, Okay, Majesty, I'll help you ask for a half-hour break. Big Druid Lucia smiled. Everyone in the temple loved Lorraine. One was because of her lovable, easygoing personality. The second was because of her status. She was the most prestigious person in the temple, but she was a lot more down to earth with everyone since she had not officially undergone the saint ceremony. Most importantly, Lorraine had Master Bennett by her side. He was someone who could help big druids level up. So almost everyone wanted to get close to Lorraine. On top of that, the amazing food being sent to the temple each day was irresistible. Lorraine's room was huge. It was divided into 3 floors. The first floor was the lounge, study room, and training room. The second floor was another study room and the closet. The third floor was the bedroom and bathroom. Everything was extremely luxurious. Almost every decoration was a treasure. Lorraine arrived at the lounge and told her servants to step down while she looked at her box. She was not expecting Abel to return a gift so quickly, and she wondered what it was. Under the care of Abel, there was nothing she couldn't ask for. Even the beauty potions every female elf dreamt of, even the best food in the continent, even the most beautiful jewelry of all kinds. It's a cake, Lorraine gasped. Although she had spent an afternoon making a cake she was happy with, she knew it was still a way off from the cakes Abel mentioned. Dear Lorraine, I finished your cake. It was the best cake I've ever had. Those words made Lorraine blush. One was because Abel had replied to her affection. The second was because her cake was nothing compared to Abel's cake. However, she knew Abel was not lying. She sensed a warmth filled her heart. Everything was worth it. This is so tasty. She took a small bite of the cake and mumbled. She had decided to never make cake again. All she wanted was Abel's cake. In the dark world's plain of despair, outside of the Pandemonium fortress, an unbearable war of weeping sorrow sifted through the darkness. Abel felt his heart tense. The more he stayed, the more he understood how the powerful professionals must have felt. No wonder this place was called the Plain of Despair. There was no life, only countless weeping souls. Black Wind's legs were filled with black dusk, and it was not happy about it. Not just Black Wind, but Abel's other summons were also irritated by the dust. Even Flying Flame, who could fly, was still bothered by the dust dancing all around its wings. Frankenstein flashed towards 4 twitching corpses on a tree and chopped them in half with his spirit sword to free the weeping souls within. Abel saw the 4 gray souls floating out and turn white. His heart was lifted for a moment. The wars in the dark world were not normal. Many wondered how he could progress so quickly, and this nightmarish battle was what he had to go through. If he didn't get out of the dark world every morning, Abel and his beasts might not even be able to maintain their passion for battle. "Something's wrong, be careful. We haven't seen a hell creature." Abel patted Black Wind and lowered his voice. According to his experience in the dark world, he might soon run into a powerful hell creature. Flying Flame quickly turned in the sky and gave a low roar. "Doff Frankenstein, enchant yourself," Abel yelled. Doff held up his ancient totem and did a battle cry. A golden beam shot up from its body, and the defense of his teammates immediately increased. Meanwhile, a red light flashed on Frankenstein's hands. It was the fire enchantment, and it increased the fire damage of his teammates. Although Doff's battle cry attracted a large amount of ash that covered Abel's body, he couldn't care anymore. The battles had already engulfed their body in rotten smells, so the only way to get rid of it was to start fighting. He wrapped his power of the will around his beasts and flashed towards Flying Flame was. Soon he saw Flying Flame going against a blue monster. It looked like the perfect depiction of a demon with horns, wings, a strong body, sharp teeth, and sharp fingers. It was a stereotypical demon from those ancient texts. The only thing different about it was its golden armor and golden blade. The most shocking thing about it was that it didn't have any scent of hell. Instead, it had a deep scent of evil. Its body was wrapped in a layer of black smoke. Abel ignited his world stone ability, and he could clearly see that smoke was made entirely out of hatred. Abel did not join the fight immediately. Flying Flame's white fireballs kept it occupied for the moment. Although the explosions left some scars on the demon, they were gone in almost no time, and Abel could clearly see that the black smoke assisted it. The fireballs were useless, so Flying Flame began approaching the demon and flashed its waist with its claws. In a sharp screech, a big wound opened on the demon. If it were in the central continent, a blow like this would be fatal. However, all the demon did was scream, and it quickly recovered under the black smoke. However, Abel soon noticed the black smoke had decreased afterward. This demon didn't seem like it could make any spell attacks, and it wasn't, so even with the black smoke, it couldn't do much damage. "Get ready to fight." Abel felt like he understood the demon and yelled. 11 spirit guardian knights flashed towards the demon. Although their attacks was still not powerful under the fire enchantment, it was enough to break the defense of most hell creatures. Most importantly, they had undergone Abel's training. With the support of the rank 29 skeleton support and summon resistance, as well as the battle cry and battle mode enchantment from Doff, those knights had become Abel's frontline shield. The lightning spear of Johnson and Jason also began to flash. The loyal gray bear did not attack. Instead, it stood in front of Abel as his final shield. Frankenstein cast a meteoroid towards the demon, and Doff jumped forward. It appeared above the demon in a flash and struck down heavily with its ancient totem. With its control through the club technique, it could focus all its might on the demon and not the spirit guardian knights. Abel finally cast an aging spell, and the demon's movement slowed down even more. The frost round of attacks sent the demon into agony, and the black smoke quickly wrapped around it. When the black smoke scattered again, the demon had returned to its top condition. Weird, Abel stopped his attacks and mumbled. This demon was not weak, but it could only make physical attacks, so it almost couldn't do anything against his summons with elemental attacks. It was at least a dark gold-level hell creature. Looking at its energy, but Abel couldn't find any detail about it with his world stone. As though it was just a normal demon. How could a normal demon recover so fast? Only a powerful demon could recover themselves with hatred like this. Hatred was extremely valuable to every hell creature. It was the energy of countless tortured souls. Abel looked towards a blackened tree nearby and noticed a tiny bit of dark energy of hatred sifting out the 4 mangled dead bodies on it. Their weeping souls then flew towards the black smoke around the demon. It seemed like all the hatred of this plane of despair was gathering around this demon. Abel just couldn't understand why, and he wondered what this demon was made out of. The battle was getting boring because the demon was weak. Under the aging spell, it was almost helpless in its attack. The only irritating thing was the black smoke. Abel stood by a side and replenished the aging spell from time to time. From the rate at which the black smoke was decreasing, the battle should end in an hour. After that, he would be able to examine what this demon was made out of. Luckily, I have my supportive summons. Otherwise, this battle would last forever. Abel sighed to himself as he watched the battle. If his summons weren't strong enough to keep up with the speed of those relentless black smoke, he was basically hopeless. An hour went by, and only a thin layer of black smoke was left on the demon. Doff roared and appeared above the demon, once again struck down with the ancient totem. Bang, something shattered. Step back. Abel immediately lowered his voice. The blue skin on the demon began to peel off after the strike, and each patch of skin began to glow in white. Its golden armor dropped down, but Abel didn't care. He had his eyes fixed on the demon's transformation. In the midst of the intense evil, waves of holy energy began to sift out. It's the angel Izuel. Abel recognized the holy energy. It was the energy of angels. Izuel was once Tyrael's lieutenant, but the enemy captured him after an ill-advised assault upon the Hellforge. Izuel surrendered to demonic corruption and revealed the secrets of the Soul Stones to the Prime Evils. Tyrael claimed that Izuel was slain years ago, but his replacement has never emerged from the Crystal Arch. Abel could already guess why Izuel was here. It explained why the energy of hatred kept rushing towards that demon to maintain his immortal body. This was how Hell put its power on display, just like the knights collecting their enemies' weapons and storing them in their castle's inventory. Since Hell captured Izuel, they locked him up in the body of a demon with luxurious armor to show its uniqueness. As a powerful warrior angel under the full command of Hell, Izuel's existence gave Abel a hard time. Although the Tyrael's soul was still around, it was on its last breath. There was nothing it could do. As Izuel's blue skin slowly peeled off, the screams of agony subsided. The scream was not coming from Izuel himself, but the demon locking him up. When all the blue skin was peeled off, Izuel's true form was exposed. It was pure, and Abel got a strange feeling. It was almost like Izuel was a soulless body. Izuel floated above ground without a single bit of emotion on his face, just like a dead object. A wholly dead object. Finally, Abel caught a glimpse of an angel for the first time. Izuel had no armor, no cloak, no hood. He was a true angel floating in front of Abel. His body was translucent and had glowing wings. Abel couldn't sense any soul energy from Izuel, but he was sure that Izuel still had his soul, and it was right in front of him. Under the analysis of his world stone, Izuel was made entirely out of energy. He wondered if all angels were like that. Izuel was an angel of bad luck. His soul had been corroded by hatred, and his body was locked up by a demon ever since he was captured by Hell. However, when Hell finally won the war and left the dark world, it took care of this last living angel by taking away his sentience. Izuel's soul was frail, and he lost the support team of angels. Therefore, after tens of thousands of years of corrosion, every single bit of sentience in Izuel's soul was destroyed. What was floating in front of Abel was the dead shell of an angel, without any ability to do autonomous thinking. However, if Abel left Izuel like this, his sentience might regrow from his soul, but Abel didn't want that. The dark world was his private space. He didn't want a powerful angel to coexist with him. Do I have to kill Izuel? Abel thought to himself, but how could he kill a defenseless angel? This might be the only time in his life he could get the body of an angel. Then he would be able to resurrect it through the Holy Bone card. But he wasn't sure if Izuel would retain its body after Abel killed him. He might just end up with nothing. Whatever, I'll just bring it back to my territories first. The territories Abel was talking about were the 3 areas his world stone could unleash its god-like power. He carefully wrapped Izuel in his power of the will and led it forward. He had to be extra careful. Izuel had lost his intelligence and the demon as a shield. He could not move or think by himself, so he could only rely on Abel. Abel picked up the golden armor on the ground with telekinesis and stared it in his holy portal bag. He didn't examine what armor it was. Instead, He immediately ignited a portal door with a scroll of town portal and returned to the Pandemonium Fortress with Izuel. When they arrived, Abel looked back at Izuel, wrapped in his power of the will. He let out a breath of relief and stepped on a short-distance teleportation circle. Soon, they appeared in the rogue encampment. Abel felt confident as soon as he arrived. Everything was close to him. As soon as a problem occurred, he could use the energy of God to suppress it. Even if he couldn't, he had the oak tree as a backup. But looking at the defenseless Izuel, Abel wasn't too worried. At first, he wanted to see if an ancient spell such as the Mount Enchantment could help him sign a contract with Izuel, but he realized it was useless on all-powerful beings when he cast the spell. Maybe even the ancient, powerful figure who invented the Mount Enchantment was not expecting someone to contract an angel with his spell. The green glow of the Mount Enchantment stayed around Izuel, and there was no way for it to penetrate. Too bad, Abel mumbled. He was very excited to get a powerful angel under his contract. How could he not be? Is there another way? Abel helplessly looked at Izuel. A great opportunity was right in front of him. Was he going to let it slide? Just look at those graceful wings glowing a hazy white light, that holy body, that ability to float naturally. Izuel was basically holiness on display. Abel finally unleashed his crystal angel statue with his world stone, and a white beam shoots out from his forehead like a third eye. The crystal angel statue was made out of the scattered soul of an angel, and he wanted to see if it would affect Izuel. However, the unexpected happened. Izuel turned into a flash of white light and flew into the crystal angel statue on his forehead. Abel quickly turned his power of the will inward and saw Izuel bowing in front of the crystal angel statue, just like the souls of the 10 mad knights. Izuel was a fallen angel, and he has lost his place in heaven. However, the crystal angel statue had a powerful ability to repair souls. Normally, a fallen angel without sentience would not be taken back by the crystal angel statue. But Izuel's soul was loyal to heaven more than anything. Even without sentience, nothing was stopping their bond. Therefore, it was taken in by the crystal angel statue without any resistance. Abel sensed Izuel becoming his follower, an extremely loyal one. The faith he generated was even more than the 10 mad knights combined. At that moment, the soul of Izuel was nourishing new sentience, one with extreme loyalty to Abel. The crystal angel statue only acted as a guide in this process. Most of the work was pushed by the Izuel's instinct. Abel wanted to see if he could move the energy of Izuel, but despite his loyalty to Abel, he could not leave the crystal angel statue at the moment. Its only role was to generate faith for the crystal angel statue. Although it was vast, it still undermined what an angel could do to Abel. Can I grant Izuel to someone? An idea suddenly struck Abel, but he quickly discarded it. Izuel was not like the soul of those mad knights. It had a body made out of energy, so he wasn't sure if it would work at all. His knowledge of the crystal angel statue was also still on the surface level, and it would only grow as he gets more powerful. At first, he was excited to see the power of an angel, but would not have guessed in 1,000 years that Izuel would be stuck to the crystal angel statue after it was taken in. Still, he had a powerful angel on his side. Even if it couldn't exist under contract, being a follower was a closer bond. Especially since he sensed the immense loyalty in Izuel's soul, a kind of soul-bound loyalty. Abel then looked towards the oak tree. The elite elves have already cultivated hundreds of water spirit fruit trees. The herb garden has increased from 50 squares to 60 squares. There were already 500 elite elves around, and this increase in number could allow them to better manage the land. The great Creator, thank you for creating us and giving us your all. An elite elf bowed and sung with the graceful language of the elite elves. It was not the first time Abel saw an elite elf bow in gratitude like this, but he couldn't reject it. It was almost like an instinct inherited from the Tree of Life. Since the Tree of Life and their existence originated from Abel, they had declared Abel as their god. These prayers from the elite elves were not useless to Abel, but he could only sense it in the rogue encampment. Just like how the prayers from the ancient totem were changing the body of Doff, Abel sensed power being absorbed by his body each time he heard the prayer of an elite elf. At the same time, he realized not all faith was the same. The faith he stole from the Holy Kingdom through the crystal angel statue did not do much to his body, but those from the elite elves were directly absorbed. After all, Abel was not a real god with the capacity to take in faith like the crystal angel statue. If he was lazy, he could just sit under the oak tree every day and wait for those prayers from the elite elves to strengthen his body. However, he didn't want to wait. If he wanted, he could always go into 100 years sleep like a normal giant dragon and strengthen his blue dragon ability. Abel was obsessed with speed. After all, his journey in the continents had not even taken him 20 years. He just couldn't tolerate sleeping for hundreds of years. If he continued like this, he would soon become a young dragon anyway. He could even become a 1,000-year-old dragon through his dragon transformation, but still, Abel was more ambitious. He needed to reach his peak in 100 years before the demon from beyond awakes. This way, he could protect everyone he loved and everything he cared about. They were what kept him motivated, what kept him coming back to the dark world despite the loneliness and the crazy battles. Abel took a seat beside the oak tree, and the elite elves began to work again. He took out the golden armor he got. It was sacred armor. He ignited the world stone, and he saw the name of this armor. It was the most ironic name, considering Israel war. Tyrell's Might Armor. Defense 1502. Required level 84. Required strength none. Plus 120-150% enhanced defense, plus 50-100% damage to demons, plus 20% faster run/walk, plus 20-30. To strength all resistance plus 20-30. Cannot be frozen requirements 100% slain monsters. Rest in peace indestructible. A dark gold gear of this rank was definitely hell mocking heaven, especially considering its name and that eye-catching golden layer. The only thing an extra fallen angel did to the crystal angel statue was provide large amounts of faith. At first, Abel was worried if it would attract the attention of the Holy Kingdom once he returned to the central continent. But Israel kept praying just like he was in the dark world, and nothing happened. Abel also sat on his metal fort like always, drinking a glass of juice with Doff on his side while admiring the view from afar. It had become a habit for them. Since Frankenstein still hadn't mastered his law of fire energy, Abel stayed in retreat. If he was not making potions, would sit here and take in the faiths. Master Steward Meyer is here with a portal wine jug. He also said the 500 barrels of strong wine are in the dungeon. The research spirit reported. Already, Abel smiled and mumbled. It seems like he underestimated his power in the central continent once again. As soon as he said he wanted to buy something, the elves would be able to find it for him in a day. All the Judson family mentioned that Master Bennett wanted 500 barrels of strong wine to their human trading partners, and the deal was set. Abel flashed towards the short-distance teleportation circle and received the portal wine jug, and then flashed towards the dungeon in his main building. Research Spirit opened the barrier circle. Since he was about to use the Horadric cube, it was best to create a safe space. Seeing the protection and barrier circle being ignited once again, the servants knew Master Bennett was doing his research again. Combining through the Horadric cube was a boring task, but luckily those barrels could be combined directly. Abel combined using the Grandmaster wine formula. Combining 2 barrels into one, finally, he ended up with 55 barrels of Grandmaster wine. He took out the portal jug. It was an elf-style one. He began to doubt if a wine-loving elf had existed. In the past, to have an idea like this, Abel was not planning to return Bernie's original portal jug to him. Since it was not made for wizards, its space was limited. Therefore, he told his steward to order something better for Bernie. The portal jug he had was an elf treasure. It could fit up to 50 square meters, so dumping 55 barrels into it was about right. Bernie should have enough as long as he doesn't take a shower with it. Abel laughed as he placed the portal jug on the short-distance teleportation circle. Research Spirit, turn off the circles and call Joseph. He called. The research spirit had the highest authority in his place, and there were speakers all around. As long as Big Druid Joseph was in his place, he would be able to get a message. Master Bennett, are you looking for me? Big Druid Joseph soon arrived and bowed. Joseph, make an errand for me, deliver this to the dwarves. Abel lowered his voice. Yes, Big Druid Joseph carefully put away the portal jug and bowed. Big Druid Joseph, then arrived at the big teleportation circle under the main building about to transit. Research Spirit, I want to go to the dwarves' furnace fort, he called. However, there was no response. After 10 seconds, the research spirit replied, no response from the dwarves. How come could it be? An idea suddenly struck Big Druid Joseph. The barbarians and elves also had no response when they were being invaded. Research Spirit, please call Master Bennett, he yelled. Joseph, what happened? Abel soon appeared from the short-distance teleportation circle. Master, there is no response from the dwarves. I'm worried that they are being invaded. Big Druid Joseph quickly bowed. Research Spirit, try again. Abel's face sank and he said, Master, still no response. After 10 more seconds, there was still no response. Research Spirit, call the Wizard Union's Wizard Hume. Abel knew something's wrong, so he quickly added, Master Bennett, what brings you to me today? Wizard Hume's laughter emerged from a communication circle. Wizard Hume, did the Wizard Union receive any news of the furnace fort being attacked? Abel got straight to the point. Master Bennett, how did you find out? The furnace fort was attacked by the evil kingdom today, but the damage wasn't big. According to the wizards on guard, the evil knights retreated not long after they were struck by the fire of those sky ships. Wizard Hume explained. Wizard Hume, do you know why the evil kingdom is doing so many attacks recently? Abel lowered his voice. Master Bennett, I'll pay you a visit now to tell you the details. Wizard Hume hesitated for a moment and said. Abel suddenly realized they might get spied on if they kept talking through a communication circle like this. Research Spirit, help me keep trying to connect with the furnace fort, and said after the call ended. Yes, Master. Joseph, stay here. Call me once the teleportation circle is connected. Abel then turned to Big Druid Joseph. Abel waited in the lounge. After a minute, Wizard Hume arrived. They took a seat, and the servants brought on the juice. Master Bennett, it's not convenient to talk about the gods through the communication network. Wizard Hume saw the servant stepping off and lowered his voice. Abel immediately knew the meaning behind those words. There was only one communication network in the central continent, and it was owned by the Wizard Union, which meant the wizards would notice them as soon as they talked about the gods. Afterward, their investigation department would be able to analyze their data. Wizard Hume, isn't the demon from beyond about to wake up? Why is the evil kingdom going crazy with their attacks? Abel knew Wizard Hume was here to tell him something, so he got straight to the point. According to the documents, the demons from beyond was already badly injured when it first arrived at the central continent back in the days. The Wizard Union defeated it, but it used a special method to preserve its power with its wings and fell into a deep sleep. Its injuries will remain if it wakes up right now, so it will not unleash a war with the Wizard Union until it gathers enough faith to heal itself, Wizard Hume explained. Wizard Hume, so you are saying the Tree of Life, the totem pole, as well as other special holy objects can help the demon from beyond heal itself? Abel asked. Yes, those things are extremely useful to it, so it's a wise choice for the elves to protect the Tree of Life, Wizard Hume said in honor. He did not mention the totem pole because he roughly knew where it ended up. What do the dwarves have then? Abel asked curiously. The furnace fort has a fire spirit. It was the holy object from the god of fire. The god of fire remained neutral in the war between the wizards and gods. It has entered a deep sleep ever since. The only thing it left over was the fire spirit in the furnace fort temple, Wizard Hume explained. Is the fire spirit safe? Abel continued. Master Bennett, the dwarves were very prepared, so it is not easy for the evil knights to do anything to it. Wizard Human laughed. Thank you so much for telling me about this, Abel said sincerely. Those things were all top secret, and you could just tell Wizard Hume was taking a risk for coming to Abel for a visit. Master Bennett, you helped the Wizard Union a lot, so it is your right to know about this, Wizard Hume smiled. However, he knew very well that having a right to know and explaining were two different things. Master Bennett, I'm also here today to ask you something. Wizard Hume lowered his glass and suddenly got serious. Please speak up, Abel said, seeing the look of Wizard Hume. Master Bennett, recently the Lightning Clan have been taking out their half-dead wizards from the defense war of Doomsday. Although they've done so in secret, it still attracted many elites of the Wizard Union. It was just that the Lightning Clan always kept quiet about it, so I want to ask you if you know about this. Wizard Hume followed. According to the information he obtained, Master Bennett was definitely involved, considering how many times Wizard Hal had visited Abel. Wizard Hume, what do you want to know? Abel knew this way would come. Master Bennett, can you really revive half-dead wizards? Wizard Hume got to the point. There were hundreds of magic towers outside of the defense wall of Doomsday. Although the potion ingredients growing in the rogue encampment's Blood Moor could almost meet up that demand, Abel did not tell anyone about it. Wizard Hume, as you know, I'm very close to the Lightning Clan, so I promised them 15 slots. Abel did not reply directly. Instead, he gave out a number. Wizard Hume felt a twitch of excitement. Even though Master Bennett having an ability like this was no longer a surprise, it was still amazing to get a confirmation. The entire continent knew the Lightning Clan were close with Master Bennett, and the number he gave the Lightning Clan was 15. Which meant Master Bennett could save any half-dead wizards. Wizard Hume knew the Wizard Union would try all kinds of methods to ask Master Bennett for help if they found out about this. He didn't know how many wizards Master Bennett could heal, but he guessed it wouldn't be too many considering the rarity of longevity potions. Not a single one had ever appeared on the market. Each of them was made according to ancient formulas, and each portion of ingredients would take a heart and soul to find. Therefore, they were all used up in private. Wizard Hume speculated that Master Bennett wouldn't have too many, so he knew he had to secure some slots from Master Bennett as soon as possible. Wizard Hume looked at Abel in anticipation. Master Bennett, I need you to heal 10 law-defying wizards that faked deaths. You mean 10 of them? Abel spoke with a slight shock. Wizard Hume, I can guarantee an extended lifespan of 60 years with all bodily functions recovered. Is that fine with you? Even without being asked, Abel would like to increase the overall power of the Wizard Union against the nation of God. Of course, he was not going to back away. It was something he's already considered when he's harvesting crops back in Blood Moor, now that Wizard Hume's provided him the opportunity. He had all the legitimate reasons he needed to extend a helping hand. Wizard Hume widened his eyes. I'm sure of it, Master Bennett. He understood what an extended lifespan meant. As long as Master Bennett provided a corresponding potion that was of golden quality, it would be possible to reinvigorate all bodily functions that may be damaged. From the sound of it, though, it appeared that a combination with other potions was still necessary. He thought quickly back to the topic. What price would you be offering, Master Bennett? 10 is not a small number. Abel decided to be kind. It's the same as what I've negotiated with the Lightning Clan. 2,000 beginner lightstones for every law-defying wizard. I need them to be delivered here to me for treatment. Remember this, everything that happens in the treatment process needs to be kept confidential. Wizard Hume bowed, understood. The process will be kept a secret. Also, the price is actually too low for you to make profit, isn't it? I'm in debt to you in that regard. Abel laughed and responded with his bow. Don't worry about that, Wizard Hume. You've helped me many times yourself. Druid Joseph ran in a spoke, the teleportation circle connected to Iron Furnace Fort. Abel spoke again. I'll be off now then, Wizard Hume. I have a friend at Iron Furnace Fort I need to visit. Wizard Hume smiled in satisfaction. That's fine, Master Bennett. I'll be back to the Wizard Union now. Having arrived at the short-distance teleportation circle, Abel and Druid Joseph stood still while Frankenstein was summoned. Abel didn't really care if Frankenstein was out in public now. More importantly, he was now free to use him to help get around with the instantaneous movement. When they arrived, they could see that the teleportation circle had still been busy. As soon as Abel appeared, a noise rushed beside them. One dwarven wizard screamed, "Get out if you're not going to use it." The same wizard had his face paled when he saw that it was Master Bennett. So sorry, Master Bennett. I was too anxious to recognize you." Abel gave a nonchalant response. "No, it's fine. There's the 3 of us, so it's going to take a bit longer." Very quickly, several dwarven wizards teleported over, all with anxious looks on their faces. One dwarven wizard was especially anxious. "Who are you after now, Master Bennett? I'll help relay the message for you." Abel just wanted to have some simple questions answered. "I'm here for Wizard Hutton." "Where is he, by the way?" The dwarven wizard spoke to Abel passionately. "Wait here, Master Bennett. I'll help you contact them very quickly." After saying that, the dwarven wizard took out a sign card and connected his power of the will to it. The dwarven wizard bowed. "Master Hutton is on the line. He's going to be very soon." Abel smiled and bowed. "Thank you. I'll be waiting outside then." The teleportation remained busy the whole time. It made the teleportation circle room seem quite crowded. Once Abel and the rest were out of the door, the dwarven wizard couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He looked back to see the dwarves that were still inside the circle. He thought about yelling at them, but he changed his attitude to tell them to leave the teleportation circle very quickly. Once Abel was out of the teleportation room, he began to see a cloud of black smoke rising at the bottom part of the iron furnace fort. His eyes looked towards there. There was a house in ruin over there. At a further part was a war machine that was in shambles. "Master Bennett," Wizard Hutton came very quickly. Actually, he's the fastest out of all the law-defying wizards. He was right beside Abel when Abel was looking at the scene. Abel bowed. "There's report that this area is under attack. Have I intruded on you in any way?" Wizard Hutton didn't seem to feel well. "Thank you for the immediate attention, first and foremost. And yes, but since the sky ship is here, there's probably going to be less issues than initially expected." Abel looked towards the dark smoke in the distance. "Remember to tell me anything if you need." "Not much loss is happening at the moment, honestly." Wizard Hutton pointed towards the ruin. "There isn't a lot of loss this time. The evil knights didn't expect us to have the sky ships, but they've done quite some preparations themselves. Look over there if you can. That's the stuff they've got for the assault." Abel was bewildered. "That's how good their manufacturing is now." Wizard Hutton spoke with a grim look. "It's a rather embarrassing thing. Really, we dwarves were the ones that made all of this. But they managed to find a way to turn our creations against us." He then spoke in a hateful voice. "We'll find out who the traitor is that sold these machines to our biggest enemies. We're going to make him pay." Abel was starting to understand what was actually happening. This time, the nation of God managed to set up a large-sized teleportation circle near Iron Furnace Fort, but the sacred knights came here specifically to target the weaknesses of the dwarves. Right now, a huge army of fort attacking machines was brought here with portal bags. Since there was a bit of distance from the teleportation circle and the Iron Furnace Fort, no city spirit was ever discovered for the first time. Once the dwarves realized where the sacred knights were heading off to, the sacred knights had already used their divine powers to imprison the dimensional force of the teleportation circle. All the assault machines were assembled whole. If there were any technical issues that remained, it would be that the sacred knights did not have updated reports regarding the dwarves and the fact that they still had more sky ships at disposal. The first wave had actually been quite smooth for the sacred knights, all things considered. A sudden assault with the battle machine did manage to break through the Iron Furnace Fort. That was until the skyships appeared. It messed up with their assault plans completely. Seeing how many war machines were destroyed, the sacred knights had no choice but to abandon the battlefield. Still, whether it was the sacred knights or the dwarves, there wasn't so much of a loss on either side. However, the dwarves were a lot angrier when they realized that they were the ones who actually manufactured the machines. Wizard Hutton made an inviting gesture. "We're going to have a look, Master Bennett." Abel bowed. "After you then." Following that, Frankenstein brought Abel and Druid Joseph to where the fight happened. At the bottom of the mountain, Abel could see that the whole scene was without even a single streak of soul light. No advanced occupation holder died, which indicated that the fight never escalated to the point that there was much tension. It's almost like the two assaults he witnessed were just meant for testing. Wizard Hutton cursed. "Damn the nation of evil. They know how many men we have over at Iron Furnace Fort. They are sending just the right number to gain the upper hand this time." The one he's targeting was the traitor he mentioned earlier. Without him, the sacred knights would have never known about what's actually happening over at the Iron Furnace Fort if the war machines were attacking at the weakest spot from the start. Even the city circle and the related mechanisms would have been broken over from the very start. Abel couldn't help but sigh. "Wizard Hutton, the sky ships seem to work fine." "All thanks to you," Wizard Hutton said gratefully. "The sky skips would have never made it weren't for you." There were a lot of broken pieces on the ground, several hundreds of them, to be specific. There was no wonder that the fort was destroyed within such a short span of time. The sharpest arrows the dwarves produced were shot towards the shields they deemed the firmest. The outcome turned out to be that the arrows succeeded. But Abel never got to realize that the key to this happening so fast was because the sacred knights had control over all city circle mechanisms in the first place. A dwarven wizard shouted, "There's one that's not dead yet." Wizard Hutton screamed, "Well, bring him here then." The dwarven wizard proceeded to drag the unconscious body of a strange-looking intermediate sacred knight. About half of his skeleton was crushed, which was why the body looked so deformed. Abel could tell that the knight's death was close. No wonder the presence of this soldier felt so weak to him. "You disgusting thing," Wizard Hutton spat, knowing that interrogation wasn't going to do anything. He then threw a fireball and burnt the knight to cinders. That's about when Abel realized something strange. When the fireball hit the intermediate sacred knight, he could see a strange phantom flying out of the burning corpse. If there was anything he could relate back to the dark world to this, it would have to be the spirit. He couldn't see any phantom while he was back on the central continent, but he saw the living soul of an intermediate sacred knight. Stranger things happened later. When the phantom flew towards the sky, he could see a white light shooting out towards the spirit of the intermediate sacred knight between Abel's pineal glands. The white light seemed to pose some sort of drawing effect. The soul of the knight was immediately dragged into the crystal angel statue. Abel rushed to insert his power of the will into the crystal angel statue, but before he made it, the soul of the intermediate sacred knight was already kneeling in front of the statue. He would have been able to get the soul in if he was in his giant dragon form, but strangely, the soul entered into the statue of its own volition, just as he was wondering why he thought back to when Wizard Hutton saw him guiding the white light that was emerging back then. He then looked towards Wizard Hutton, but realized that nothing especially strange was happening to him. Wizard Hutton was the same, just angry as he stared at the cinder he just burnt into. There was only one explanation. Abel was the only one who saw that happened with the intermediate sacred knight's soul. The only difference now with the crystal angelic statue was Isuel. Other than that, Abel couldn't think of anything that would make the statue stronger. In fact, the statue was now even stronger than when he was in his dragon form. At least when he switched on the dragon form transformation, he was never capable of staring right into the souls of the dead sacred knights. Now, he could see the white light as it was guiding the soul in. Abel looked towards the corpses of the sacred knights. They were all dead, and their souls were already gone by the time he arrived. The only one that lived was barely living. Abel only got to see him because of his good luck. Wizard Hutton was rushed to ask, "So what happened, Master Bennett?" Abel pointed towards his front. "I did not expect the nation of evil to be this prepared. I mean, just look at the shredded pieces over there." Wizard Hutton couldn't help but curse. "Yeah, those bastards knew too much about us already. Everyone except me is clearing out Iron Furnace Fort right now. Don't worry about it. We'll find the traitor who sold us in no time." The reason the dwarves could stand stronger had mostly to do with how unified they were as a race. That being said, the fact that there was a traitor amongst them posed a huge shame to their identity as a whole. Abel was starting to understand as well. He came here to see that it was only Wizard Hutton clearing up the battlefield. It really seemed like all the other law-defying wizards were busy searching up the traitors within the city. While it wasn't such an impossible thing to do, it would probably take up a lot more resources than any of them would want. So for here at the Iron Furnace Fort, there was a city spirit to keep track of every dwarf that was going in and out at a very specific time. It was possible to identify the traitor with this track record, but the number of names on the list was just too much to process efficiently. That was unless the one checking was a law-defying wizard that possessed a strong power of the will. If he could even connect the city spirit with records of different categories, it'd be even more likely to increase the likelihood of finding the traitor in time. Abel couldn't help but to sigh. The dwarves have completely kept the evil knights out now. The Iron Furnace Fort is actually the city that suffered the least in this assault. Wizard Hutton smiled proudly. "You have it right, Master Bennett. The sky ships were working terribly well. All it takes is a few rounds to keep these intruders out." During the Bay Law City invasion, while there wasn't a terrible loss happening, the outskirt was actually suffering tremendously, with over 1,000 druids lost. As for the barbarians lost in the assault at Battlecry City, the number was even more difficult to calculate. The number of soul lights sparked out could even ignite the whole city. Compared to those two, what happened here was pretty insignificant. Abel knew as well, there was not even a soul light that could be seen here. The most he could see were the corpses of intermediate sacred knights, which indicated that both sides never really committed all the forces they had. Wizard Hutton spoke as he looked around. "Come sit at my residence, Master Bennett. Bernie's going to be there as well." Wizard Hutton was living on top of a mountain. Very soon, Frankenstein brought Abel and Druid Joseph over towards it. They came as Wizard Hutton made an inviting gesture. "Master Bennett, Wizard Frankenstein, Druid Joseph, please come in." Bernie walked out and called out cheerfully, "Master Bennett, how do you have the time to be here?" Abel laughed and complimented. "Bernie, hey, looking good with your third rank." Bernie waved his hand. "Oh, stop with that." Bernie knew about how long it took Abel to rank from level 1 to official wizard. Compared to how long he was getting to where he was now, any compliment would seem out of place. "Bernie, this is my follower, Joseph." Abel introduced Joseph. "Joseph, have the present ready." Druid Joseph smiled and reached for his portal bag. "A present from Master Bennett for you, a wine flask," Bernie said happily as he took it over. "It's not as comfortable looking as my original one. There's just too many patterns on it." Abel stared and reached out his hand. "Take it or leave it, Bernie." Bernie held onto it firmly. "What do you mean? I remember, you know. This is for the gift I gave you before." Abel laughed and nodded. "I've heard about your meditation training recently, so I've got you enough wine inside to rank up to become an official wizard." This was when Bernie began to notice the portal wine flask. He reached his power of the will inside and had his eyes widened big. This was a 50 cubic meter flask. This was too big for even regular portal items. Bernie was starting to wonder what status Abel was now. To find something this good. The answer to that was from the Elven royal family, but Abel was not going to answer out right away. Bernie was laughing. "That's a pool of wine I'm staring at." Didn't wait to open the flask and pour a whole mouthful down. Slowly, he allowed the wine to flow inside his mouth and felt a lot relaxed because of this. It was a very familiar taste. It was even better than the Grandmaster's wine he had over at the Holy Continent. Abel was using ordinary rum as raw materials back on the Holy Continent, but here he was collecting the finest strong drink from the Jadson family. He didn't have to worry about the drought-reducing crop yield for wine production either. This was why, in terms of quality and taste, the drink he produced here was much more than what's over on the Holy Continent. Abel didn't want Bernie to be a useless alcoholic. "This is for training, remember." Wizard Hutton sniffed as well. He knew very quickly that this was unlike anything he's drunk before. This must have been something of a rarity as far as he could tell. Wizard Hutton was keen to ask, "Well, what is this exactly?" Having said that, he activated the telekinesis and took the flashover. Bernie called out immediately, "Hey, that's mine." Bernie quickly stopped as soon as he saw that Wizard Hutton was staring at him. Wizard Hutton proceeded to take a sip into his mouth. He immediately felt a rapid change to his body. The anonymous wine was elevating his senses to a new height. An indescribable sensation was rising from his inside. As a wizard of the dwarven race, his innate liking for alcohol made it very easy for him to tell what the effect was. Very quickly, without caring that the others were watching, he sat on the ground and commenced his meditation. Yes, the flask was still in his arms as he was doing this. Bernie was frowning. Master Bennett, can you do something about this?" Abel wasn't really sure what to do. This was between Wizard Hutton and himself. It'd be a lot easier to intervene if it was anyone else, but he didn't really know what to do in this situation. Well, Bernie probably had to see if Wizard Hutton was willing to share some space. He could also think of making extras, but that's going to take some other time. It wasn't that important, to be honest. The whole point of bringing Druid Joseph here today was to give things out to Bernie in the future. Abel couldn't do it himself because his status would scare even the Dwarven King if he went anywhere by himself. Abel asked nonchalantly, "What class are you maining, Bernie?" Bernie seemed interested. "The dwarves main fire, mostly. According to my mentor, we have the most complete fire heritage that can help us reach legendary status." Abel spoke and reached for his staff. "Fire, got it. I'll give you this leaf staff then." Bernie knew about Abel's other identity as the Grandmaster Blacksmith. Back in the days, Abel obtained his Grandmaster status from forging staff. No, it wasn't like Bernie was going to be nice by not asking for a staff. He already knew that Abel was an emperor with his own empire. Not taking this staff wasn't going to influence his whole treasury. Bernie took the staff and swung it. "Hey, is this a stick? There's no pattern on it." Abel shook his head. "Just, try casting the fire spells you learnt recently." The blame wasn't on Bernie. Bernie just reached rank 3. His ability was not yet sufficient to realize how exceptional this staff was. He listened to this and grabbed onto the staff with his right, then drew a firebolt rune pattern in the air. Something quite surprising happened after that. Just when he thought about casting the spell rune was generated on its own. It made him quite confused, so he just threw the firebolt in a random direction. Wizard Hutton was silenced as he didn't see how fast it was to learn this stuff. Bernie called out, "I did it, firebolt." Wizard Hutton roared, "You tried to kill me, Bernie." Wizard Hutton was still in meditation, but he never really made it far enough. He sensed the firebolt as he blocked it with his power of the will. He thought that the rank 1 bolt would burst before it reached him, but the bolt had a total buff of 6 ranks. Combined with the rank 1 Bernie possessed, this was a total of 7 ranks hitting him. It did explode on his flesh, and although his fire resistance was enough to take even a max-level bolt, his clothes had a big hole ripped open on the spot. When Abel and Bernie looked over, they could see for a flash second that Wizard Hutton was changing a whole set of clothes for him. Abel tried not to laugh, while Druid Joseph tried to be polite by turning his head to the side. It was a little funny, to be honest. No one expected a law-defying wizard to be so hurt with a low-level fireball. No, especially not when the law-defying wizard was Wizard Hutton. Frankenstein was the only one that wasn't laughing when he saw it. His power of the will was on alert the whole time if someone was to go after Abel. Wizard Hutton stared at the staff in Bernie's hands. "What are you holding, Bernie? What did you do with that firebolt?" Bernie wasn't sure either. "Are you saying that something was special about this staff I'm holding, Mentor?" It wasn't as if he was completely clueless. As the young master of the richest family on the holy continent, Bernie had quite some understanding of this type of gear the wizards used. Still, he asked the question because there weren't any runes on the staff he was holding. There had to be something else to it to have this sort of effect. There was just no other way to explain this, as far as Wizard Hutton could tell. Once more, Bernie activated the firebolt spell by drawing a rune. He didn't aim at Wizard Hutton this time, but towards a tree that was on the side. The tree was lit instantly. He was becoming more certain that there was something special about this staff. Wizard Hutton screamed, "Bernie! That's my purple gold tree." It was one of Wizard Hutton's favorite plants here. He used to talk about how far he had to get it from its original home. Bernie quickly bowed. "Oh no, I'm so sorry, Mentor, I forgot." Wizard Hutton shook his head. "Forget it, just hand me the staff." Bernie tried to offer something. "I'll give it with what Master Bennett handed me just then, if you don't mind." Wizard Hutton was almost starting to stomp on the ground. "Are you serious right now? Give me the flask if you want to, but the wine here is all made for you. You know what? You shouldn't even take that big sip just then." Even a law-defying wizard like him would have a significant change by taking a drink. Of course, Wizard Hutton would be mad that Bernie was drinking it for the taste. If he didn't tell Bernie early enough, Bernie might drink all of it for fun. Bernie pleaded as he looked at the container Wizard Hutton was holding. "Mentor." Wizard Hutton spoke strongly, "1 sip before every daily meditation. That should make it last for several years." No, Wizard Hutton wasn't going to ask for extras. Master Bennett was a resourceful man, but even he must have boundaries. Bernie became quite upset after hearing the new amount. He was thinking about spending his days indulging in alcohol. But that fantasy seemed to fade away earlier than he would have thought. Wizard Hutton thought of something else. "Give me the staff if you will." As Bernie reluctantly handed the staff over, Wizard Hutton quickly made a scan with his power of the will. He was starting to understand what ridiculous power it held. Wizard Hutton looked towards Abel. "Master Bennett, this is too high-end for Bernie. He's just a level 3 right now. This leaf staff could increase all fire-type spells by 3 levels. Warm was by 6. Firebolt, Fire Enhancement, Fireball, and Hellfire were by 3. This staff was perfect for any fire-type wizard. Although it did lack some buffs of the middle low-tier spells, there wasn't really a limit as to how many times the spells could be enhanced. On the Holy Continent, even the most ordinary staff would have some threshold as to how many times it could be used. It was why wizards would only use them in the most important times. Not this leaf staff, apparently. Not only could it be used for a buff for an infinite amount of time, all the fire element spells could be increased by 3. That was including even Command Flame, which was basically the same as elevating the entire rank of a fire wizard. Even Wizard Hutton would have no use for his other staff if he were holding on to this one. Abel didn't seem to mind, though. I don't need this one, Wizard Hutton. Bernie can use it, so why not let him have it? Abel's nonchalance really made Wizard Hutton think. He wondered why he didn't have a friend like this. There was one thing he hadn't thought of. Abel meant that he couldn't use a low-tier staff like this one. It was why Bernie was using it. A dwarven wizard appeared outside. Master Hutton, the king has sent an invitation. Wizard Hutton paused. Wait, what? I have a guest here. Would you mind going to see what's happened? The dwarven wizard spoke softly. They've got all sorts of people coming over recently, all to make purchase of the sky ships. The dwarven king wanted some of the senior advisors to go negotiate. Wizard Hutton bowed and apologized. Much apologies, Master Bennett. Please wait here as I go and have a good look to see what's happened. Abel laughed. It's fine. Don't worry, I'll just catch up with Bernie here. It's been a while since we've had a good conversation. After Wizard Hutton teleported away, Abel, Bernie, and a few others were in the yard. Bernie smiled at Abel. Would you like to have a chat in the living room, Master Bennett? Abel smiled back. Yeah, let's take it inside. Frankenstein, Joseph, go take a post here. Bernie sat on a chair as soon as he went in. It's been terrible today. All that wine was confiscated. Do you know how I was feel? Abel nodded and laughed. Well, you see Joseph back there. Go contact him if you want more. He's going to deliver some to you pretty quickly. Bernie laughed. You're such a good friend, Abel. All that wine and I've only had a sip. Abel made a quick reminder. Your mentor's been good to you, Bernie. Make sure you spend more time with Wizard Hutton. The relationship between mentors and apprentices may well last longer than fathers and sons. Bernie understood. Yeah, I know, mentor's been good to me. It's not like he's so stingy, too. He's given me a bunch of stuff to help with training. Otherwise, I wouldn't reach 3 ranks so quickly. Abel couldn't help but think of his teacher, Morton. He was starting to miss him when he mentioned this bond thing between mentors and apprentices. He's the first one to get me to safety when the assault happened, Bernie continued, then made a firm look on his face. I'll share half of the wine with him. Abel squinted his eyes. So you're giving away my stuff. Bernie made a suggestion. How about you do the same thing with what you did on the Holy Continent? Offer the Grandmaster's wine to the dwarves. I'm sure they can pay a sum that you're satisfied with. The dwarves made regular purchases of the Grandmaster's wine for training purposes back on the Holy Continent. The words would have reached over here very earlier. Actually, if the dwarven wizards here didn't make the presumptions that nothing from the Holy Continent would meet their demands. By the way, they never bothered asking for the Grandmaster's wine from the same place. The dwarves on the Holy Continent were always very stringent in keeping the alcohol to themselves, so nobody really bothered trying to make them do any outsourcing. Abel laughed and spoke to Bernie. Are you afraid that you can't smuggle any for yourself if I made the supply fully public? Bernie's face flushed with that statement. He did have that sort of concern. And while Abel promised to secure a private supply to him, he was worried that most of the stuff would still be confiscated by his good mentor. Abel tried to make it clear, you know, I won't be brewing every day. Just take the portion and use it sparingly if you can. This wasn't the Holy Continent. There were more dwarven wizards here than anywhere else he's been. He didn't have the time to make enough for everyone. It wasn't like he needed to trade with the dwarves that badly either. He could trade potions for whatever he needed. He was actually making a huge surplus with the potions. So much so that he didn't really need to bow down to anyone for any rare resources. Bernie spoke in an upright tone. Can I use my portion for a mentor then? It was agreed at the start that the portion would be spared to Wizard Hutton. From there on, Bernie would have to have Abel's permission to receive however much he wanted. That was a continuous supply, not a one-time supply. They had to be more precise in how much was given to make it last for the long run. So far, things had worked well enough to boost Bernie's level by 3. But they always had to upgrade the number of resources to make it to the next stage. Bernie wasn't a fool. He knew that he would need more for himself and, of course, his good mentor. Abel nodded and smiled. Have a private conversation with your mentor then. Tell him to keep the Grandmaster's wine a secret. From here on, every time you want Joseph to hand you the wine, bring some from your mentor." They could tell that Bernie was slowly integrating himself with the ways of wizardry. This made things easier for Abel. Bernie was one of the few friends he had, and as long as there was nothing too difficult to be done, he would try to make him as happy as possible. Bernie said dishonestly, "I'll make this a business call then, not going to say thanks on this one." Abel then left without waiting for Wizard Hutton to come back. He was still feeling tense because of the assault on Iron Furnace Fort. He could sense that the nation of God was starting to grow desperate. The continuous attack was not only draining them of their divine power storage, but the years of effort they've spent on expanding their intelligence network. Basically, every time they launched an attack, the Wizard Union would scoop out more intelligence workers that the nation of God had sent underground, from the contact members to suppliers for the large-sized teleportations, then to the circle masters and the relevant staff. The Wizard Union could pick up pieces of information on where the nation of God had branched out. This was where the sky ships became really useful. Once a base was located, all the wizard organizations, empires, and other forces would pay much more to have these vessels as expansions of their military might. Wizard Clemens, of the Wizard Union Intelligence Branch, hadn't been feeling well lately. The nation of God just launched another assault, and although they didn't win this time, they did give a pretty hard slap in their faces. There was nothing the Wizard Union discovered in this particular operation. All the intelligence agents from the nation of God held were ordinary people, and that was not what the Wizard Union was experienced in dealing with for any time. Now that there was a demand to reach out to a new group, they had to spend even more time and effort in making new developments. This was not something that could be accomplished in the short run, of course. The original intelligence network took several centuries for the infrastructure work to grow to its current size. After learning that Iron Furnace Castle was attacked, Wizard Clemens was the first to order everyone to stay at the site for tracks. They went after everyone they could, but as for the inside information, the dwarves never gave him any permission to do anything in their sacred ground. That wasn't the most annoying part for him. From what he read recently, out of the 7 main law-defying wizards, he was the only one that didn't visit Master Bennett's residence. He had no idea what the 6 law-defying wizards got from Master Bennett, obviously. He imagined that it had something to do with the totem pole investigation, but what captivated him more was its timing. The others had to go right after when the meeting he proposed ended. The reason was pretty obvious, too. Nobody wanted to offend Master Bennett and the legendary wizard, the Moon Goddess, and everyone else he had connections to. Master Bennett had been inactive many times, but what he created on the central continent was an invisible network of people. This was the part that Wizard Clemens had to curse his colleagues for. They sold him out by leaving him out of a golden opportunity. The main cause happened to be one Wizard Hume. Wizard Hume happened to be good with Abel, so he was the first one who made it to his place in the name of purchasing sky ships. The others weren't stupid, so they didn't back away to use other sorts of excuses to visit Master Bennett. "So I guess I need my own reasons for making Master Bennett a friend," Wizard Clemens murmured to himself. Druid Joseph was not feeling good these past few days as well. The main reason was that Master Bennett had gone to shut down training again. He was left with all the administering work. It was not the workload he felt uneasy about, since he got the most capable teams of representatives on the continent. The part he was concerned with, well, for that cause, was how influential each of these people was. He had to be extremely careful as not to offend any of them. He didn't want to cause any trouble to his master. Frankly, everyone came to negotiate about the sky ships. Right now, the sky ships had become the most popular war machines throughout the entire central continent. Everyone heard that Master Bennett was the only one who could manufacture the main material, so they all rushed to be the first one to receive a permit to a deal. It wasn't like the dwarves wanted to push all the trouble to Master Bennett, but the stocks they had were just not enough for distribution. As for the Wizard Union, it wasn't all that hard to take care of the orders they placed. They could supply the ingredients themselves instead of seeking elsewhere, unlike the other groups that were just offering payment and none of the needed raw materials, the rare metals, especially. The dwarves didn't even have enough for themselves. Nobody was going to spend the time and effort looking for a bunch to supply for themselves. Master Bennett was the only exception in that regard. He had the materials and the craftsmanship required to make use of them. In that sense, he was the only one who could decide what to do with the ingredients. Druid Joseph sent another representative away. "I'll send word once Master Bennett is out, rest assured." He then took a long breath as he watched the meeting room with just himself in it. It's only been a few days since he left the dwarves, but he was meeting more important figures during these times than ever. Abel suddenly appeared with Frankenstein. "Good work you've been going, Joseph." Druid Joseph made a bow. "Nothing to be bothered with, Master Bennett." Abel waved his hands. "I've stored 100 portions in the warehouse. Tell the dwarves we need 50 in total. Make sure to fairly distribute the rest to the other clients." The ingredients were trophies left inside the portal bag. Unlike what the Wizard Union did with the defense wall, they decided to preserve much of it in the same fashion as the Nation of God did. This made calculating the sum a little more difficult for Abel, but that was all well and good. With what he had at hand, he could make a total of 1,000 sky ships if he wasn't crafting anything else. Of course, he wouldn't want to scare the dwarves too much, so he was probably just taking a little more than 100 worth. On the central continent, the Nation of God had been doing everything it could to increase the casualties on their side. It was working until the sky ships were introduced. Again, this made marketing sky ships a booming business for Abel. Druid Joseph was keen to ask, "What prices should the ingredients be sold now then?" Abel contemplated for a bit. "Discuss it with the dwarves, actually. Make sure the payment is not in the form of magic gemstones and potions. Tell everyone to give what is most well known in their respective regions." It was a wise call. Master Bennett had no use for magic gemstones. There were no real ways of counting the total number, but there were just too many circles in this area for him to not think that the amount was close to infinite. There was a large-sized defensive circle, large-sized teleportation circle, and a research spirit. The daily energy expenditure had been absolutely massive. If they didn't have a bunch of gemstones in their hands, there was literally nothing that could keep them still living inside this residence. Out of all the deals Master Bennett did, he never asked for any stones. It was the same for his potions. No one was going to offer a potion to the best potions master anyways. There was a limited number of stones available, but the middle-tier ones were piled up like mountains. Abel needed the lightstone the most at this stage, but it wasn't like everybody had extra storage. The way he saw it, he might as well move on and look for special resources. After leaving it all to Druid Joseph, Abel went straight back to Iron Furnace Fort. He was spending most of his time here because of how well hidden and safe it was. Druid Joseph contacted the dwarves quickly. They seemed to respond very quickly, and Wizard Hutton took no time to arrive at his residence. Wizard Hutton didn't seem to take Druid Joseph kindly. "I've heard there are enough portions for 100 vessels, is that correct?" It wasn't like Wizard Hutton didn't believe Druid Joseph, but the dwarves only had enough for 70 after saving for a ridiculous 1,000 years. This was not something he could process with what he was familiar with. Yes, he knew there was a lot to be explored on the front line, but the Wizard Union made things too strict for any excavation work to occur. It seemed out of place to think that Master Bennett went to the front line for this, too. Tons of people died each year trying to sneak their way into the mining area. They usually find themselves stuck between the terrible conflicts between the Central Continent fighters and the Sacred Knights. Druid Joseph made an inviting gesture. "Come with me, Sir Wizard Hutton." Wizard Hutton displayed his courtesy as well. "After you, then." The two then walked towards where the warehouse was. At the entrance, Druid Joseph used his sign card to verify his identity. The door quickly opened on its own as Wizard Hutton walked in. He immediately saw 100 portal bags lying neatly on the ground. It was almost like they weren't being sorted all that carefully. Druid Joseph reached for a portal bag. "Check if the amount of ingredients is enough, please." When Wizard Hutton took the bag over, he could see that the volume was 20 cubic meters. Many different rare materials were inside, and the one that attracted his attention the most was a complete forgery piece. He never expected that Master Bennett would complete it so early. If he was to head back right now, he would just have enough for his blacksmiths to start working a whole sky ship. The second bag he took over had the same materials and a finished main part. Wizard Hutton didn't know what else to say. "I can't believe Master Bennett managed to get this all done by now." Wizard Hutton expected this in a few months, but Master Bennett's schedule was ahead of everyone else. In truth, Abel spent several nights in the Dark World to have enough for 100 portions. Druid Joseph could see how busy Abel was. I don't know the specifics, Wizard Hutton. As far as I know, Master Bennett was shut down recently. He's been more occupied with himself than other goals. Joseph suddenly spoke. Oh, and Master Bennett made it clear that you have to return the portal bags on time. The portal bag was a war trophy Abel had been collecting. It was for his family, but some of it actually came directly from the Elven Palace. These elves didn't have a choice since they already owed too many resources and favors to Abel. As distraught as it was for some of them, it was reached to the end that they had to have enough for 100 worth of portions. By the way, he was starting to add the portal bag itself to the consideration, but he gave up as soon as he heard that special reminder from Abel. He actually couldn't take the bag away that quickly. Wizard Hutton touched the portal bag and smiled. Of course. I'll take the ingredients back. And I'll go back here to return the portal bags. Wizard Hutton found it hard to laugh. There were 100 portal bags he had to carry with him. When he tried to pack them everywhere he could, he quickly found his whole body covered in those bags. It was a bizarre thing to look at, the way he was trying to hold all these bags by himself. Druid Joseph tried to help. Do you need help, Wizard Hutton? Wizard Hutton refused. Thanks, but no. There will be dwarves helping me out once I head to Iron Furnace Fort. Druid Joseph then looked towards the barrels on the ground. Wait, did Master Bennett finish brewing the Grandmaster's wine? From what he could, the 500 barrels of wine were already gone. Now it was just different barrels containing the Grandmaster's wine. Druid Joseph felt that it was strange. He would come every day to check on what was happening inside the warehouse. He needed Master Bennett's order to follow the steps for securing that there was enough in store. That was the part that worried him. He saw that there were 500 barrels yesterday, but today he could see 55 barrels of the Grandmaster's wine. He figured that these barrels were not brewed, but prepared with the same methods as what one would do to craft potions. It's the only way to make sure the production was just as fast. Wizard Hutton heard what was said and stopped. Is this the new stock, Druid Joseph? He thought about using the wine for meditation. Since it was meant for Bernie, he did think about refusing the offer before saying that Master Bennett was willing to offer more. For the wine flask, that was another story. He never thought about returning it to Bernie because he figured that it would be a while before they would need another one from Master Bennett. Druid Joseph was certain, this has to be the new stock, yes. Wizard Hutton tried not to sound surprised. Well, Druid Joseph, apart from Bernie, who else does Master Bennett give this out to? I mean, does he just save it up from himself? So far, Wizard Hutton and Bernie were drinking the Grandmaster's wine once per day. They were doing everything they could to save it up. Druid Joseph was very honest about it. Master Bennett never drinks. Apart from Bernie and you, Master Hutton, he doesn't give this Grandmaster's wine out to anyone else. Wizard Hutton widened his eyes. You mean I'm supposed to take all of this back with me? Druid Joseph smiled. Sure. If you can't take it now, I'll make sure to send them over to Iron Furnace Castle in a few days. Druid Joseph then threw the portal bag on the ground. The bag didn't seem to be as attractive as the Grandmaster's wine. After connecting it with his telekinesis spell, he began to put the barrels away into his own space. Druid Joseph was starting to remember. Make sure to give a portion to Bernie, Master Hutton. Wizard Hutton couldn't hide his laughter. Wait do you take me for? No worries, I'll just give it back to Bernie once I'm back. By this point, Wizard Hutton had given up on saving up the wine. He might as well just return the flask to Bernie, actually. They could hold a drinking party whenever they wanted now. They already agreed to keep this a secret. So Master Bennett could literally make whatever amount of this wine as they pleased. From Druid Joseph's perspective, he was just worried that Wizard Hutton wasn't keeping it all to himself this time. He might just deliver the wine himself next time to make sure that Bernie was getting his share. With that, Wizard Hutton had 100 portal bags and 55 barrels of the Grandmaster's wine on him as he left. As for Druid Joseph, he went ahead to contact his family and restock the wine that was inside the warehouse. Meanwhile, Abel sat on top of the Iron Fort platform as he sipped on the fruit juice he made on what was harvested from Bloodmoor. He suddenly thought, what if I synthesized the juice again? With that thought in mind, he He immediately placed the water spirit fruit juice into all of the potion beakers the Potion Master Guild gave him. These beakers were made by the finest jewelers, by the way. The best crystals would be used to create the finest potion beakers, which would then be distributed to 4 potion masters. Abel was one of these 4, and because of how much he had to produce, he was receiving more beakers than anyone else. For experimental purposes, Abel stuffed the 3 beakers into the Horadric cube. He used his power of the will to control the synthesizing process. Under the flash of white light, the 3 bottles disappeared and produced a brand new juice at the bottom right corner. He took the juice out of the cube, then poured a bit into his own mouth. Immediately, he could sense 2 streams of energy bursting out of his tongue. One went towards his soul. It was cold energy that, strangely, didn't feel dangerous to himself. He decided not to resist it, and the energy would burst inside him and wash away his spirit. He could feel that his cognitive ability, sensitivity, and calculating ability were elevated to the next level. It wasn't exactly a breakthrough moment he was experiencing, but he could see how, if he was training in this state, the outcome would be much better than what he was doing normally. On the other hand, the other energy was bursting from inside his body. An endless stream of warm energy made his body feel like it was being soaked in warm water. He could feel his body being slowly changed at the moment. Abel couldn't help but feel somewhat focused. Is this a training material I'm sensing? He then experimented by taking out some juices that were not produced from blood more. He was pouring them into the beakers for synthesizing. He needed to know that all the juices would produce the same effect. Once the fruit juices were synthesized, the special effect would make it so that the person drinking it would have a clearer head. Still, it was far from enough from the one he made first. What a shame, he shook his head, then proceeded to throw the juice away. If the juices produced from the continent were the same as the training materials, he could make it so that the special potions would consistently have the same effect as the better juices he synthesized. Of course, he would not tell anyone else about this technology, so most likely he would probably just use it on himself or those with whom he was closely associated. During this time, since he wasn't busy doing anything else, he synthesized all the juice produced from blood more. He saved a few bottles for himself, then sent a few others over to the warehouse with the short-distance teleportation circle. He sent a command to the research spirit. Send the word over if you can, research spirit. Joseph, Polly, and Gunter will receive 1 bottle of the water spirit fruit juice every day. Yes, master, the research spirit replied. Abel squinted his eyes as he thought about the effect. That would be enough to reward them for their hard work, I suppose. Meanwhile, Druid Joseph was just done sending Wizard Hutton away when he heard the notification. He was more shocked than happy to see the message, actually. He didn't think that Master Bennett would send the juice over to him, not when the Holy Continent had a desperate shortage of water spirit fruits. It was almost like Master Bennett was the only one who was not affected by this. If Master Bennett was only giving away to 3 followers, they would have enough every day no matter how much they wanted. As his closest associates, Druid Joseph could sense the difference. He was a royal before choosing to become a follower, but honestly, he was doing much better now when he submitted himself to follow Master Bennett's orders. Even the most prestigious people in the land would be extremely polite to him when they saw him. Is there anything special about this juice? He thought to himself, then walked towards the warehouse. He met up with Druid Polly at the door, who had been busy trying to secure her own training progress. The two smiled at each other when they looked each other in the eyes. It seemed like both of them were curious as to what the water spirit fruit juice could do. After stepping into the warehouse, they could see that a refreshing circle was already switched on at one of the spots. Tens of the beakers were placed on it. It was every bit like what they remembered an ordinary juice looked like, but they could tell that there was something to it too that would make Master Bennett store them inside a potion beaker. It was much more valuable than juice, essentially. Whether it was the light recovery potion, mana potion, life-prolonging potion, skin lotion, facial cream, hair conditioner, every one of Master Bennett's works would sell at an extraordinarily high price here on the central continent. Druid Joseph smiled and tried to be humble. Go ahead first, Polly. Thanks, Druid Polly said and smiled. She went ahead and took 1 bottle out. She opened the lid, and instantly she smelled something strange which, as unfamiliar as it felt, still made her want to drink the juice as quickly as she could. She was reserved outside. But here in Master Bennett's residence, she felt safe enough to take a big sip as quickly as she could. Her face got sterner after taking the drink. Without saying a word, she immediately sat on the ground and took out 2 bottles of potions. Druid Joseph watched her the whole time. He started to understand that this was a special training material. They were extremely lucky in this sense, because their master understood how difficult it was for them, big druids, to receive training materials that were sufficient for what they required. This was about as good as they could get, really. Druid Joseph thought that the smartest decision in his life was when he chose to become a follower. He did have a Judson family as his financial benefactors, but even that was not enough to back him up with the needed training materials. For now, Master Bennett prepared another type of training material for him, and they could rotate it with the other 2 training materials. This meant that they could continue to train without any pause in between. The more time they would save, the more lifespan they would have to learn about taking things more progressively. Druid Joseph was convinced that he needed this juice. Slow and carefully, he took a bottle of the water fruit juice out of the circle. He didn't use it immediately since he needed to combine it with the other 2 training potions he had in his own training room. He wanted to make the most out of this, and he was going to use whatever small advantages he had saved up every day. Instead of interrupting Druid Polly as she continued with her mediation, Druid Joseph walked out of the warehouse with light steps. He was starting to see a bright future ahead of him, regarding his goals, career, and pretty much everything and anything. Abel went back to the dark world during the night. He was not in a hurry to fight today. Instead, he went to the mana gathering circle and took out his priest bone card. It had been half a year since he last used it. By now, its opening was already gone. It was now available for use. He could now cast another resurrection if he wanted. Since he didn't have many options, he resurrected the corpse of the Mad Knight. Inside his personal storage box, he chose the corpse that was originally ranked 22. It used to belong to a middle-aged man who was stabbed. Since he was already dead, he was placed inside the box for a while. Apart from having a slightly pale face, there wasn't really a change to him physically. Abel held the bone card in his hand as he generated the spell rune for resurrection. Following that, he converted the energy inside his druid soul into Death Kai, then guided it into the rune. He could feel the card sucking divine power out of him. Having some experience already, he guided the divine power from his crystal angel statue into the card. Dark golden light was emitted after that, which brightened the rune into dark gold. Under his guidance, the divine power flew straight towards the corpse of the Mad Knight. Unlike what happened when he did this to Wizard Malon. Abel didn't see any spell runes on the corpse. Did the resurrection disappear? His mind was full of questions. He used to think that the Mad Knights would be a massive inclusion to his new squad, but it seemed that he had to look elsewhere if he couldn't figure out what was happening here. There was no spiritual Kai light ring showing up, and the light just disappeared from the corpse. After twitching for a bit, the Mad Knight's corpse stood up, and not so surprisingly, Abel's bone card cracked open again. He possessed the power of the spirits here. After observing for a while, he could see that the bone card was slowly being repaired. It wasn't completely broken, so he felt quite reassured now. After placing the card inside the mana fathering circle, he could see that the damaged part was slowly recovering on its own. He wasn't very confident, though. Just then, he could see that the spell rune was flashing again. It probably had to do with there being a problem with the rune. He took out a regular sword and shield towards the Mad Knight. The Mad Knight caught the sword and shield, holding onto both of them with experienced posture. Abel nodded his head in approval. So you remember how to fight. It was a true skill to be able to wield a sword and shield. Effective training could bring out their maximum power, effectively turning them into an extension of one's limbs. Having seen that the Mad Knight was holding the weapons in his hands, Abel summoned Johnson and allowed it to continue with the defense. Abel commanded the Mad Knight, "Go attack Johnson." Since it did not possess a soul of its own, the Mad Knight did not possess any life. It just kept on staring at Johnson lifelessly as it went forward and rushed towards them. Abel never thought it could deal any real damage to Johnson, and he was right to some extent. The regular sword it was wielding didn't seem to be able to deal any real damage. Clang, clang, clang. The next streak of attacks was fierce, especially when it contained the aura of the knight. The Mad Knight didn't seem any more powerful than anything he's seen, but in terms of raw skill and physique, he was stronger than any knights he's seen. He was still quite disappointed, though. The knight was powerful, but it took him half of a year to, what? This one didn't possess any abilities that a sacred knight should. It's the same body, but without the soul. If the resurrection spell actually worked, it should retain some spell abilities, but the mad knight in front of him could not cast any spiritual kai or any combat spells. Abel wasn't sure now. Do I add a soul to it then? He thought about adding a soul potion. He had more than he needed to store anyways. He tried to pour some, and only after the 10th bottle was a trace of a spirit actually generated. It was not enough, but the newborn life did become quite lively when it sensed Abel as its master. It quickly went ahead and signed a spiritual contract. There was no hesitation whatsoever, which showed how pure this spirit was. There was a pure white crystal body, almost the same as a wizard's rune. The newborn spirit shook as it tried to absorb this crystal body. It's almost like the act of eating was too much for it to do. Of course, Abel was not going to let the spirit disappear like that. Even if the contracted creature were to die here, there would still be a portion of his contract space being taken. That was unless he transferred the spirit towards someone else, like what he did with White Snow to Lorraine. He couldn't do that if the summoned creature died, however. If the newborn spirit were to die here, that would permanently take up space inside the contract space. That was if there wasn't anything being done. Even if the Mad Knight did not possess any spiritual kai ring or combat spells, Abel did not want it to disappear. That was why he took out the spiritual potion and started feeding as much of it as he could. Slowly and steadily, the spirit did what it could to slowly gulp down the crystal body. Finally, after using up the 100th bottle, the spirit successfully absorbed the crystal body. A powerful essence rose out of the Mad Knight. Abel could see that the stats showed that it was once a rank 22, showing that he was resurrecting a rank 22 Mad Knight. He thought to himself curiously, but is this a Mad Knight really? He can't use any spiritual kai or combat spells, so isn't he just a knight? At the same time, he was sure that the Mad Knight did not receive any spells. All that he possessed was the physical attacking ability of a Mad Knight. He couldn't understand why that was the case. The all-powerful resurrection spell resurrected a body with the power of rule. All previous skills should be retained if the procedure was done correctly. Even if the spells were not used as often, the spells that were used daily should be kept. Abel thought to himself, so the spells did not belong to the Mad Knights. But he could feel through the pathway that the worshippers were doing everything they could to learn the sacred knight spells. The spells should be learned through practice. That was when he realized one possibility. Any young man of the nation of God needed confirmation from the Spirit to become sacred knights themselves. It seemed as though there was a maximum threshold to how many could become a sacred knight each year. It was kind of why he could gather his own followers in the first place. Now, since the Mad Knights did not worship any demons from beyond, they couldn't conjure any spells. That was why Abel couldn't use any himself either, actually. He believed that learning the skills of a sacred knight was the ultimate goal of extending his journey through training as a knight. But from what he was looking at, it just didn't seem practical if he, tried to start worshipping the demons from beyond now. He was starting to understand why the Central Continent would ban all knight-related classes now. They had to do everything they could to prevent anyone from trying to excel in their chivalry, because eventually, someone had to worship the demons from beyond if they wanted to be better as knights. That was simply unacceptable by the tenets of the Wizard Union, as they couldn't allow anyone who could match their prowess to exist. By this time, Abel could see that the life force of the Mad Knight in front of him was starting to drain out. Once it possessed a soul of its own, the body should be free from the restraining of the bone card. It would regain its life force, so to speak. There was a problem with that, though. Since the heart was damaged, the Mad Knight would be back on the brink of death even came back. Without waiting for our response, the druid spirit used a whole bottle of the full recovery potion. Under the flash of purple light, the Mad Knight's life force was reverted to its peak state. The heart wound was gone within an instant. I almost forgot. Abel couldn't help but let out a long sigh. If the druid spirit wasn't focusing on all the contract beast and the summoned creatures, the rank 22 Mad Knights would have died to the heart wound again. He would have had to wait another 6 months if that happened. As he tried to think with a clearer head, he looked towards the Mad Knight and tried to think of a way to regain its power. He thought back to his worshippers at the nation of God. None of his 2,000 worshippers paid any tribute to the demons from beyond, but they still managed to receive permission to become sacred knights because of him. With that in mind, he looked forward towards the Mad Knights in front of him. If he were to allow the Mad Knight to worship him, maybe he would have the power to permit it to learn the spells of a sacred knight. It sounded complicated, but the sacred knight was technically seeing him as its parent. It wouldn't be so hard to start telling it that he was actually supposed to be its divine master. Abel unleashed the crystal angel statue that was between his eyes. A crystal body appeared between his brows, which emitted a pure white light. "Praise me, my child." He sent a commandment over to the Mad Knight in a god-like voice. It was a soothing and tempting voice. He needed all the special effects he could get to mold the mind of the Mad Knight into the shape that he desired. It's much more efficient than explaining to it what worship was, he figured. The fanatic knight stared towards Abel. Its eyes went from having full admiration to zealous ideology. Abel was his everything. He was seeing him as his life. Abel could feel this faith very directly from the power he received from his crystal angelic statue. If he were still on the central continent, this power wouldn't even feel as apparent as he was feeling now. This was the dark world, however. The statue was not enough to receive the power of faith on the central continent, so this new stream of energy was especially easy to notice. Having sensed the statue, a pathway of faith was opened. Abel could see that the fanatic knight in front of him was a true follower now. In terms of his level of worship, the man in front of him was about as extreme as it could get. It wasn't hard to comprehend that. No one could be as devoted as the fanatic knight in terms of worship, and since the faith was connected to his crystal angelic statue, the knight could feel that it was becoming a member of the statue as well. The statue was connected to Abel, actually, and it was bound closely to him. As a matter of fact, Abel possessed two titles now. He was the spirit known for stealing worshippers from the demon from beyond. He was known as the target for worship by the high-level elves living inside the Dark World. Since he was in the rogues' encampment of the Dark World, he couldn't store the worship power he collected either way. He was not an actual divine being in that sense, as both of his forms had some sort of features about them that would put him in another category. Abel sent a command to the fanatic knight in front of him. The statue was automatically connected to the pathway leading straight to the faith of a fanatic knight. The crystal angelic statue said something to the fanatic. "Knight, my worshipper, I have received your devoted praise. I shall grant you the title of a sacred knight in the name of divine spirit." The fanatic knight didn't know what the words meant exactly, but he knew he didn't need to. All he needed to do was to feel the comfortableness as the sacred force surrounded his body. The force was born for him, in a way, so he felt a natural but special connection to it as soon as it appeared. Abel knew that the fanatic knight gained the right to become a sacred knight. It was strange to think that he was changed to another subclass, but that was just how things worked. Without the qualifications to become a sacred knight, all that was left was the regular combat skills. Abel couldn't help but think, will this take a while to learn, but there was not a single spellbook in his hands. Even though he possessed the ability to grant followers to the sacred knight, that was only achievable if he passed the souls through the faith pathway. He didn't have enough research into the sacred knight's spells yet to do that. It was even harder to pass that spell to the fanatic knight in front of him. It was a painful thing to think. He thought about maybe using a divine blessing to insert the souls from the angelic statue. But he couldn't risk wasting too much of the worship power inside each one of the fanatic knights. Ever since coming into the Dark World, Abel found it even more difficult to collect worship power from the central continent. This was when the 10 fanatic knight spirits were becoming ever so important. Abel did all he could to calculate his potential loss. If it were up to him, he did not want to use one soul every time he had to resurrect a fanatic knight, because that would bankrupt what he had in stock. Izul seemed to understand his sentiments, actually. He stopped praying inside the crystal angelic statue very quickly and started flapping the energetic wings behind its back. Slowly and steadily, the spell runes started flying towards the worship pathway of the fanatic knights. No, Abel didn't understand all of the runes, but he could try to remember the names of some of them. There was sacrifice, vengeance, sacred shield, shield attack, charge, and other runes that continued flashing on the fanatic knights. They quickly started sinking into the pure white energy crystal within the fanatic knight's soul. The fanatic knight seemed to be in anguish when all these runes were going inside him. Maybe it had to do with how overabundant the information was. Izuel ignored that, though. His wings continued to flap until absolutely every rune was transferred. Following that, a huge amount of information was passed through. Izuel seemed like he wanted to pass all the knowledge over in one go. Abel was starting to feel concerned. He was ready to help the fanatic knight if he had to. He wasn't going to stop the knowledge transfer right away, however. He understood that this was the fastest way to do it. So even if he was using his divine blessing, the fanatic knight had to practice to actually learn the spells from scratch. This was an experiment, essentially. Abel had to figure out the right steps if he also wanted to resurrect the other 8 fanatic knights. He wanted to save enough energy inside the crystal angelic statue if he wanted to keep going. Once Izuel finished passing through the knowledge, then he would be able to save up the souls. No, since he did not have a complete understanding of the divine, he had to make sure that the souls were enough to make any major decision on how to use them. Daf could gain 20-something worshippers with the ancient totem it was holding, but this fanatic knight could hold 2,000 more than that. It's why he had to hold onto any resource for divine power, if he absolutely had to. By now, all the fanatic knight's orifices were filled with blood, even its spirit was injured, and the brain was under constant shock damage. Abel continued using his soul potions and full recovery potions. He did not spare his potions, knowing that it was not a logical move to 4 centuries' worth of knowledge into one single spirit. He knew the risks of doing this, and thankfully, he was a powerful master that knew how to keep the damage to a minimum. Whenever the wounds became lethal, he would continue to supply potions. After using the 10th bottle of either potion, Izuel was done passing the knowledge. He bowed on the ground and resumed praying. He went back to supplying worship power to the crystal angelic statue. Abel could see that the fanatic knight was drawing a shield attack rune in front of him. It was a bit awkward at the start, but eventually it became faster and more relaxed. Finally, the rune was appearing in full form the moment it was unleashed. Abel was confused with that, actually. As genius as the fanatic knight was, it shouldn't be possible to master this knowledge so quickly. Soon, he inserted his power of the will into the soul of the fanatic knight. He was surprised to see that the knowledge transfer was not practice, but more like revision. After repeatedly practicing the spells over several centuries, it became possible to integrate each one of them to the biological functions of the fanatic knight. Eventually, casting the spells became something that could be done with reflex. Once the fanatic knight began learning to pray, Abel started laughing. Could see that things were going as he expected. Underneath him and Johnson, a blue mist light ring appeared. It was like he was soaking his body into a hot spring. Strange energy was walking around him, ready to fix any wounds that were on him. He could finally feel the spiritual Kai light ring of the sacred knight. Although he did sense the meditation ring with his rune of inspection, he had never really understood the true power of the 2 sacred knight systems. This was his chance now. Very quickly, spiritual Kai light rings started emerging beneath him. Every time there was a new one, the smile on his face would appear wider. He realized that the knowledge transfer from Izuel was actually a full set. There was redemption and rescue for defense, fanaticism and faith for attack, and heavenly fist for tactics. All 3 systems were learned and mastered just like that. When he thought back to Wizard Malon, the process wasn't this smooth. All that was preserved was freezing spells, whereas the other spells were lost during the resurrection process. Abel tried to let Frankenstein master fire level spells, and he ended up spending years inside the dark world to actually manage to do that. That was after supplying him endless mana sources and a fire heritage item. For the class of sacred knights, if there was an incomplete system, Abel just had no ways of fixing it. He had no way of knowing the preconditions for training a sacred knight's top-level spells. Abel couldn't help but sigh. The sacred knight is a broken class, I see. Yes, powerful, but that strength came from faith. If the faith were lost, the sacred knight would be powerless. The spirit could take away the power anytime it wished to. 2. Was not like Abel's worshippers could be stripped of their powers, if the demon from beyond wanted to, though. By the way, Abel admired the power of a sacred knight, but he didn't enjoy the power that was supplied and achieved through restraint. It was an unfortunate thing, because he had no ways of developing his other worshippers apart from his divine blessings. He was not a spirit himself, so he never really had the ability to unleash his crystal angelic statue. There was also another thing, and that's if the fanatic knight survived this one. Abel laughed as he saw the fanatic knight. I'll give you a name now, I think. He had to be careful not to use the fanatic knight on the central continent. He didn't want to have the whole population hunting him down, so he only brought him into the dark world. Bruce, I guess. It was a reference to Bruce Willis from a movie he saw in his previous life. Having received the name, the fanatic knight called Bruce had all sorts of runes flashing in its eyes. There seemed to be quite some time needed to master this knowledge, so it seemed. Lance Continent was among the most insignificant. Out of the subcontinents, it was sort of like the Holy Continent, with a diverse population of elves, dwarves, humans, and orcs. Sitting on a throne inside an extravagant palace was an emperor wearing golden armor and a crown. Straining inside the palace were knights in full armor. Their eyes were fixed on the great Emperor Harvey, who began his legacy as early as 300 years ago. When he was young, Prince Harvey was returning from the central continent to Lance Continent. He was the only prince at the time, and he trained a bunch of knights himself to unify all the human empires. He chased the dwarves out of the deserts, forced the dwarves, who were supposed to be allies by the way, into the deeper parts of the mountain and trapped the peaceful elves inside Shanfu Forest. He did all of this in a few centuries. He overthrew classes just to establish a powerful holy light empire entirely based on chivalry. No, the high and mighty wizards didn't care about the changes that were taking place. While the balance between the orcs and humans was clearly off, the wizards didn't think that intervening would help them train themselves, seeing that the holy light empire was actually increasing. Their tributes to them, they were even starting to embrace what's happening on the Lance Continent. Just like that, in places where no one else was looking, Emperor Harvey would recruit young men and have them train as elite warriors. Right now, Emperor Harvey could feel the sacred power swarming inside of him. He knew that his objective was about to be achieved in a few days. He could still think back to when he was a bastard child his father King had with a nobleman's daughter. He's never seen his father in his whole life. After confirming that he possessed no wizard skills, he lived like any other nobleman's child. That's until his mother found faith one day. Following that, he was brought to worship as a child. He learned to treat the divine spirit as the father he never had, so he would often speak his heart whenever he prayed. When he was 18, he understood what his faith was about. It was about paying tribute to the biggest enemy to the central continent, the demon from beyond. His faith had grown too strong by that time, however, so he was fine worshiping the most powerful demon there was to know. In his mind, he didn't think that the feelings he was getting could belong to a demon. No, definitely not. One day, a messenger from the divine spirit came to him as he was requested to inherit the throne. He was gifted a set of golden armor, which was what was used by the sky demons at the time. The armor possessed a strange power that could grant 100 knights the power of sacred knights. Emperor Harvey had his doubts at the time. He agreed to everything the divine spirit asked of him, but he was not going to return to Lance Continent, let alone inherit a throne he felt no connection to. Also, the amount needed to open a super teleportation circle was too much for him to afford. The Empire was not going to pay it for him when 5 official princes was still alive and well. That was until 2 months went by. His old father actually spent a huge fortune contacting him to order him to be picked up back to the Empire. After the unforgettable experiences he had, he went to Lance Continent. That's when he realized that the 5 princes had all died in an accident. The old emperor was already sterile too. He realized that it was the work of the nation of God. Otherwise, things just wouldn't work so well for him. It's like the nation of God prepared this for him from the very start. He's been careful not to reveal all the powers of the sacred knights, but it wasn't like the ordinary knights could stop him and his troops. Since the wizards never intervened, he managed to sweep through the whole continent fairly efficiently. After using up the final spot for recruiting, he's already gained enough worship power to gain even more spaces for recruiting. He became even better at it after he became emperor of the state. The number of sacred knights around him never stopped growing, since the knights would only have 150 years of lifespan, and the lifespan of the sacred knights was identical to that of the wizards. It was not hard at the time to bestow faith to knights. Of course, out of fear that the wizards would discover what was happening, everything was sacred. Not only did the sacred knights boost Emperor Harvey's confidence, but it also made him wait for a chance to actually fight the wizards. For the past 300 years, he and his men had been busy promoting themselves. He managed to become a rank 20 advanced sacred knight while all the other men were rank 19. If Abel knew about this, he would have known that this resulted from a divine blessing from the demon of beyond. Talent could not be replicated to this extent, not on a subcontinent like the Lance continent. Basically, for Harvey to grow, the nation of God used an endless amount of supply and underhanded methods to help shape his career. The nation of God sealed the souls of the sacred knights into divine armor. The investment went beyond what they could imagine, but the reward was just as plentiful, if not more. The worship power was never well transferred due to the proximity between Lance continent and the central continent. But since the worshippers were just so many, the proximity just less and less relevant by the way. If the Lance continent was actually a subordinate state to the nation of God, the number of sacred knights would even be more terrifying. The nation of God could never boost their numbers even if they did something drastic to their demographic. But when the Lance continent showed an influx of worshippers, there would be a sacred knight influx in the nation of God as well. That was a recipe for a massive army. And it was why the emperor had become much more cautious in recent years. Since he didn't want to be under-equipped when facing the wizards, he had been careful picking them and reducing the numbers. Still, their number was about to reach 5,000. The time was finally coming. The strength of the sacred knights was enough to overwhelm all the wizards on Lance continent. He was confident enough to win even before the wizards reached for reinforcement. Apologies for intruding, Your Majesty. While Emperor Harvey was still thinking back, an advanced wizard appeared in the hall and made a light bow. It was a rude gesture that infuriated all the knights that witnessed this. There were 9 rank 19 sacred knights. They all looked towards Emperor Harvey to wait for an order. Emperor Harvey smiled instead of frowned. "So Wizard Alpert, what business would you have here?" Wizard Alpert responded by throwing a condescending stare at all the knights around him. He never thought that any of these knights could match him, since head knight commanders were pretty much the same as beginner wizards in terms of fighting capability here. Wizard Alpert laughed coldly. "Your Majesty, I'm not welcomed here, apparently." Emperor Harvey kept his composure. "Forgive me, so Wizard Alpert." In his eyes, the wizard was as good as dead. The plan was about to commence, and he just wanted to listen to the reason this wizard was here. Wizard Alpert threw a greedy look. "I'm here for the longevity potion you have, I suppose." Emperor Harvey was actually surprised. "What about the potion, may I ask?" Wizard Alpert chuckled. "What, this playing dumb, Your Majesty? You are 300 years old, and although you've reached the rank of a head knight's commander, you have as little as 200 years in terms of your life expectancy. You've become a real target of the wizards in that regard." Emperor Harvey was dropping his smile. "I don't have any of this longevity potion you speak of." Wizard Alpert pointed towards a sacred knight in the room. "I don't know what you did, Your Majesty, but not only did you drink a potion, you also gave a spare to one of your close associates." The sacred knight Wizard Alpert was pointing at was Knight Kirk, one of the founding members of the Holy Light Empire. He was a very well-known figure and a top suspect for supposedly drinking the longevity potion His Majesty had in supply. Of course, there was no way of confirming if the portions were actually in storage. As far as Wizard Alpert was concerned, he didn't have many years ahead of him. His life was about to end, and he didn't feel like giving up at any point. As for why Wizard Alpert would be so daring as to come here to intimidate an emperor, it had to do with what happened after the empire was founded. When the Holy Light Empire was established, all the tribute wizards were invited to not have anything to do with the empire. This was very suspicious in Wizard Alpert's eyes. He even guessed the origins of the longevity potion. Either it was brought back from the central continent, or it was found in some ancient ruin somewhere on the Lance continent. The other wizards knew that something was up for the 300-year-old kind, of course. However, they had doubts that the potion would be used very quickly, given how rare it was. This was what Wizard Alpert believed initially also, but he was willing to bet his chances to see if there was any that was spared. Emperor Davy said coldly, "Do you know this, Wizard Alpert? You should have never come here. You should have never threatened me too, or I would have spared you some more days." Wizard Alpert was shouting, "How dare you talk to me like that?" Fireball rune appeared at the tip of Wizard Alpert's staff. At the same time, Knight Kurd unleashed a spell rune that froze the ground below. The sacred freezing spiritual Kai light ring was very subtle in its attacking ability. In addition to that, Wizard Alpert would never see it if someone with a higher spell level were to attack him here. In an instant, Wizard Alpert's body had frost all over him that slowed all his movements. Followed by that, with a flash of a shadow, his skull just went up to the sky. Wizard Alpert wouldn't have expected it. Even at the brink of death, 10 advanced sacred knights could easily overpower him even under the protection of the legendary armor. Even though he was an advanced wizard, he did not possess the power to resist. His neck was cut in half, and his blood gushed and flowed to the floor tiles, darkening the atmosphere in the temple. Soul light rose from Wizard Alpert's corpse. Even when the temple was in the way, an essence rose from the temple and straight towards the sky. Knight Kirk shook the blood off his blade. This was a good sign today, Your Majesty. Wizard Alpert's death is a good beginning to what we're about to do soon. Strangely, only he, Emperor Harvey, and the other advanced sacred knights was smiling at this. The other knights all had very concerned looks on their faces. The soul light was probably for all the neighboring towns and cities to see. One knight asked dully, "Why did you do that, Master Kirk?" This knight was not a follower, like many who joined the military of the Holy Light Empire. He was among the many who had no idea about Emperor Harvey's plan. Emperor Harvey jousted loudly, "Everyone. While our great emperor rules Lance Continent, we have long surrendered the majority of its resources to the wizards. As you've all witnessed today, we have grown to be more powerful than them. So from today on, the Holy Light Empire shall commence its extermination plan and wipe the continent of its wizards." A few subservient or smart knights bowed. "We heed to you, Your Majesty." No one would object. They didn't see a reason to anyway. Emperor Harvey ruled for 300 years strong, and even if the knights were fighting for their own self-interest, this was as good of an option for them. Knight Kirk stood up and bowed. "Your Majesty, 3 teleportation circles are ready. One will lead us to the Wizard Union headquarters, another to the main city of dwarves, the final one at the Royal Palace of the Elves. We'll commence the attack as soon as you give us the word." The knights felt a chill on the back as soon as they heard this. The Emperor was trying to block all pathways for the wizards to escape. There was another one at the orcs, but that one malfunctioned when they tried to launch an assault. Of course, the orc priests tried to have their revenge, but the wizards stopped them with treaties and interstate restrictions. Emperor Harvey stood up in his bright gold armor. "Send the word down, Kirk. We'll commence the attack." Emperor Harvey was more emotional than he let on. The spirits he worshipped began this scheme 300 years ago, and today was the day to make a crucial change. This was the day that Lance Continent would be supposed to be under his control. As long as the 3 super-sized teleportation circles were cut loose, he could spread his faith to every corner there was. As for the wizards, Emperor Harvey threw a belittling look at the headless corpse beneath him. A mere rank 17 was not going to do anything, and he didn't think that several of them were going to make any difference. The sacred knights were just stronger than wizards. If the central continent wanted to send reinforcements, they'd have to come by sea. The divine messengers did the calculations for him a while back. Even the strongest flying mount had no way of crossing an entire ocean, not with all the climates and ocean creatures that were in between. Why else would the central continent not fight the nation of God so early? If a legendary class holder was to intervene, he must have a flying mount that could cross the borders. Otherwise, ships were the only means of transport. But that would take too much time, and it was risky. Yes, there were very few options to get from one to the other, and even the most influential figures had to go through great costs to travel to the other side. Knight Kirk responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." Shamfu Forest had a city surrounded by trees. The city was slightly old. This was where Palace Weka was situated. Under the influence of the Holy Light Empire, the elves did not have an easy life here. There were many restrictions on materials, and they never got enough materials to sustain daily living. Lucky, the necessities could all be found in the forest. Survival was not a problem. The problem was in prospering and developing. Here, Archduke Bridget was reading a book in her hand. Her mind had felt troubled the whole day. She felt like something was going to happen. She threw her book away and called loudly, "Someone, increase the number of patrols. Let the druids in as well." An elven warrior came to respond in a worried manner. Archduke, we received an alarm from the super teleportation circle at the outskirts. There is an invasion." "What?" Archduke Bridget came with a pale look on her face. The teleportation circle was the last line for the elves to survive on this land. Despite all the oppressions their kind had faced, they could still rely on the central continent if the Holy Light Empire went too far. That being said, she would never expect the teleportation circle to be attacked, since that would be a direct declaration of war on the central continent. As for who would be as bold as to pull this off, it would have to be the emperor in charge of the empire. Come to think of it, this teleportation circle was owned by the elves, but it still served as a stop for the Wizard Union teleportation system. Archduke Bridget just realized something. Maybe Emperor Harvey was targeting the wizards. But what happened for him to make a decision this mad? She was unsure. There was an endless sea of questions in her mind. As they had to do everything possible to secure the teleportation circle, Archduke Bridget dismissed the fact that it might be destroyed already and called for advanced druids to defend it. When several dozen advanced druids and hundreds of other druids rushed out, the first thing they saw were 2 streaks of soul lights. 2 guards just died. Druid Neville was a rank 18 druid that was watching this. As the leader of the elves, her eyes were filled with tears as she rode her dire wolf to lead her troop. She recognized the guards. They were her good friends for the past few centuries. When she realized that it was them who were gone, that was also when she and the rest realized that the invaders were in knights' armor and had knights' swords and shields in their hands. To make things clearer for them, those men had the symbol of the Holy Light Empire on them. Only 10 rank 19 advanced sacred knights were here. That was how weak Emperor Harvey thought the elves were. Of course, the main objective was not to kill the elves, but to destroy the super-sized teleportation circle. The sacred knights didn't have to bother killing more than the guards. All it took was a few minutes for them to get what they wanted. One sacred knight chanted, "My lord's light will shine upon this land. The elves will become the lamb of my lord." Druid Neville stopped the wolf she was riding on. She had a bewildered look on her as she saw the 10 sacred knights. She looked rather angry and sharp. "Evil knights, you are a bunch of evil knights." Druid Neville was returning from the central continent. She knew how powerful the sacred knights were on the second row of the battlefield. She couldn't understand how the worshippers of the demon from beyond would be here, in all places. That was when an intermediate druid passed her and rushed towards these sacred knights. He just transformed himself into a wirgin and accelerated his speed. "Careful," Druid Neville called out loudly. But he was too slow. A blue freezing kai wrapped around the intermediate druid and turned him into an ice sculpture. Not soon later, his body shattered right then and there. A few more druids rushed into the range of the sacred freezing. Apart from the advanced druids, those who had less experience just died immediately. The advanced knight didn't advance. "Remember, this continent belongs to my lord. You shall follow him as much as we have." Druid Neville called out, "Stop pursuing them." She understood that the elves had no chance fighting these 10 advanced knights. Her eyes fixed upon the super teleportation circle building. Instead of engaging in a fight that she knew would be fruitless, she rode the wolf into the building. She found out that the circle had blood all over it. It was from the guards that were killed. Multiple scratches destroyed the circle. Worse yet, they did not have the materials, nor a means to trade with the outside world to fix it. It was up to Archduke Bridget to decide what to do next. As she looked at the corpses of the 2 friends, she realized that Lance Continent would undergo a deep disaster soon. It was going to be something that nobody's seen before. As with Elves' tragedy, 30 rank 19 advanced sacred knights just finished killing dwarves. They killed about several hundred dwarven wizards before they destroyed the teleportation circle they were guarded. As for the Wizard Union, 50 advanced sacred knights and several hundred intermediate sacred knights took a little more than 10 minutes before marching into the headquarters for a massacre. The wizards inside the Wizard Union building had no idea how the sacred knights fought. They didn't know, so the sacred knights did everything they could to slaughter them by the numbers in the most efficient manner that they knew. Very soon, the wizards died without retaliating. Some even surrendered out of fear, but that didn't stop the blades from cutting through their hearts and heads. There was no mercy shown in the way these sacred knights asserted their dominance. Every wizard was to die. Like that, apart from a few that teleported out, every wizard inside the Wizard Union headquarter building was killed. The super teleportation circle was destroyed, and many resources were brought out to the Holy Light Empire. The Holy Light Empire just destroyed the headquarters building of the Lance Continent Wizard Union branch. It was devastating. Well, except for Emperor Harvey, he was satisfied with the mayhem he was causing. He announced after confirming that the 3 teleportation circles were destroyed, "From today onward, Lance Continent will return to my lord's arms." Not everyone agreed with this operation. Some knights believed that trying to seize total control only brought disaster, but what happened was already set in place. Moreover, most of the knights were just too frantic that the Holy Light Empire was achieving this sort of overwhelming victory. They were happy to find themselves to be the true masters of the continent. They got louder and louder, and just a few really understood that what happened was only the beginning. Emperor Harvey looked towards the palace. All this time, after becoming head knight's commander, there have been no way forward for knights. This is what separates us from the wizards, and how is that fair, I ask all of you? The wizards can live for as long as an oak tree, whereas most of our comrades can reach about 200 if they are gifted and diligent enough in their efforts. The Holy Light Empire was a state with a strong knight presence. It was built by empowering the knights so that they could overthrow the ruling noblemen. Ever since coming into power, the knights became a group based on their worship of the demon from beyond. Looking back from the history of the nation of God, the first sacred knights all came from the knight class. They were all talented individuals who found themselves unable to go further. At a certain point, they erased all their traces of existence from the central continent. The nation of God was like a trap that lured them to leave their homes, no matter how hard the Wizard Union tried to stop them from going there. Eventually, the Wizard Union had to ban all their practices. Emperor Harvey added, "We are powerful knights. We'll sweep this continent and get what we deserve. I'm 318 years old now. I'm already well beyond my supposed lifespan because of my devoted faith to my lord. Not only am I more powerful, I've also gained a longer life. No, it's not with whatever potion Wizard Alpert was speaking of." The knights started to look fanatic. They were influenced by his wealth, longevity, and fighting capabilities. Emperor Harvey continued, "I'll build 100 temples on the central continent. There's only one God, and that is my lord." The divine golden armor on him shone in a golden light. His voice was eerie and on loop. All the knights knelt and murmured, "We become our lord's followers, my lord, my only God." Emperor Harvey looked at the knights. He felt the golden armor and the pathway the knights generated. He knew that these knights were becoming followers. These knights swore their oaths towards the armor, and the mark left on their spirits was permanent. As long as that was true, there would be no stopping. This was why Emperor Harvey didn't mind spending a huge proportion of his divine powers stored for the procedure. Knights, there's nothing better, Emperor Harvey thought to himself. Knights were beings that existed between ordinary men. They were more powerful than warriors, but inferior to class holders. While the temptations of the demons from beyond could not influence class holders, they could extend to ordinary people. Knights were regular people with better attributes, and they made up for better options as followers. Emperor Harvey prayed as hard as he could for 300 years. "I have felt your presence, my lord, when I was devoted to you back on the central continent." He knew that once the faith was spreading on the Lance continent, there would be a true connection between the Lance continent and the nation of God. He would be able to pray directly to the spirits by that point. He could even use the super-sized teleportation circle to return to the nation of God, which was why he never actually destroyed the main structures when he ordered the attacks. To be more precise, his orders were to take over them and replenish them with the divine powers the followers gathered up. "My lord, you are an all-powerful God. My lord, you lead your enemies to repent. My lord, may you soften all resistance to truth and plant the seeds of the words into his mind. My lord, may you break the will of our enemies and let them fall into despair. May you push themselves to their own demise. My lord, may you break the authorities within the lives of the enemies. May you end their voices and silence them. My lord, may you use your powers on your enemies. Motivate them and make them repent. I will bind the chaos and unfaithfulness in their minds." Under the songs of the hymn, 100 divine worshippers walked on the side. They were walking into the palace and standing quietly inside. Emperor Harvey announced proudly, "You'll be the seeds for my lord to spread. I'll need to build 100 temples on the fertile lands of this empire. You'll help my lord on every inch of this land in the shortest time possible." This would be the very first bunch of divine worshippers he cultivated, since he was afraid that the Wizard Union would know. They've been doing everything they could to keep this underground. Divine worshippers weren't so easy to find, as they must first receive an acknowledgement from the golden armor. The training would take at least 50 years, no exception. The numbers grew thinner since the wizards still had a solid presence. The divine worshippers came. They said nothing and lowered their bodies. They were not submitting themselves to Emperor Harvey. They were bowing to the golden armor. In this world, only the divine spirits could make them lower themselves. Emperor Harvey was only a representative, and they made that distinction very clear. Speaking of which, the demon from beyond was definitely the most effective spreader of faith compared to any other entities. Everyone inside the nation of God was his followers, and there were many hidden followers inside the central continent. The nation of God had a complete system that was cultivated over the generations, so that's where Emperor Harvey would begin his production plan for divine powers. It would take a few years, according to his estimation. By the way, the Lance continent changed. The 5,000 Sacred Knights troop, under the leadership of several tens of advanced Sacred Knights, began sweeping everything in their way. Large masses of dwarves became slaves. They were forced to build temples for the pagan god of their sworn enemies, and only a few elites managed to flee before it was too late for them. For the elves, it was arguably much worse. Shamfu Forest was no longer the same. They had to abandon their old homes to go into the deeper parts. Although they suffered the least amount of losses, once the super-sized teleportation circle was destroyed, Archduke Bridget brought her followers to sack Weka City. They didn't have the time to care about the other elven cities. The teleportation network was in ruins. The elves could establish a new one, but the lack of ingredients made it too costly for them to start. Instead, Archduke Bridget did what she thought was right and brought everything she thought she could. No, she didn't bother persuading the elves that didn't want to leave. She knew that this was a battle of faith. Unless the elves were to lose worship to the moon goddess and turn to that demon from beyond, it would be all over for them. With that, she did what she could and retained 50,000 elves. It seemed many, but it was nothing but a speck compared to the whole population on the Lance continent. To leave some signal for reinforcements from the central continent, Archduke Bridget broke a double-life jade before she left Weka City. The distance made it very difficult to send messages, but this piece of jade could keep messages that were simple enough. The double-life jade had two parts, and the way it worked was that when they were split, no matter how far they were apart, shattering one would make the other one break as well. The central continent was not going to know for a while that the super-sized teleportation circle went down. That was unless someone was trying to use it to come over here. The likelihood for that was just too low, however. Archduke Bridget had no idea whether the elves were staying unless final reinforcement was coming. After the double-life jade was broken, she knew that the temple would receive a message, which was her best chance to save the elves. No one but her understood how ruthless the Wizard Union would be if everyone on the Lance continent became worshippers of the demons from beyond. Every living thing would be killed. The Holy Light Empire didn't understand this. They thought that they could seize total control as long as they took over. If the central continent moon goddess knew what was happening, destruction for these knights would be the only outcome. By now they were at the deepest part of the forest. This was where countless spiritual beasts resided, and even the elves had to be careful not to lose their lives here. No, they didn't build cities, as they were naturally attuned to the environments. This would be their way of living for as long as possible. Meanwhile, inside Weka City, the elves that didn't leave stayed. They didn't defend the city. When the army of knights rushed in, hundreds and thousands of them were brought to an empty ground. The divine worshippers spoke in a white robe, "Offer your worship. Survive or die, choose." Facing these meek elves, especially those who were too afraid even to escape, the divine worshippers had a vibrant experience of extracting worship from them. His experience made it clear that most of them would become subservient after the baptism of blood. One elven old man screamed, "You cannot change my faith." Then his head flew up, pouring rain of blood. A few more quickly went to resist, but they were immediately killed as well. It became much quieter after that. The silence was what the divine workers needed. The faith of these elves was shaking. Without any more resistance, the temple of the moon goddess was overthrown. The 10,000 elves were to reconstruct a new temple, one that was meant for the demon from beyond. These same elves were sent to worship in the same temple, and the divine workers knew that they would generate more divine powers than those with no previous faith. it was why he was here. The forced worship would make the collection procedure unstable initially, but eventually it would stabilize enough to provide a stable source of influx. The flags of the Holy Light Empire started rose all over the land's continent. Even the orcs living inside the desert did not escape. Temples were built all over the place, and more divine workers were in demand. The golden armor had to increase the maximum capacity of sacred knights it would name. With enough time, this would become a new nation of God, forging an era dedicated to the sacred knights. Abel's days of stability continued. He made potions during the day and fought in the dark world at night. Abel's relationship with Wizard Hume and the Wizard Union Resource Department had gotten much closer since he helped Wizard Hume heal 10 half-dead law-defying wizards. Abel sent the lotions, conditioner, mana potion, and light healing potions to the Potion Maker Union inventory and returned to the Metal Fort's platform. Lately, he sensed a lot of faith coming from the elite elves of Bloodmoor, so most of the time he spent in the dark world was Bloodmoor. Once, when he was meditating, the elite elves just so happened to finish working and prayed for him. It was at that moment Abel realized their prayers were a few times more powerful than any resources. He tried to use his power to search for the reasons from the elves and dwarves wizard library about this, but he had no luck. It was almost like the faith of the elite elves could directly transform into his wizard energy. He knew this effect was exclusive to the dark world with his god-like ability. However, he was still not an actual god, since he did not have any place to store his god-like ability. The faith of the elite elves was extremely pure, and it was strange when they entered his body. Any god would be far more powerful than rank 21, so none of them would waste faith to help themselves level up. But still, Abel needed it. From that day, Abel began to schedule his training time around the elves' prayer times. The prayers of the elite elves were limited since they needed to work and grasp their inheritance. Also, Abel couldn't stay in Bloodmoor all day anyway. He needed to use a light gem to form a large mana gathering circle every time the elite elves pray. He felt like his rank 21 pattern was almost fulfilled. He took a sip of the dark world's water spirit fruit juice and sensed freshness washed over him. In the Goddess of Moon Temple, Big Druid Beulah held the broken double life jade in her hand with shock. She placed her hand on her identity card, and Saint Lorraine soon arrived at the main temple with the 3 headmasters. What happened? Big Druid Lucia lowered her voice. The double life jade in Lance Continent shattered. Big Druid Beulah presented the broken jade on her hand. Lorraine looked at Big Druid Beulah, confused, and looked towards the sudden change on Big Druid Lucia's face. She immediately knew something big must have happened. Saint Majesty, the double life jade can only be used when a race is in crisis. Big Druid Lucia gently explained. Who can inspect this? Lorraine looked around at the elves. She was closer to becoming an official saint each day, so her authority was starting to show. Your Majesty, I'll go, Big Druid Beulah bowed. She was one of the rare rank 23 big druids in the temple, and one of the most powerful ones out there. Also, Duke Bridget in the Lance Continent was her daughter, so she was distraught. Thank you, Big Druid Beulah, Lorraine bowed back. She then turned to the 3 headmasters and said, the temple needs to ignite the super teleportation circle. Headmasters, please agree. A lot of resources would be used each time a super teleportation circle was used. Since Lorraine was not an official saint, she had to seek the agreement of the headmasters. Your Majesty, we agree, the headmaster laughed. Lorraine was the one who created this peaceful atmosphere in the temple. With Master Bennett as support as well as all the amazing food, not a single elf would go against Lorraine. If not, they would not be able to enjoy all the amazing potions and food. Although the 3 headmasters still held the most power. Until Lorraine became an official saint, they stopped questioning how things were run long ago. They trusted the big druids, and Lorraine was like a descendant of heaven. Everything will progress once she claimed her throne. Big Druid Beulah, here are some moves in a flash scroll and potions. Please bring them with you. Saint Lorraine thought for a moment and placed some scrolls, 10 light healing potions, and 10 mana potions in a portal bag. Thank you, Majesty. Big Druid Beulah bowed. She knew they could be her lifesavers. Big Druid Beulah then left the temple. The elves' super teleportation circle was located right next to their temple. A city-grade defense guarded it, and the temple would be able to support it once it was attacked. Therefore, breaking it in a short period of time was almost impossible. What powerful energy! Lorraine suddenly sensed a vicious energy wave. She was not a trained druid, but her senses were just as strong with her training. Something's wrong, Big Druid Lucia gasped. The energy of the super teleportation circle remained on the surface of the circle, but didn't go through. Maybe someone broke the super teleportation circle. Lance Continent, a pessimistic idea suddenly struck Big Druid Lucia. Your Majesty, I'll go have a look. She summoned her mad wolf, embarrassed, and charged out. Lorraine waited for a moment and saw Big Druid Lucia returning with Big Druid Beulah. Your Majesty, we cannot connect our super teleportation circle to the Lance Continent. Big Druid Beulah jumped down from her mad wolf with a bad look on her face. Big Druid Beulah checked the super teleportation circle of the Wizard Union, dwarves, and orcs in Lance Continent. Lorraine quickly followed. The elves were quite good with all the races, so they would let them connect in normal circumstances. Your Majesty, we've tried all super teleportation circles. Perhaps something big is happening in Lance Continent. Big Druid Beulah lowered her voice. Call the Wizard Union, the dwarves, and the Crazy Heart Valley. Lorraine turned to the elves. The elves speeded out, and the temple turned silent. The shattered double-life jade signified that the elves in the Lance Continent were in life and death, so they were sure something bad must have happened to the super teleportation circle. If it was only the elves' problem, it might be an accident, a powerful spirit beast, or some civil war has broken out. But every race was having the same problem, so something huge must have happened. The super teleportation circle was a part of the Wizard Union network, and it was tightly guarded due to how valuable they were. Thus, any damage would be met by the fury of the Wizard Union. Now all they could do was to wait for a reply from the Wizard Union. The best situation was a civil war, but the worst was something none of them could imagine. The loss of connection meant that they lost control over Lance Continent. When the other races got the news, they almost immediately started to connect. But the result was the same, no reply. Just like that, Lance Continent had become the most famous subcontinent in an instant. Master, you have news from the Wizard Union's Wizard Hume, the Lightning's Wizard Hal, the Dwarves' Wizard Hutton, the Crazy Heart Valley Priest Larka, and the Goddess Temple's Big Druid Lucia. The research spirit sounded. Abel's heart dropped. He was good with those people, but how come they were trying to reach him at once? At first, the Wizard Union would only report huge events to Abel. But since he was becoming closer to Wizard Hume, he would now receive 2 reports from the Wizard Union. As long as something big happened in the central continent or anything regarding the elves, Abel would be notified firsthand. But how come all the big forces were sending him reports all of a sudden? Something big must have happened. Of course, by that point, Master Bennett was one of the most persons in the central continent. We lost connection with the Lance Continent. All 4 super teleportation circles are damaged. Reason unknown. We can't connect with the Lance Continent super teleportation circle. Maybe something big happened. The Wizard Union lost control over Lance Continent, support now on its way. Messages began to emerge, and they were all about the same thing. Abel came from the Holy Continent, so he knew how important a super teleportation circle was to a subcontinent. But, of course, he didn't know how far away they were, but it was a distance even faith could not cross. Without a connection, the Lance Continent would become an isolated island. When he saw the message from Big Druid Lucia, he immediately knew how critical the situation was. The elves' double-life jade has shattered. The elves are in a crisis. The Wizard Union is hiding something. Looking at the reports from the Wizard Union, the elves were nowhere to be mentioned. The elves were the most peaceful race in almost every continent. They didn't like fighting, and they always kept themselves hidden in the forest. How could the elves be in crisis? Suddenly, an idea struck. Maybe I can find something from the prayers of the Holy Kingdom. He didn't know how the crystal angel statue worked, but he knew he could find a lot of information from those prayers. But of course, he wouldn't do it by himself. Most of those prayers had nothing to say. Most of them weren't useful to him even if they did, so he needed a target. If not, it would be like finding a needle in the sea. Once he had a target, He could pass it on to his druid soul to do the searching. "Find me everything with the word Lance Continent," he said. Then all he could do was wait as the druid soul carried a strand of power of the will into the crystal angel statue to search for anything with the world Lance Continent. If a normal person were forced to do this, they would definitely go crazy. "Master, the Wizard Union Wizard Clemens sent you a message." The research spirit sounded again as Abel waiting for his druid soul. However, the name surprised him. If the Wizard Union was hiding any information, it would be Wizard Clemens. He was the head of the investigation department and the one who wanted to investigate Abel. Although his suggestion was turned down by other heads immediately, the other heads still told Abel about it in private. This caused a bit of friction between them. It was just that Abel always stayed in the elves and rarely interacted with anyone. "Master Bennett, the Wizard Union, has started to investigate the Lance Continent. We've investigated the kingdom of Holy Light's King Har, who traveled to the Lance Continent 300 years ago because all 5 of his sons died in an accident and himself have lost the ability to reproduce. King Har has a foundation as a knight. After he established the kingdom of Holy Light, he almost ceased control over the entire Lance Continent. As a prince of the central continent going to the Lance Continent, he definitely knew that knights were forbidden, but yet he pushed for it and destroyed the noble system. According to our analysis, it is very likely that King Har is influenced by the evil kingdom." Abel did not expect Wizard Clemens to send him this report after their super teleportation circle was disconnected. Abel could just imagine what would happen next. Although the report did not give out a clear outcome, at least it made sense. "Wizard Clemens is trying to make up to me." Abel immediately knew his intention. After all, everyone knew it was not a good move to go against the best potion maker, especially Wizard Clemens as the head of the investigation department. They knew 25 half-dead law-defying wizards were revived long ago. They just suppressed the news from spreading. This gave Wizard Clemens no choice but to bow to Abel. Only Abel could have a scary ability like this, not even Grandmaster Potion Maker if they existed. "Thank you," Abel replied as a friendly guest urge as well, meaning their tension has subsided. Wizard Clemens was in the meeting when he sensed his wizard badge vibrate. He scanned it, and a smile emerged on his face. "Wizard Clemens, if the analysis is true and the evil kingdom really has invaded the Lance Continent, then we must send someone there to resolve the situation." "But how can we get there?" Wizard Joseph asked Wizard Clemens with a smile. He thought he already had a solution. Wizard Clemens suddenly realized the others were noticing him, so he quickly said, "Sorry, just a personal message that got me distracted." The other wizards sighed. Every super teleportation circle was established by a legendary wizard venturing into the ancient map of the ocean. We cannot afford to ask a legend to make a move again. In this circumstance, the entire central continent will be vulnerable if we lose a legendary. "How many analyses have you done on the Lance Continent?" Wizard Joseph asked again. "The investigation department has published 2 reports. One way is to go by sea, using giant boats filled to the brim, with magic circles as well as hidden in a giant barrier circle, but this will need the dwarves for help," Wizard Clemens said. But all the wizards shook their heads. If they were attacked by powerful spiritual beasts from the ocean during their journey, even the law-defying wizards might not be able to save themselves. "Wizards Clemens, any other solution?" Wizard Joseph asked again. "The second is to go by the sky. Originally this is impossible, but it might be our best bet since we have the sky ships." Wizard Clemens smiled. "Wizard Hume, how many sky ships do we have?" Wizard Joseph asked. Wizard Hume was the head of the inventory, so he knew exactly how many resources they had. "Only one. The dwarves' production is limited, and we have to order from Master Bennett first," Wizard Hume said helplessly. "That's not enough. We will need at least 10 sky ships equipped with powerful war machines to ensure our safety above the ocean." Wizard Clemens shook his head. All the wizards knew the danger of the ocean. Although going from above could minimize their chance of getting attacked, there were still some powerful spiritual beasts capable of flying. They could only form a threat after they had a decent amount of war machines. "Borrow some from the dwarves," Wizard Joseph suggested. "The dwarves won't agree." Wizard Clemens turned the idea down and continued, Ever since the furnace fortress was attacked, the dwarves kept their sky ships even tighter. There was no way they would lend them out. The room fell silent, but they all soon thought of another place with sky ships. The elves, but they too have undergone attacks from the holy knights. They would not be able to defend themselves if the knights strike again. The sky ships were made to combat knights, and both the dwarves and elves would not take this risk. Wizard Hume sighed and said, "I'll ask Master Bennett if he can lend us some." Wizard Hume suggested, and the atmosphere began to lift. Little did they know, Master Bennett has already become something to stress about for those high authority figures. "Thank you, Wizard Hume." Wizard Clemens let out a long breath and laughed. As for what support they should send, it was easy. Considering the resources of the Lance continent, they wouldn't have a law-defying wizard-level force no matter how hard they trained. Which meant sending just a few law-defying wizards would be enough. All they needed to deal with was the unknown danger above the ocean during their journey. "Call Wizard Hux. We need him to repair the super teleportation circle. All the resources will be provided by my department." Wizard Hume lowered his voice. Although Abel hasn't agreed, Wizard Hume already decided who to send. In normal circumstances, the Wizard Union would announce a mission, and the free wizards would accept them. However, repairing a super teleportation circle was another story. Even if the Wizard Union had control of all the resources in the world, they still needed a circle maker who knew what they were doing. They could use the ones in the Lance continent if they were setting up a normal circle, but for something like a super teleportation circle, it would take at least a few months. Wizard Hux was a law-defying wizard specialized in making magic circles. He could utilize his powerful power of the will for telekinesis to achieve a speed unimaginable for any wizard. Agreed. 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 All the wizards agree, forcing Wizard Hux to do the mission. They would need at least half of the law-defying wizards to agree when doing something like this. They needed Wizard Hux, so they all agreed. Their mission was not to destroy the Lance continent. What they needed was to spread out their power. Abel waited for his druid soul to reply since the morning. Just when he was growing desperate, the research spirit sounded again. "Master, Wizard Hume is waiting for you in the hall." Since Wizard Hume was close to Abel, Abel allowed him to have direct access to his teleportation circle. Abel turned to Frankenstein and the flashed. "Master Bennett, Wizard Frankenstein." Wizard Hume smiled as he saw the two appeared. "Wizard Hume, what brings you here today? The Wizard Union would be very busy." Abel smiled back. They talked as the steward brought on the water spirit fruit juice and stepped off with a bow. "Master Bennett, I'm here to ask for your help on behalf of the Wizard Union." Wizard Hume bowed. "Wizard Hume, I will try my best no matter what." Abel took a sip and continued to smile. "You should know about the Lance continent, right?" Wizard Hume knew he sent Abel a report, so he got to the point. "Of course, is it to do with the evil kingdom?" Abel continued to smile. Wizard Hume's eyes twitched. He just went off from his meeting, and Master Bennett already knew about it. Seems like he was not the only top-level law-defying wizard close to Abel. "Master Bennett, we are not sure, but it's very likely. So here to ask if we can borrow some sky ships from you to go to the Lance continent." There were many advantages of sky ships, but they had a huge downside: speed. Of course, they were much faster compared to a sea ship, but they were nothing compared to Abel's beasts such as White Cloud. Maybe the Wizard Union never considered White Cloud, because they did not know a sky sparrow could fly so long without resting, even though they were known for their sky stamina. Compared to something powered by mana gems, the Wizard Union wouldn't feel safe flying in a creature like White Cloud. They just couldn't believe White Cloud was capable. "Master Bennett, all the expenses will be covered by the Wizard Union, and we will give you satisfying amounts of credit points as well," Wizard Hume added. Although Abel didn't really want to lend out his skyships, he couldn't reject since Wizard Hume had asked him personally. Also, the Wizard Union's credit points were also quite useful to him at the moment, considering how many things he had access to with his current status. "Wizard Hume, how many sky ships does the Union need?" Abel thought for a moment and said, "Master Bennett, we need 9, but if that's not possible, then lend us as much as you possibly can," Wizard Hume said, surprised. They had a good relationship with each other, so they could just get straight to the point. Research Spirit, order sky ships numbered 1 to 9 to come back, Abel called in the lounge. Okay, Wizard Hume, just wait a bit and the sky ships will arrive in a moment. Abel smiled. There were 12 sky ships above the Potion Maker Union, and Abel felt like that was too much. It was just that they were too valuable to let go. The Judson family, who served under Abel, was hard at work every day. Since Abel did not have a military under him in the elves, all of the elves manning those skyships were from the Judson family. The Judson family was a business family, so their military forces were limited. The 12 skyships had almost taken up all their men. Still, Abel treated the Judson family quite well. One of the skyships has become the Judson family's trading ship. The skyships had dimensional storage ability. Its inventory could store up to 10,000 warriors. If they were used to stock up trading resources, just a single one could go against a huge team. This forced the Judson family to grow at an immense rate to cultivate elves with the ability to operate skyships. Lending out skyships also didn't affect Abel too much. After all, he could get a new one every month. Wizard Hume, you can organize the men to operate those skyships so I can preserve my elves. Abel smiled and reminded. No problem, the Wizard Union has already cultivated a team. It was just that the dwarves were a little slow in making skyships for us. Wizard Hume laughed. Wizard Hume, can I take a look at a map of the Lance continent? Abel added casually. Of course, there isn't much there. Wizard Hume nodded. He then took out an old parchment from his portal bag and handed it to Abel. It was not a detailed map, but it was unlike any other map he saw. Not only was the Lance continent marked on the map, but it also included the surrounding 3 subcontinent and the rough direction of the central continent. It seems like it was just a part of a bigger map. There weren't even any markings of valleys, rivers, or hills. The area this map covered was too big. It only had the rough shape of the Lance continent and its shoreline. Its distance from the central continent was blanked out with the marking of the sea. We copied this map from an ancient site back in the day. The original map was too big, so only copied where the Lance continent is, Wizard Hume explained. Abel connected to the research spirit and recorded this map with his power of will. He then sent it off to his Fire-Tooth Battle Forts database to compare with its ancient map. These days, Fire-Tooth had an updated map of the entire central continent, and its monogram was drastically improved. Master, skyships numbered 1 to 9 are ready on your command, the research spirit sounded. Wizard Hume, please tell the captain to come in and authorize himself. Abel smiled. Master Bennett, thank you so much. Wizard Hume stood up and bowed. The 9 sky ships landed on a plane, and all the elves on it were dismissed. Afterward, the research spirit ordered the repair robots on the ships. They've swapped out all the top-level gems to intermediate ones, which was a must. As you know, the wizards would immediately realize something different when they saw Abel's gems. It wouldn't be as shocking if they only came across one top-level gem with such purity. But seeing thousands of them together would be hard to explain. Although going to the Lance continent would take vast amounts of gems, the Wizard Union would take care of it anyway. After Abel sent off the happy Wizard Hume, the sky was starting to get dark. Just when he was growing disappointed in his druid soul, a message emerged. My lord, we must succeed in our operations. Please shine your glory on the Lance continent again. Abel immediately knew it was to do with the Holy Kingdom. He connected to the owner of this prayer through his crystal. Angel statue was a young man with luxurious noble clothes in a chamber looking at an emotionless statue of a god. No, this is not the Holy Kingdom. Abel got a special feeling. This prayer was not coming from the direction of the Holy Kingdom. It was from a human's territory. He did not make a move immediately. Instead, he marked out this young nobleman named Barney and investigated his history. He was a baron, not one of high status, but he was connected to the Holy Light Kingdom. His other identity was a reporter of the Holy Kingdom, and he was there to take care of a special mission. If the Lance continent needed to connect with the Holy Kingdom, they would do so through a reporter. His identity was top secret, so he settled up a connection circle under his castle to only be used at the most crucial moments. This way, Barney was the safest reporter of the Holy Kingdom. As long as he kept his mouth shut, no one would doubt him. Also, unless someone was given permission, that communication circle could not reach the Holy Kingdom. Although teleportation circles were rare among nobles, communication circles were quite common, though he also would not attract any attention by doing so. Abel didn't know, but he was waiting for Barney to connect with the other reporters. If Abel wanted a follower who was soul-bound to him like Barney to die, all he needed was to feed him some poison through the soul link. This was why Abel was not worried about Barney escaping from him. It's too bad most of my prayers are from normal people. If I have had Holy Knight's followers, I could get more news, Abel thought to himself. Maybe it was because of loyalty. But most of his prayers were from normal people, so their information was almost useless. Suddenly, his druid soul sounded again. Maybe it had another discovery. Abel connected with it and sensed a holy knight. It was one of the 2,000 souls he granted. His name was Cafford, and he was granted a rank 20 soul. He was one of the most outstanding ones in his generation of holy knights. He was taken in as a disciple by a mad knight to take care of some extraordinary missions. Some of them were in the Lance continent. It was at that moment Abel realized something different about the souls he granted. The crystal angel statue recorded everything they did and thought they made. It was just that they were a little bit chaotic to sift through. Since Abel had commanded his druid soul to do the work, all the information related to the Lance continent was filtered out and displayed. Abel noticed a group of ingredients made for the Lance continent. Due to the tight restrictions of the Holy Kingdom, it was almost impossible for its citizens to even go outside of the Guardian Wings. There was no way they could go against the Holy Kingdom or the demon from beyond, so there wasn't much security within the Holy Kingdom itself. All the knights in the Holy Kingdom knew their information would not leak out unless their god stopped protecting them. They would not expect Abel to be capable of analyzing their plans for the Lance continent. It was a massive plan, 300 years in the making, and they had only done so through slowly incorporating their men into the Lance continent. It was extremely hard to connect with a subcontinent due to their lack of information exchange and the massive power required to ignite a super teleportation circle. This gave the Holy Kingdom an opportunity. They needed the autonomy of subcontinents. Their plan began as soon as they successfully penetrated the Lance continent. The first was killing the prince, the second was poisoning the king. Soon, a new prince claimed the throne with the holy armor of the demon from beyond. Abel immediately got a rough idea about what was going on. It was not far from what the Wizard Union was speculating. Emperor Harvey started everything. The only thing the Wizard Union didn't know was the holy armor. It had a similar function as the barbarian's totem pole, maybe even more powerful. Abel was puzzled. He could not tell the Wizard Union about this because he would not be able to explain how he got this information. At the same time, he was afraid that the Lance continent would become extremely loyal to the Holy Kingdom after hundreds of years of indoctrination. Trying to take it back would be a huge war for the Wizard Union. Although the Wizard Union has already decided to send men to the Lance continent, it could still take up to 2 years considering their distance and the speed of those skyships. If they ran into trouble during the journey, it might take even longer. 2 years was enough to brainwash countless citizens for the Holy Kingdom. Therefore, it would be useless even if the Wizard Union could successfully set up their super teleportation circle. What could the Wizard Union even do when if the followers of the demon from beyond had already spread throughout the Lance continent? Abel had followers himself. He knew the only way to get rid of their faith was by killing them. Changing them was almost impossible, let alone the ones by the demon from beyond. Abel couldn't think of another solution. He didn't know the population of the Lance continent, but it should be around the same as the Holy Continent. He couldn't stand killing that many people. Abel never thought of himself as a good person, but he still couldn't turn a blind eye to this. He knew something even the Wizard Union didn't. That holy armor caused everything, and it was on Emperor Harvey. He had the ability to arrive at the Lance continent quickly. The sky ships were not the fastest thing, but he was not planning to use White Cloud either. Instead, he needed a war machine, the battle fort. Since he saw the map, he knew the rough location of the Lance continent. He checked his inventory. He had enough potion supply and alchemy ingredients for the dwarves and other races to sustain themselves for half a year. He didn't think he would be gone for that long, so it would be enough. The next morning, Wizard Hume arrived at Abel's place with 9 captains, while the other staff of the sky ships waited on the teleportation circle. Outside of the potion maker camp, Abel permitted their souls to control those sky ships, and the process was completed. What came next was up to the Wizard Union. Research Spirit, keep me up to date with the news. I'm immediately going into retreat. He arrived at the metal fort and said, Yes, Master, the Research Spirit was always loyal. Commander Spirit, call Fire Tooth to come back. Abel then turned to his Headmaster badge. Headmaster now calling. The Commander Spirit replied through the power of the will. Soon, Abel sensed a battle fort approaching. It was not a skill he learned, but he could naturally sense their presence as an owner of a battle fort. When they were in their invisibility mode, they were invisible to the power of the will or the naked eye from the outside. At that moment, he looked towards the giant beeman next to him and knew he was in trouble. If he brought Doff along with him, it would be too far for his barbarian followers to use the holy spell. This would cause extreme chaos. Who knew what his crazy followers would do? But at the same time, he didn't want to leave Doff behind. It was his most powerful beast. His teleportation ability almost made it invincible. Doff put down the ancient totem. Abel had no choice and ordered. Doff didn't want to, but it still put the totem down against the platform after a moment. Abel then took out a portal bag with a few hundred light healing potions and placed it next to the ancient totem, which should be enough for the barbarians. Doff's fighting skills would be drastically reduced without the ancient totem, but Abel was going to a subcontinent anyway. They did not have the resources of anyone to become a law-defying wizard or a mad knight, so Doff could easily kill any enemies with its bare hands. Also, Doff still had its supersized spirit sword and spirit shield. Those things were both quite good. Doff Frankenstein, follow me. Abel turned to his 2 summons and yelled. He no longer needed to hide, as he directly flashed on the battle fort. The operation room was small, so Doff could stay outside. Fire Tooth, please use the map of the Lance continent and see if you can find anything similar in your database, Abel commanded. The prestigious headmaster now comparing. After a few seconds, the monogram began to pan out. The Ervo forest became a dot, and the entire central continent was on display. A green dot flashed above the monogram of the central continent. It was his target. Target spotted. Should I change the name of the Liam continent to the Lance continent? Fire Tooth asked. Fire Tooth, yes, Abel replied. Lance continent was called Liam continent in ancient times, and the Wizard Union changed its name. Fire Tooth, long will it take to get there? Abel asked. The prestigious headmaster. If all 4 engines are being used, it will take 22 days to arrive. In full speed mode, it will take 10 hours to arrive, Fire Tooth replied. Abel was shocked. 22 days made sense, but how were 10 hours even possible? At that moment, he realized there was still a lot he didn't know about this battle fort, just like this full speed mode, for example. Fire Tooth, tell me about the full speed mode, he asked. The prestigious headmaster. The battle fort will transform and close off all the protection circles in the full speed mode. The surface of the fort will then be covered in alpha energy to stabilize the speed, Fire Tooth explained. Abel didn't understand, but it sounded awesome. It was just that he wasn't planning to try it in a place where there were people. Without a protection circle and an invisible circle, was he going to get attacked by spiritual beasts from the sea? Let's give it a go. Abel wasn't worried about his safety. His battle fort was rough and it was equipped with all kinds of gear. He could escape even if he could defeat them. Fire Tooth, leave Bay Law City, he ordered. Soon, the battle fort speeded towards the sky in silence. Abel saw the Potion Maker Union getting smaller and smaller and faded at the end. He could only rely on the monogram in front of him to tell he was above the Ervo forest. Fire Tooth, go full speed mode. Abel knew no one was watching, so he said, The prestigious headmaster, please put away your summons, otherwise it will be in danger, Fire Tooth reminded him. It was only until this moment Abel realized Doff was still outside. Although he trusted Doff, he still put it back in his monster ring. He then returned to the operation room, and Fire Tooth sounded, now entering full speed mode. Abel sensed the circular shape of the battle fort, began to get elongated with the operation room at the very front and the 4 engines at the back. This is basically a jet. Abel was stunned. He never expected that the battle fort could look like this. It was such a coincidence. Despite coming from a different civilization, Abel still saw some resemblance to his old world. Of course, it was not exactly like a fighter jet, but the fundamentals were the same. There was a little tail on the wings, but there was something distinct about the battle fort, and that was its uneven surface. That uneven surface was wrapped in unknown energy. Maybe it was the alpha energy Fire Tooth was talking about. The invisibility and protection circle turned off. The battle fort appeared in the sky, with the 4 engines at the back blasting at full power. The prestigious headmaster, we have now entered full speed mode. 1 top-level gem will be used up per hour, the Fire Tooth said. At this rate, this journey would take Abel 10 mana gems. The Fire Tooth was just as greedy as the Tree of Life. However, gems were like stones to Abel anyway. He couldn't use it on anything other than himself. The battle fort levitated higher and higher and reached a speed it never reached before. Abel was shocked. He truly underestimated the power of this battle fort. The power it could reach on full gear was not something he could imagine. It was almost like a déjà vu. He saw something similar on the televisions of his past life. It was just like a rocket ship taking off, but it began to stabilize after it reached a certain point. Abel reached his power of the will out of the operation room. Since he was the owner of this fort, the alpha energy could not stop his power of will. His power of the will penetrated the layer of alpha energy and sensed the immense cold outside. It was colder than any top-level cold spell. His power of the will was almost frozen. So he quickly retracted it. His attitude must have been shocking. He might have been more than 10,000 meters above sea level. Even white cloud or flying flame could not do something like this. He looked down at the Ervo forest from the window. It looked like a big patch of algae. The atmosphere around him began to make a screeching sound. As the battle fort kept accelerating, the sound around him suddenly disappeared in a blast. We've broken the sound barrier, Abel thought to himself. But things did not end there. The 4 engines kept blasting faster and faster. It was at this moment Abel understood why they no longer needed a protection and invisibility circle. No one would be able to touch them at this speed. But of course, it might be doing so to minimize drag as well. The air particles traveled through the uneven surface, and drag was minimized to the maximum. A drag minimizing circle could come in handy most of the time, but it would instead by a limitation under this speed. Fire Tooth, what is alpha energy? Abel looked at that unknown layer of energy. It not only blocked out the cold, but it also blocked out the friction outside. It was almost like the battle fort was not touching anything. The prestigious headmaster, the database doesn't have any information. The alpha energy is made out of alpha particles, Fire Tooth replied. Okay, fine. Abel had lost interest in looking outside. He was going too fast. He wouldn't be able to see anything even without clouds. After 10 minutes of flying, Abel saw the battle fort had arrived at the ocean, according to the monogram. According to the books he read, the oceans were divided into shallow water and deep water. The shallow water was the area 10,000 miles around the continent. It was the dragon's territory, and it was protected from the sea beast's attacks. Any further than that were places that even the dragons wouldn't cross. This was also why communication between a subcontinent and the central continent almost always happened through a super teleportation circle. However, considering how high the battle fort was flying, those powerful beasts of the sea shouldn't be able to notice it. The speed of the battle fort began to stabilize. Its speed could truly go neck to neck with a fighter jet even a few times the size. He crossed 10,000 miles in no time, and Abel looked down. There was not a single creature, and everything looked normal. The battle fort slowly made its way towards the green dot, marked as the Lance continent on the monogram. Suddenly, Abel noticed a giant sea monster roaming in the water. It was its territory. Maybe only a legendary could take on such a powerful being. The deep sea was important to the beasts of the sea, not only because of their bloodline, but also because of the deep sea's resources. If not, they would not be able to get so powerful. Little bugs, that beast looked towards the sky and sensed 2 law-defying wizards speeding above it. Normally it wouldn't bother, but today it was in an excited mood, so it decided to eat what entered his territory. It jumped out of the water and flew towards the sky. Its speed was not affected at all. However, not even 10 meters above the sea, powerful energy flashed above it. Their speed sent a chill down the beast's spine. It was fine for a beast of the sea to reach the height of the battle fort, but that speed was something it could not understand. It was almost logic-defying, and it reminded it of an ancient event within its bloodline. Back in the day, these speedy flying objects invaded the ocean and massacred powerful beasts. Finally, they took away large amounts of corpses. It was a nightmare deep in its blood. All of a sudden, it lost control of its body, and it fell heavily back into the ocean. That impact was nothing for a beast, but it did not leave the ocean again. Instead, it dived deeper. All it wanted at that point was to hide in the depths of the ocean to let those scary thoughts fade away. Abel didn't know, but a legendary-level beast of the sea was scared off by his battle fort. The power of the ancient civilizations was truly something he could not comprehend. Even powerful beasts of the sea were just a source of resources for them. You could just tell by looking at the materials of the battle fort. Even a grandmaster blacksmith like Abel has never seen something like it. Most likely, they came from the ocean. After all, the beings on the continent rarely interacted with the ocean. Abel kept his eyes on the monogram during the 10 hours of flight. The danger he was expecting never happened. All he ran into was different weather conditions. Sometimes there were clouds below him, and sometimes there weren't, but they were all too boring to admire. The prestigious headmaster, we have arrived at the Lance continent. Please select the landing speed and confirm to the repairing robots to start checking for damage. The fire-tooth spirit sounded. Okay, land at max speed and open the protection and invisibility circles, Abel said. From those words, he knew flying at this speed might damage the battle fort. Luckily, all it took was mana gems, which he had endless. The battle fort began to land and slowly transformed back into its original oval shape when it was 1,000 meters above the ground. Of course, this speed was like a snail crawling compared to what Abel just experienced. He shook his head and looked outside the Lance continent. It was a lively continent with flora and fauna growing all around. It was at that moment he sensed something strange in his forehead. Hundreds of thousands of prayers rushed into his crystal angel statue. He ignited the world stone and allowed his druid soul to analyze them. Considering their power, this process would only take 10 minutes at most. Abel was puzzled by the result. Although these prayers were from the Lance continent, their structure was completely different from the ones he was used to in the central continent. The prayers he normally received from the central continent were from normal people, but there were more than 5,000 prayers from intermediate knights amongst these prayers from the Lance continent. He even got a few prayers from rank 17 knights, which was extremely rare considering that knights would normally plateau by rank 16. Of course, there were tens of thousands of prayers from novice knights ranging from rank 1 to rank 5. Since they were too far from the Holy Kingdom, these prayers were directly received by Abel. However, he soon noticed some special prayers. Their movements were elusive, and they were received faster than any other prayers. According to the World Stone's analysis, those were from 100 rank 1920 holy knights and 100 preachers. That's weird. Why are there holy knights and preachers around? Abel began to get skeptical. Although it was not impossible for an extremely talented person to become a rank 16, rank 17, or even rank 18 knight in 300 years with enough resources, becoming rank 19 and rank 20 was unbelievable, let alone 100 of them. He was suddenly reminded of the holy armor. Maybe this was its power. As for the preacher, Abel only had 20 of them by ruthlessly creating miracles with his totem pole in the Battlecry city. But the Holy Kingdom had 100 of them just by passively enforcing propaganda for 300 years. Abel couldn't help but get a little jealous, considering the type of information he got from his follower Cafford in the Holy Kingdom. He knew how important a preacher was. In order to get into the core of the Holy Kingdom and get information about the gods he always wanted to understand, he needed his preachers. There were many things about the gods that puzzled him, but it was extremely hard to find anything about them in the central continent. Even if he did, they were only on the surface level and did not get to the point. Abel was one of the very few people who knew about the gods. He had followers in the barbarians, the Holy Kingdom, as well as the elite elves, and he always got his understanding through trial and error. Therefore, Abel was excited to kill those 100 preachers in the Lance continent. He needed their souls in his crystal angel statue. Then all he needed was to pick some good candidates to grant their soul before he could get more preachers. Of course, he could only do this before the demon from beyond reawaken. Once it did, he, along with those 2,000 holy knights of his, would be spotted. Therefore, Abel had to keep increasing his power before the demon from beyond found him being a little thief. It might hate him more than the wizard union. Abel's targets were the 100 rank 19 and above holy knights as well as those preachers. As for those intermediate holy knights and tens of thousands of ordinary followers, he wouldn't even need to make an effort to kill them. He could immediately identify their location through their bond anyway, so he was not desperate. He needed to find the preachers first. He needed more information about the gods. Maybe the Holy Kingdom was the only place that had it. Considering how advanced the demon from beyond's skill was when it came to controlling its followers, the information it got had to be much more well-rounded. Can we track down the location of those 100 preachers? Abel was not confident that he could look at how disjointed those prayers were. In reality, the prayers of those followers were really privileged. Since the crystal angel statue, Abel was about the same rank as the demon from beyond. His status was undeniable. The demon from beyond used to be unchallenged, but since it had fallen into a slumber, it gave Abel's crystal angel statue an opportunity. The holy armor Emperor Harvey had was secondary to God. Therefore, Abel had stolen all the prayers of the Lance continent once he arrived. The only ones different were the 100 top level holy knights as well as those preachers cultivated by the golden holy armor. The bonds between them were extremely close, so even the crystal angel statue could not get all of their prayers, only bits and pieces of it. But still, pinning down their location should be possible. The only downside was it would take a little longer since he needed to gather at least tens of disjointed prayers to pin them down precisely. The sky was slowly getting dark. Abel stopped the battle fort in mid-air as his druid soul and World Stone kept analyzing the data and transferring the result to the fire tooth spirit. Since Abel could not enter the dark world, he could only set up a mana gathering circle and start his daily meditation with light gems. Although it was far inferior compared to the prayers of the elite elves, it was still better than nothing. An hour passed by, and he opened his eyes, seeing some dots on the monogram. He immediately knew they were the locations of the preachers, but the only puzzling thing was they were spread out throughout the entire Lance continent. He didn't know, but they were all under the command of Emperor Harvey to establish temples throughout the entire continent. At the moment, he had only identified 30 of them. But Abel no longer wanted to wait. He had to find his first assistant. In the battle fort, Abel was fast, even if he didn't have any teleportation circles. He focused on the closest target. If his world stone and druid soul was correct, this was a preacher. Fire tooth, go there. Abel gently tapped on the target and said. The battle fort immediately flew forward. It was fast with 4 engines ignited at once. At the same time, the fire tooth spirit kept updating its ancient map. Preacher Ford was a nobleman. His family was the first noble family to serve under Emperor Davy, so he received a special vow ever since he was a child. Maybe it was because of his status or his talent. He gained Emperor Davy's trust and was luckily picked as a preacher. He could clearly remember there were 1,000 candidates, but the holy armor only picked 100 preachers in the end. Ford studied his inherited knowledge of preachers ever since. That was until one day, the great Emperor Davy announced that the Lance continent would become the Holy Land, and God needed them to spread his word and prayers. Therefore, Preacher Ford held up a staff of authority and arrived at Barley Cloud City. He was more powerful than the city owner. Not only did he bring 10 powerful holy knights with him, but he also had the power to command any troops in Barley Cloud City. He first set up a temple in the best area of the city. Although that area was where the businessmen gathered, 10 of the most powerful men still offered their assets for free. They didn't want to, but they would be captured and burned alive when the temple officially opened if they refused. Faith needs sacrifice, Preacher Ford held his staff up in glory. Everything he had was granted to him by God, and he wanted to turn the city into a ground for gathering souls. All the civilians would become sacrifices. How long until the temple is finished? He turned and asked the city owner. Preacher Ford stood in the hall of the city palace, which became his palace ever since he arrived. On the other hand, the city owner was sent to a guest room nearby to serve under him. The prestigious Preacher Ford, I've already gathered the best builders, it should be done in 2 months, he bowed. No, I'll give you a month. Gather all the strongest men in the city. It is their chance to better their souls. Preacher Ford's face sank. Preacher Ford knew he was battling against time since Emperor Davy wanted them to complete spreading their prayers throughout the Lance continent in 2 years. This way, the Lance continent would be allied with the Holy Kingdom. If not, they would be facing the fury of the Wizard Union. The prestigious Preacher Ford, the citizens of Barley Cloud City are all free citizens. I cannot command them to work, the city owner said helplessly. What you have is the military. If they go against you, kill them. I don't care how, but I need to see the temple in a month, Preacher Ford said coldly. The city owner couldn't understand why the Holy Light Kingdom would treat their citizens like this. After all, Barley Cloud City was a medium-sized city that paid a decent amount of tax. If he did what Preacher Ford wanted, his peaceful city would fall into chaos. The city owner didn't know, but the kingdom actually didn't care about tax at all. What they needed was prayers, and they would get them by all means necessary. After all, what was so bad about a little bit of chaos? What the Holy Light Kingdom had was hard power. The cold blade could solve any problem. As soon as the temple was built, all the citizens would helplessly fall under their command. Under the guidance of preachers, those citizens would become their followers. As the discussion was getting heated, a bright light suddenly flashed in the hall, and a black-cloaked hooded wizard appeared. A wizard? Preacher Ford gazed coldly and followed with a laugh. Take him down. To ensure the safety of a preacher, each of them had 2 elite knights and 8 intermediate knights with them at all times. However, the 2 elite knights were not as confident as Preacher Ford. They could not sense the power of their opponent, which was scary. It was almost like this wizard did not exist, but yet they could clearly see him with their eyes. The knights exchanged a look, and an elite knight took a step beside Preacher Ford while the other elite knight charged forward with his shield and sword. Glory to my lord! He yelled as the 8 intermediate knights followed, but they knew this enemy was not simple. The 9 knights formed a formation and ignited a charge towards the black-cloaked wizard. However, the black-cloaked wizard did not care. When the knights were seconds away from him, they immediately froze. Their charge was broken along with their holy freeze aura. They fell towards the ground helplessly with their weapons, sending sounds of metal crashing throughout the hall. Preacher Ford and the other elite knights felt their hearts dropped. Although elite wizards could suppress an elite knight to an extent, there was no way they could stop a full team of charging knights just like that. Mr. Ford, you go first. The last elite knight knew he could die, but not Preacher Ford. Preachers were almost irreplaceable. As Preacher Ford began to turn, the elite knight also charged towards the black-cloaked wizard. However, all it took was a little wave from the wizard, and he sensed an unbearable pressure roaring towards him. At that moment, he immediately understood why the 9 knights dropped down so helplessly. He had never seen a law-defying wizard, but he heard about them from legends. At that moment, he felt like he was tipping over on the verge of death. Not bad, bring them back. I want to research them for a bit. Another voice emerged. It was another hooded wizard. Abel just came back from a tour around the temple being built. He found a special magic board as well as some decent materials which he all put away. Although they needed to build the temple as soon as possible, they could save on the materials. They needed large amounts of luxury to support that spiral magic board. But all Abel knew was that those materials looked expensive, so he wanted to see what he could build from it. He sent Frankenstein to take care of the knights and the preacher first. Considering how weak they were, Abel wasn't worried as he strode around the temple. Mr. Wizard, I am the city owner of Barley Cloud City. Please spare my life. The city owner was trembling in horror. He thought Abel was one of the lucky few who survived there. Wizard Union, and now he was seeking revenge. For a small potato like him, he wouldn't dare to join the fight for such power. Of course, he did not have the right anyway, but to be honest, he much rather the Wizard Union retook power. This way, those crazy prayers would not spread throughout his city. You saw nothing, and you will say this if anyone asks, Abel said to the nobles as he added a lock with his power of the will. Unless someone with a stronger power of the will had encountered those nobles, they would not be able to say anything about what they saw. Considering the body of the city owner, he would directly explode if anyone tried to force him to say anything. It was a simple trick, but truly showed the helplessness of normal souls in the face of a law-defying wizard. Afterward, Frankenstein wrapped the 10 holy knights and Preacher Ford in his power of the will, and ignited a move in a flash towards the battle fort in mid-air. Abel gazed at the hypnotized city owner and also disappeared with a smile. He regained himself after 10 seconds, and he said in the most respectful tone, "The prestigious Preacher Ford." However, Preacher Ford and his 10 knights were no longer in the hall. He was puzzled, but he knew the mysteries of preachers were not something he could comprehend. Preacher Ford opened his eyes in the battle fort and saw an elf next to that scary black-cloaked wizard. He then took to his side and saw his 10 knights struggling. Suddenly he was stunned. He was lying on clouds. Although clouds were nothing extraordinary, he never saw them from this perspective. Of course, he was floating on a giant oval-shaped platform with a transparent dome wrapped around it. He almost felt like he was seeing God. Even the knowledge he inherited never mentioned anything like this. Abel smiled at his prey. They were his subject of research. As the opponent of the Holy Kingdom, he wouldn't feel ashamed even if he killed those men during the process. He unleashed the crystal angel statue energy through his world stone. Ever since he realized that it could steal the prayers of God, he had rarely done something like this in this world. However, he was in the Lance continent. He was the only god around. The Holy Light Kingdom wiped out even the remaining forces of the Wizard Union. They were so far from the central continent, the gods would not be able to do anything to him. The energy sifted out of his forehead as he ignited his world stone. A golden glow flashed in his eyes, and he saw a little strand connecting the knights to the crystal angel statue in his forehead. To Preacher Ford's surprise, his 10 holy knights suddenly got on their knees and bowed to the elf, their heads touching the cold metal ground. He knew what this gesture meant as a preacher, but he couldn't comprehend why his knights were bowing not to a god but an elf. Could this elf be a god? But even another god could not make his faithful knight change their faith. As far as he knew, his knight would rather die than do so. "Demon, he is a demon, wake up," Preacher Ford yelled as he pointed at Abel. The knights did not budge. As though he hadn't spoken, they began to pray. "Demon," Abel was caught off guard. He then laughed, "If I'm a demon, then who is your god?" The demon from beyond's followers called him a demon. It was the biggest joke he ever heard. "Demon, you can kill me, but you can never disrespect my lord," Preacher Ford yelled despite the horror he was going through. Abel couldn't care less. The life and death of those holy knights were meaningless to him. Still, this was only possible since the knights were within his power of the will range. He was not a real god after all. He could only do what he did with the crystal angel statue. But if he really wanted them dead, he could always feed them poison. It was not as convenient as killing someone by thought. He could also strip the knights from their ability, retrieve their souls, and make them fight for him. However, considering his current status, those weak holy knights were basically nothing. "It's too bad, the faith of the preacher is not stable. I can't control him." Abel shook his head and thought to himself. Instead, he was even more curious towards the holy armor, a holy object he could intrude. For something like that holy portal bag he got who recognized him as an owner. Even the demon from beyond could not use it. Abel wasn't sure about it, but he thought there were levels to holy objects. The transformation necklace, for example. It was a holy object, but the goddess of the moon made it as a little toy. Normal gods would not care about things like that. As for something like the holy portal bag, it was something the gods made for personal use. If Abel hadn't used the holy energy of his crystal angel statue to break the low-level magic circle of the bag, the demon from beyond would be able to retrieve it once it reawakened. Holy objects like that were far superior. Abel wouldn't bother if the holy armor belonged to another god, but since it was by the demon from beyond, Abel was confident he could make it his own. Abel got the thoughts out of his mind and looked at the 10 knights in front of him with a cold smile. He lifted his hand in mid-air and grabbed their souls. It was not a big gesture, but he was using the energy of God. Click, their souls immediately flew into Abel's body. Izuel and the crystal angel statue stopped his prayer and then guided the souls towards the crystal angel statue with a wave. 10 extra souls began to kneel and pray like the others. Those weaklings can't even control their souls. I definitely can't end up like them. Abel saw the souls of holy knights countless times, but it was the first time he saw their bodies still kneeling after their souls were gone. He killed those knights after he got their souls without feeling a thing. After Abel killed the 10 holy knights, Preacher Ford was horrified. He was sure that elves did not use any power of the will. There was not a single bit of energy. If it was a rank difference, a suppression force would be created even if it was just a little, but at that moment, he felt nothing. Is this elf really a god? Preacher Ford became paranoid. He even saw a joyful look on the face of those dead knights. It was almost like their death was a glory to them. He began to feel hopeless. All the power he had received in Barley Cloud City meant nothing. At that moment, he was just like a helpless ghost trembling in front of Abel. Abel was curious towards a preacher as well, especially their faithful souls. He knew Preacher Ford's soul would end up in his crystal angel statue if he killed him. Then he would be able to know more about the secret of the Holy Kingdom. He immediately did telekinesis above Preacher Ford and twisted his skull around. Crack, a look of relief emerged from Preacher Ford's face as his spine cracked. However, he was too much of an optimist. Izuel gently flicked and waved again, and Preacher Ford could only helplessly watch his soul fly into the forehead of that elf before death dawned upon him. He wanted to scream, but he couldn't. A strange golden book appeared in the crystal angel statue, and it was directly transformed by the soul of Preacher Ford. Abel picked up the book with his power of will. It was an inherited preacher guide for spreading prayers. In reality, the holy armor utilized the energy of God to forge a preacher guide, which it was able to grant for a soul to slowly digest. Since the energy of God was valuable, the soul of a preacher would transform back to a guide for the next granting. Of course, this process happened automatically, and what drove it was the energy of God. It was just like the ancient totem. If Abel wanted 20 preachers, the ancient totem had to be able to make 20 preachers. What he didn't know was that those 20 preachers he could make were only the leftovers from the god of war. He couldn't make preachers with his crystal angel statue because he didn't know how to make a preacher guide. But he didn't have the ability to do so anyway. He was not an actual god with the energy of God. Suddenly, he realized something even scarier about a preacher. Any follower gathered by a preacher would become his direct follower. Although he could steal the prayers from the Holy Kingdom, prayers were all he could get unless he granted their souls. He could not control them or retrieve their souls after they died. Normal prayers could only give him power for some part of a day, but a true follower could pray endlessly to support the crystal angel statue. I want the preacher's soul, Abel mumbled. In this continent, isolated from the gods and the wizard union, he didn't have to hold back a single bit. Frankenstein, clean up the place, Abel ordered, and arrived at the operation room. Frankenstein cast a firebolt, and the corpses were burned to ash. It was the best cleaning tool. Abel noticed there were already 50 dots on the monogram. Half of the preachers were identified. He ignited his battle fort and headed towards the next target. The great Emperor Harvey, we have a problem. Elite Holy Knight Kirk looked pale as he charged into the palace. Kirk, what happened? Emperor Harvey saw the desperate look on his face as asked. I just got a report. 5 communication circles are down and the preachers of the area are missing. I've also contacted a few more preachers. Although their city owner did not report anything, the preachers have disappeared with their knights. Knight Kirk bowed. Is the Wizard Union hiding anything we didn't know? Emperor Harvey felt his heart drop. This plan was 300 years in the making. If the Wizard Union could take down so many preachers at once, they could just directly come here and invade us. There was no need for them to do it in secret. Elite Knight Kirk shook his head. According to the reports, every attack was done so quietly people only discovered something odd after the preacher, and the knights disappeared. How do they know about the location of our preachers? Is there an investigation network in the Lance continent we missed out on? Emperor Harvey asked in confusion. Your Great Majesty, we can't just sit here and do nothing, Elite Holy Knight Kirk suggested. Send knights to areas around the missing preachers and connect with the ones still around. I need to know about their condition. Emperor Harvey lowered his voice. They could not tell their preachers to retreat. If they did, they would have wasted 300 years of effort. There was no way they could take over the Lance continent in 2 years without preachers and the temples. They needed faithful followers. If not, they would not be able to connect to the Holy Kingdom and transfer those powerful, loyal Mad Knights here. Abel was having the time of his life. He was traveling from target to target at an unbelievable speed. All he needed was to make a tap his finger, twist the neck of the preacher, and scoop up all the valuables from the constructing temples. He was especially interested in that magic board. He took a little look at it as he was flying. It was a mass hypnotizing magic circle. But unlike normal magic circles, it did not have any ability to kill, but you could enforce any hypnosis without the power of the will, and the thing would take care of it by itself. It was like an amplifier for the temple to slowly transform the lifestyle of all citizens. In just a matter of time, they would all be under their command. Although their faith was only on a surface level, it could drastically reduce their time to indoctrinate them. The beginning was the hardest, and that's where the temple came in handy. The hypothesis was like bait. It was used until the preacher could hammer the thoughts into their head and finally transform them into true followers. Abel didn't know if those things would be useful to him, but they were a rare find nevertheless. After he scanned them with his power of the will, he knew replicating them would be impossible. They looked simple, but their core was made with the power of God. In Flora City of the Lance continent, there were large numbers of troops gathered. The city gate was locked, and all the war machines were unleashed. From afar, Flora City looked like a prepared hedgehog ready to defend itself. T&E crossbows and stone throwers made the city unapproachable. Knights were patrolling all around the city, looking for danger. The safest place in the city was an old castle. It belonged to the noble family of the first city owner, and the entire city was built around it. It has the tightest defense, with a deep river home to cannibal fishes guarding the perimeter. The only way to enter the castle was through a mobile bridge. And at that moment it was lifted. The gate was wrapped in metal sheets with sharp pins hammered onto it. 100 knights, including 10 elite holy knights, gathered in the court. They were all from the Holy Light Kingdom to protect Preacher Connor. To ensure his safety and potential spies of the Wizard Union, all the nobles and servants of the castle were sent away. Few preachers around Flora City had already disappeared, and Emperor Harvey was not willing to lose another one. A team of knights like this was enough to take down anyone in the Lance continent, let alone protecting a preacher. Of course, they also wanted to capture the attack. Even if they couldn't, they could at least kill him. Preacher Connor was getting a little worried. He hadn't felt this way ever since he became a preacher. However, his fear subsided when he gazed around at the powerful knights around him again. If Emperor Harvey hadn't insisted, he almost felt the urge to leave the city. Preacher Connor, don't worry. There is no way the attacker can escape, an elite knight said gently. He had fought with a wizard before, so he was confident in his skills. Wizard's flashing ability would lose its advantage in the face of his holy freeze. His aura range would make any wizard in the Lance continent feel hopeless. The wizards used to be the pinnacle of prestige, but now they were nothing but little rats. He wouldn't believe the Wizard Union would be able to do anything to them or the kingdom. All they did was let their fury out on some preachers when they were unaware. I'm depending on you. Preacher Connor felt his heart lift a little and smiled. However, just when he finished those words, he saw all the knights around him dropping to their knees. Afterward, 2 hooded figures emerged from the dark. Not bad, kicking out the normal people saved me a lot of time. Abel laughed. His battle fort had targeted this castle, and he noticed more holy knights had gathered than the ones he came across before. He knew the Holy Light Kingdom had noticed him and made their move. But it was expected anyway. After all, he couldn't kill everyone associated with the preacher. He wasn't someone who killed for no reason, especially civilians. A few more knights basically meant nothing to him anyway. Who are you? Are you the one who killed the preachers? Preacher Connor yelled. His words were loud, but there was a slight tremble beneath them. All the knights lost their control and couldn't even lift their heads as soon as these two hooded wizards appeared. This power was not something he could comprehend. A white flash of electricity shot out from his hand and twisted Preacher Connor's head backward. At that moment, a body flashed behind him with a flaming knight sword, striking Abel. Abel did not dodge or stop his telekinesis. Crack! Preacher Connor's neck snapped. The knight's revenge combo attack was at full speed, but it was at that moment. A hand reached out and grabbed his sword. Horror filled the knight's eyes. He never saw anyone grab a knight by the sword, nothing even close. Interesting, another subject for research. Abel smiled at his new prey. That elite knight tried to pull his sword back, but he realized his power was nothing compared to that hand. It did not even budge a little. He immediately let go and ignited a holy freeze. In the face of such horror, all he could do was slow his enemy down and run for the closest teleportation circle. Suddenly, a powerful pressure gushed out from Abel and wrapped around the knight. His aura immediately faded. Abel was very curious about this rank 19 knight. Just like the preacher, he could not form a faithful bond with him. His crystal angel statue could not directly affect him, so maybe Lance Continent had done something special to him. A lot of big nobles could do something like this to protect important figures. Abel scanned the knight with his power of the will and saw some clear scar of God. Although a normal person could not tell, a person who granted followers many times knew exactly what it was. He was pleased with his findings. This meant his 2,000 knights would not be affected by the demon from beyond, even if it reawakened. All it could do was to kill them. This rank 19 knight was from the first batch of knights served under Emperor Harvey. This special ability was why he was sent here to unleash a life-taking blow in the most crucial moment. Right, take care of it. Abel was about to carry that rank 19 holy knight away, but suddenly remembered the kneeling knights around him. He snapped his fingers, and they all dropped dead helplessly. Although that elite knight could not move, he clearly saw what happened, and he could not believe himself. How could a being do something like this? Those knights were all more powerful than any wizards he came across. The Wizard Union did not put up much of a faith during their first invasion, so he always thought the Holy Knights were the most powerful profession in the world, but this worldview was shattered instantly. Abel nodded to Frankenstein and disappeared in a flash with the elite knight. Frankenstein used telekinesis and retrieved the light gems of those dead Holy Knights. He then followed up with 10 meteoroid spells before flashing away as well, leaving a doomsday-like scenery for the patrolling knights and civilians to see. 10 giant meteoroids rained down from the sky and heavily struck upon that historical castle. Frankenstein had mastered the law of fire. With the support of his rune word gears, he was more powerful than a rank 23 wizard. Afterward, the castle exploded, and the whole place was swallowed up in flames. Just like that, the soulless bodies of the holy knights were burned to ash. Abel returned to his battle fort and saw another 100 souls in his crystal angel statue and a preacher guide. He was delighted with his gains. He then turned to the elite knight he brought with him. He was not experienced in torturing, nor was he skilled at it. "Tell me, where's Harvey?" he asked. Just as expected, the knight kept his mouth shut despite being stunned out of his mind. Abel thought of many torturing methods, some he heard about and some he saw on the television of his past life. But he soon gave up. He knew it was not likely that he could get anything out of a follower like this. Although he didn't know the location of Emperor Harvey, his druid soul might be able to do so by going through the prayers of those followers. If he killed Emperor Harvey now, his followers would fall into chaos, then Abel would need to hunt them down one by one. Just get all the preachers first, Abel thought to himself. He no longer needed the elite knight. The last experiment was death. A lightning strike flew out from Abel's hand and burned the defenseless knight into crisp. He saw a soul fly out from the blackened body. It was flying away, but there was no way his crystal angel statue would miss an opportunity like this. Izul stopped praying and gently waved his hand to direct the soul into the crystal angel statue. Abel scanned the soul with his power of the will, but there was no memory he could access. Maybe his control over the crystal angel statue was still too low to do something like that. He thought this elite knight would be special, considering God granted him, but the results were the same. He couldn't get anything from it. Instead, it just ended up like every other knight's soul, in the crystal angel statue. All Abel could do was to put away the light gem and burn away the body. It was not a mad knight, after all. It wouldn't do much to him. At that moment, Frankenstein also returned with the gains. Abel looked down from the battle fort and saw the burning castle. He shook his head. Those knights really were a bunch of pitiful bugs. They didn't even know what their god was doing. The battle fort flew above the constructing temple, and the valuables within were retrieved. The battle fort headed towards its next target, leaving over a city in chaos. Abel knew the Holy Light Kingdom knew about him, so he needed to speed up. Abel left another city disappointed. He didn't find any preachers, not even the knights that normally followed. He sat in the operation room of his fort, and the druid soul began to locate the preachers again. This time, he kept the analysis updated. There were already 60 preacher guides in his crystal angel statue, and it was already the result of his speed. He knew the evil kingdom had noticed him as he came across knight formations from time to time. He even ran into one with 1,000 holy knights. However, that did not slow him down. As soon as he got a new target, he would repeat his moves and move on. Abel missed his target 3 times ever since the Holy Light Kingdom realized they could not stop their attacker, so all he could do was keep trying. A city-sized castle stood in the core of the kingdom, the Holy Light City. Surrounding it was a crystal shield guarding the palace. The remaining 40 preachers were no longer looking as confident as they stood inside the palace. They were gathered there by force, and more than half of them were gone. Still, they were determined, despite a little pessimism. Emperor Harvey looked at the preachers. They were his last hope. He could not take any more losses. Maybe his attacker was the final card of the Wizard Union. Maybe an old monster locked away for centuries. Or a wizard from the central continent who traveled here long ago. Through his speculation, this wizard must be at least rank 20. If not, it would not be able to kill a rank 19 holy knight. The murder of preachers is a great insult to my lord. I will send you all back once I've killed the invader. Emperor Harvey banged his fist on his throne and yelled. It was clear the target of the attacker was the preachers. The kingdom had to maintain a level of holy knights in the Holy Light City to ensure their safety. He already sent out more than 1,000 knights, and they were all killed. He was about to face a powerful enemy, so he had gathered his forces as opposed to spreading them out. The most powerful thing about knights was their formation. With 4,000 holy knights, including almost 100 top-ranking elite holy knights, the most powerful formation in the Lance continent was created. The reason he gathered the 40 preachers in his palace was to lure the attacker. With the most powerful formation of the continent, coming here would be suicide. Emperor Harvey could not afford to lose any more preachers. Even if he killed the attacker, he might not have successfully spread his faith in 2 years. He just hoped the Wizard Union would run into trouble during their journey, and took 3 years instead. The idea of his attacker coming straight from the central continent never even came across his mind. Even a legendary could not travel this fast without a super teleportation circle. He also wouldn't believe his attacker was a law-defying wizard. If he was, he would have shown himself already when they were taking down the Wizard Union. Majesty Harvey, we fully opened the investigation network of the kingdom. Any wizard who shows himself will not be able to escape. Elite Knight Kirk bowed. Forget it, I need to find the attacker in 10 days, spread out the force and demand all family knights to investigate. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. Emperor Harvey lowered his voice. Yes, your majesty, Knight Kirk bowed again. They didn't know their attacker was actually flying in the sky, and did not interact with anyone other than the people he killed. Locating Abel as an investigation network was impossible. Still, those words from Emperor Harvey did not do anything to Abel. Abel has sneaked out to come here. Everyone in the central continent still thought he was in retreat. He needed to protect the Tree of Life from the Holy Kingdom. Although his defense had increased a lot, he was still a little worried. Time passed slowly on the battle fort, but when Abel saw his target appearing in the same location, a smile emerged on his face. He traveled to more than 60 cities, which was almost half of the continent. It took him 3 days of full concentration without rest. But finally, he could take them down at once. This would save him so much hassle. "Fire Tooth, go to the target at full speed," he yelled when he saw the 40 dots emerge. The battle fort did a swirl in the sky and speeded towards Holy Light City without a sound. Abel didn't know where he was going, but he was preparing for a bloody fight. If not, the kingdom would not have gathered all the preachers in one place. He began to regret bringing Doff to the Lance continent. His enemies were way too weak. He took out the crown of his invisibility cape and placed it on his head. His power of the will range immediately doubled to 2,000 meters. Unless a knight were granted something by the demon from beyond, everyone else would lose their motion in the face of the crystal angel statue. It was how he took down 1,000 knights so easily. Any ordinary man in his power of the will range would become a helpless goat. In less than an hour, a huge city emerged in front of Abel. It had one of those rare, large-size protection circles, which was never seen before in the Lance continent. The Holy Light Kingdom had lived under the shadow of the Wizard Union for many years, so they would not take out a circle like that even if they had the materials to make them. A city protection circle. Abel looked at the little palace in the center with a pair of sparkling eyes. Still, those things were common in the central continent, despite their rarity in the subcontinents. Back in the day, Emperor Harvey sacrificed large amounts of wealth to carry this thing from the central continent to protect the holy armor. "Fire Tooth, prepare the energy cannon." Abel was too lazy even to attack himself. "Headmaster, energy cannon ready," the Fire Tooth spirit spoke out. "Target the city protection circle and fire with full power." Abel lowered his voice. Afterward, 10 cannon heads reached out below the battle fort. Vicious energy began to gather, and beams of white light roared towards the crystal shield of the palace. It was his first official attack with his battle fort. But hundreds of shots have already been fired in less than 30 seconds. The crystal shield shattered into pieces, and Fire Tooth stopped its attack. The ear-piercing sound of siren erupted above the palace. All the servants scattered in horror, but the knights remained still. They formed a giant formation around the palace. They saw where the beams were coming, which meant they had located their enemy. "Very brave of you to have the guts to attack the palace." "Straight on," Emperor Harvey roared. His face looked grim. The attacks came from the sky, which meant the aura of the holy knights would be at a disadvantage. "Are you Harvey?" Abel suddenly appeared with Frankenstein 10 meters away from him. "You bastard, where is your respect? How dare you address the king's name without saying his majesty?" Knight Kirk yelled. Although he knew these two wizards who appeared out of nowhere must be extremely strong, he would still not allow any disrespect to happen as someone who went through a high-standard knight training. The way you address someone was significant, especially for a king. Dressing them as a great majesty during the first encounter was basic etiquette. Respect, Abel couldn't help but laugh in a mocking tone. If he didn't come to the Lance continent and leave the business to the Wizard Union, their continent would have been destroyed. The Wizard Union would not allow any followers of the demon from beyond in any of their continents. Since they could not tell them apart, the Wizard Union could only kill everyone in the Lance continent after 2 years. Considering the population of the Lance continent, the Wizard Union could easily wipe out a city like a virus. Emperor Harvey was the core of this matter. He did not deserve any respect. "Harvey, you should have expected this day when you submitted to the demon from beyond." Abel did not care about Knight Kirk, as he said coldly. "Who are you?" Emperor Harvey knew something was wrong, so he lowered his voice. Since Abel knew about the demon from beyond, it seemed like he was not from the Lance continent. "That doesn't matter, but have you ever considered that every civilian in your kingdom killed because of your faith?" Abel followed coldly. "It's all worth it. Even if the entire world comes to an end, it is all worth it if my lord can return." Emperor Harvey laughed frantically. Abel was speechless. He felt like he was talking to an insane person. "As for you, do you think you can leave here alive?" Emperor Harvey looked at Abel with a murderous look and continued, "I was a little worried at first when you were in the sky, but you had the guts to come into my palace." Emperor Harvey saw the knights were prepared, so he strengthened his tone. Abel did not reply. Instead, he turned to the 40 preachers with a look of greed. Each one of them represented a preacher guide, and 40 of them were right in front of him. "Kill them all," Abel's voice sifted through the palace. Under Emperor Harvey's shocked gaze, Countless arrows flew in from outside and killed all 40 preachers. Their souls were then directed to Abel's crystal angel statue by Isuel. However, the thing that made Emperor Harvey stunned was the holy force on the arrows. Emperor Harvey reached out his power of will and realized the arrows were actually coming from his 4,000 knights. Their faces looked insane. It was not something rationality could overthrow. Those arrows were especially taken out from Emperor Harvey's inventory to guard the city, but they ended up as the murder weapons of his preachers. Soon, Emperor Harvey's shock turned into a wave of fury. "You bastard, you ruined my plan. You will be tortured for eternity." He roared and waved his hand, "Kill him." Although the 4,000 knights outside were acting a little strange, more than 100 rank 19 knights in the hall personally granted by Emperor Harvey. Elite Knight Kirk was the first one to dash out and charge. He arrived in front of Abel and immediately did a combo strike. An ear-piercing sound lashed out from his sword. Abel did not budge as Frankenstein immediately unleashed his wizard energy like a roaring tiger. "You are a law-defying wizard," Emperor Harvey gasped. He saw Knight Kirk suddenly come to a halt, and fresh blood gushed out from his mouth. Only a law-defying wizard could make an elite knight lose control like this. Frankenstein did not stop. He effortlessly stepped forward. Although Knight Kirk could not move, he could clearly see with his frightened eyes that the hooded wizard took out a golden blade as it plunged into his heart. With twitching eyes, Knight Kirk realized how much of a joke he was to the Wizard Union. A pure white soul beam reached up, but it did not fly towards the sky. Instead, it flew towards Abel's forehead. It was almost like the soul beam was charging towards a god faithfully as a sacrifice. "You are not from the Wizard Union. How can you steal my lord's soul? You are a thief." Emperor Harvey's face began to twitch frantically. One for the death of his loyal knight, and another for his stolen soul. Emperor Harvey knew the soul of an elite knight would normally return to his lord, which was what made death a glory. However, it would be a completely different story if the soul flew into Abel. It meant their god wouldn't be able to revive them. He couldn't even imagine what would happen if his soul ended up in the hand of his enemy. He looked around at his temple. There was not a single holy knight still standing. They were all suppressed by Frankenstein's energy. "My lord, please lend me your holy energy. I need it to fight against this evil force." He held the holy armor in his hand and mumbled. Immediately, a golden glow shot out of Emperor Harvey in the center. The energy of Frankenstein was diffused, and the knights regained their mobility. Formation. Emperor Harvey knew he was fighting against a law-defying wizard, so he needed to go all out. Abel did not stop them, but a formation entirely made out of rank 19 holy knights could perfectly counteract the power of a rank 21 law-defying wizard. "Harvey, that should be the armor of the demon from beyond, right?" Abel smiled. "The power of my lord is something you cannot comprehend," Emperor Harvey yelled. He was horrified. He knew the mystery of the holy armor, but Abel also knew about it. Abel sensed a hint of familiarity with the holy armor coming from the crystal angel statue. Emperor Harvey and his knights' formation could not stop Abel's power of the will, since Frankenstein occupied them. As far as Emperor Harvey understood, the power of the will was harmless, so he did not care about it too much. However, when Abel's power of the will made contact with the golden armor, Abel's power of the will was immediately sucked in. Just like entering his own gear, Abel's power of the will immediately arrived at the owner recognition circle and saw two power of the wills. There was a big golden one and a small one that belonged to Emperor Harvey. He did not have time to take down the big golden one. If his crystal angel statue did not grow so much recently, he probably wouldn't have been able to directly enter holy armor like this. That golden power of the will was unlike the one in the holy portal bag. It was much scarier, and he felt like his own power of the will wouldn't stand a chance against it. Abel trusted his intuition, which was much more powerful than any other wizard. Although his knight skill was nothing compared to his wizard skills, his intuition always served him well. If he wanted to combat that golden power of the will, he could only do so as a god in the dark world. Actually, the portal bag was a holy object, the demon from beyond given a deity in the holy kingdom. The power of the will Abel destroyed was the power of the will of the deity. However, the owner of this holy armor was the demon from beyond itself. That golden power of the will was the demon from beyond's power of the will. The power of the will of a true God was not something Abel could take down, but taking down Harvey's beside it should be fine. Emperor Harvey was a rank 20 holy knight. His power of the will was like a speck of dust to Abel. With a gentle swipe, it was gone. Full formation. But suddenly, Emperor Harvey felt like he lost connection with the holy armor on him. The Lord gave up on me. He felt his heart drop. How could he ever have guessed that someone could break his bond with the holy armor without even touching him? My Lord, please hear my prayer. You are my one and only, and I will sacrifice everything for you. He mumbled and hoped for a reply. At that moment, Abel waved his hand, and the armor disappeared on his Emperor Harvey in a flash. Afterward, it reappeared in Abel's hand. Abel didn't have time to look at it too much, so he threw it in his personal storage box. The storage box had a special ability to separate energy, and Abel could immediately sense a connection of faith with Emperor Harvey and the knights through the crystal angel statue. With the holy armor in his hand, Abel has become the only figure of faith in the Lance continent. An awkward look emerged on his face. He didn't expect all it took was to snatch the holy armor from Emperor Harvey before all the knights dropped their weapons and fell to their knees. Abel was disappointed. He expected a battle, but the only one remaining conscious was Emperor Harvey. Who are you? What do you want? Just like that, a great ruler of a continent has lost his grace and cried out like a child. Thanks, Harvey, you helped me gather a lot of faithful souls. I'll make sure your soul won't get left behind. You will forever bring prayers for me. Abel smiled and said, My Lord will hunt you down, and you will pay. Emperor Harvey roared. He wanted to change, but he realized his legs had already lost their mobility. Abel not only gained control over his soul, but he was also a law-defying wizard. His power was not something Emperor Harvey could withstand. Do you know why I kept you standing unlike the others? Abel smiled and lowered his once. Emperor Harvey caught a glimpse of Abel's face from the hood with his weary eyes. I want you to bear witness. Everything you ever did was just a huge joke to me and the Wizard Union. Abel smirked. These knights in the palace should be your first batch of holy knights, right? Their souls belong to me now, he continued. Abel snapped his fingers, and all the knights silently dropped to the ground. It was as if they all went into a deep, joyful sleep. Their dream of returning to God has come true. Afterward, 94 pure white soul beams flew towards Abel and surrounded his body. Emperor Harvey's eyes began to water up. Every single one of those knights was irreplaceable in the continent, and they all dropped dead in seconds. He thought of the mission his God gave him. He spent 300 years taking over the Lance continent with vigor. Dwarves, orcs, elves, and the Wizard Union all fell helplessly under him. When success was inches away from him, this wizard appeared. Everything he ever planned, every preacher he ever had, every follower he ever gathered, every power he ever gained was destroyed in a flash. Also those 4,000 knights, I'll take their souls with me as well, Abel continued. Sounds of bodies dropping down emerged from outside. 4,000 souls danced around and flew into the crystal angel statue under the guidance of Visual. Inside the crystal angel statue was a special space. Even 4,000 souls have only taken up a small area. Abel had gotten 5,000 souls altogether with this journey, and the energy within his crystal angel statue became vibrant all of a sudden. Abel sensed their energy, and a smile emerged on his face. With those new prayers, his crystal angel statue would soon become dark gold. You are a demon, you didn't even give my knights a chance to fight. Emperor Harvey went insane as he roared. Harvey, you don't have the right to say that, Abel said in a mocking tone. Abel was an emperor himself in the kingdom of St. Ellis, so his status was on par with Emperor Harvey. However, he was also a prestigious master potion maker in the central continent. If Emperor Harvey came to the central continent, he would just be an ordinary knight. He wouldn't stand a chance against Abel. Emperor Harvey was actually already fortunate. Compared to the dead knights, at least he knew who was in control before he died. The knights, on the other hand, all died without who their killer was or who took their soul. Harvey, the Holy Light Kingdom's inventory is still around, right? Abel asked blankly. He kept Harvey alive, because he was still the emperor of a kingdom at the end of the day, even if it was just a subcontinent. His kingdom has killed countless orcs, dwarves, elves, as well as the wizard union. Their inventory should be jammed-packed, since the Holy Light Kingdom has not taken control. For long in the Lance continent, their resources should be in great condition. Abel wanted them, even though he already had a lot in his holy portal bag. Maybe it's my dragon blood. Abel could only think of one explanation for his greed. Emperor Harvey was extremely puzzled. It was almost like he was split into two people. On the one hand, he didn't want to tell Abel about the inventory and allow his resources to fall into the hands of his enemy. But on the other hand, his instinct was telling him Abel was his almighty royal god. He should sacrifice everything for him. His heart was in turmoil, but his body automatically stood up and walked towards the back of the palace. Abel smiled and nodded to Frankenstein, signaling him to take care of the corpses and gains outside while he followed Emperor Harvey. Emperor Harvey walked out of the palace and arrived at an open space with countless dead knights. They all looked like they were in a joyous sleep. However, Emperor Harvey kept walking as though he didn't see them and arrived at a side building through a garden gate. With the invisible crown, Abel forced everyone 2,500 meters away from him into eternal sleep. He didn't like to kill, but those were not civilians. They were all professionals. All the guarding knights, servants, and maids dropped down before they even got the chance to see Emperor Harvey or Abel. They kept walking until they arrived at a giant hall. Looking at the luxury decorations, this place should be a master's room. He walked in front of a lamp and drew 2 circles with his finger. Afterward, sounds of machines began to emerge. A hole emerged from the ground, and Abel followed Emperor Harvey down the marble stairs. They turned a corner, and the place was suddenly illuminated. Emperor Harvey stood by and waited for Abel to step in like a servant. It was a giant dungeon, and Abel immediately came across some portal boxes. Portal boxes were the product of the dwarves. They were used exclusively for themselves and the Wizard Union as a means of storing resources. With already so many portal boxes, Abel almost couldn't imagine what was inside them. Just those thousands of portal boxes alone cost a fortune. The dwarves would never sell their portal boxes, so you rarely saw them on the market. Also, their technique allowed normal people to use them, and their storage space was normally huge since they weren't designed to be carried around. They were where the most valuable things in the subcontinent were stored since they didn't need special people to guard them. Abel opened one of them and saw it filled to the brim with intermediate gems. Abel sighed in disappointment and carelessly threw them into his holy portal bag. He had more than enough space anyway. He opened another one, and it was also filled with gems. He continued for 500 boxes, and they were all the same. Abel almost became numb by this number. Although he didn't care about gems too much, and he already had a small mountain of them in his holy portal bag, he still never saw so many gathered in one place. He then came across a portal bag of valuable ingredients. It seemed like they were taken from the dwarves' inventory. He kept throwing the portal boxes in his holy portal bag in disappointment. Not right, are these the only things this Harvey bastard thinks is valuable? Abel already had all these things, unlike the ancient objects he was hoping for. However, he noticed something different when he turned to the last 10 boxes. Harvey, what are in these boxes? Abel turned and asked. They are the ingredients for super teleportation circles I gathered from the Wizard Union. Harvey didn't want to reply, but he couldn't help it. Abel was caught off guard. He was not expecting the Wizard Union to be so lavish with an extra set of super teleportation circles stored in the Lance continent. Super teleportation circle was not just a single teleportation circle. It also included energy, a gathering circle, a spirit circle, a mana-reducing circle, and a spirit to operate the thing. Each super teleportation circle was a monster, and they couldn't operate even if one component were lacking. Due to the energy a super teleportation circle normally needed, mana gems were not the only things needed. Still, they needed a spirit circle to gather mana in the day-to-day. Of course, all of this was taken care of automatically by a spirit. After all, no wizard wanted a mistake during their operation and got dragged into a chaotic dimension. This super teleportation circle was a definite surprise gain for Abel. It was not something he could buy with wealth. Besides the allied races, the Wizard Union has never given out a super teleportation circle to any organization. The construction of a super teleportation circle was not top secret, and Abel knew about it from a wizard guide. However, their components were only something the Wizard Union knew how to make. Some were made with special materials, some were made with a combination of materials, some were cultivated slowly with time. The Holy Light Kingdom would definitely get something like this if they didn't wipe out the entire Wizard Union. Harvey, is this it? Abel put away the last boxes and said with dissatisfaction. We had too much stuff. All the extras are in the castle outside the city, Emperor Harvey immediately replied. Abel looked around. He could understand. This inventory was not a big one. They could only use it to keep mana gems and valuable resources in those portal boxes. This place was too small for the vast amounts of stuff Emperor Harvey had gotten. Let's go to the castle. Abel wrapped Emperor Harvey in his power of the will and vanished, leaving behind an empty dungeon. They reappeared on the battle fort. By that point, Frankenstein had also finished his cleanup and returned as well. Harvey, point out the location and we'll be on our way. Abel led Emperor Harvey to the operation room and said. Emperor Harvey was not totally under Abel's control, but he could only do as he said. He was stunned at this giant metal object in the sky he was standing on. The monogram didn't feel like it was from this world at all. The royal castle is here. His will to think meant nothing as his body directly pointed out the location. Luckily, the battle fort has updated its monogram to display the current terrains. Fire Tooth Spirit, let's go. Abel was not happy with what he got. There must be more things gathered by this most powerful kingdom of the continent. The battle fort flew forward in silence, leaving over a peaceful royal palace. Emperor Harvey had commanded everyone to stay far away from the kingdom to avoid friendly fire, so no one knew such a big thing had happened. Most importantly, no official battle had even broken out before all the knights were dead. Even their soul beams were guided into Abel's crystal angel statue by Isuel. The castle outside the city was only around 10 miles from them, but it was not a castle for vacation. It was built with the standard of a large palace. It looked luxurious, but its defense was powerful. You could tell looking at the strong wall. But still, it was useless. All the knights were killed before they could even see their enemy. The normal knights only fainted, but the holy knights died instantly as their souls flew towards the crystal angel statue. Even if Abel didn't kill them, they would slowly die out without the holy armor anyway. When the Wizard Union seized control of the Lance continent again, they would hunt down all the holy knights. The most they could do was to hide in a corner and wait for death to arrive. Although Abel wanted more souls, he wasn't bothered to hunt down every holy knight just yet. He had a plan to do so before leaving the Lance continent. There were not many official holy knights around anyway. 99% of them were already killed outside the palace. There were only around 10,000 apprentice holy knights he hadn't come across, and 300 of them were right in front of him guarding this castle. Abel led Emperor Harvey into the castle with Frankenstein. Just the yard alone was filled with objects. There were 10 battle forts, large amounts of war machines, something similar to a giant crossbow, stone throwers, puppets, and many more. Harvey, what's up with this? Abel felt his brain hurt. Those were all treasures of the dwarves, but they were all plastered around the yard like rubbish. I have too many treasures. I've only gotten enough time to divide the gems, so I haven't got the chance to take care of these yet, Emperor Harvey answered. He surrounded the objects with his power of will. They were enough to turn his kingdom of St. Ellis into a nightmare. Those 10 battle forts were missing many components, so they could only be used to construct things in the sky. Still, they were a rare find. His holy portal bag had more than enough space anyway, so they were all stored away. Those things Emperor Harvey did pay too much attention ended up being a decent find for Abel. Even considering his connection with the dwarves, asking them to sell this many war machines would be awkward. Abel stepped into the castle hall and came across countless scattered boxes, jars, racks, shelves, and more objects on the floor. He scanned the area using his power of the will. Most of the items there were used for wizard training and recovery. There were even some special magic objects made from the special resources of the Lance continent. It was too bad they were only for apprentice wizards. Of course, there were also many potions for low-rank wizards. However, considering how many things there were, this luxury castle hall had become a mess. Abel finally understood why they were treating those resources like this. They were all for wizards, priests, and druids, which were useless to knights. Still, the scenery looked a little overpowering. He continued to scan and spotted 3 boxes locked in a magic circle. It seems like what's in it was very special. "Harvey, what is that?" he asked. "I don't know," Emperor Harvey quickly replied, and Abel suddenly remembered this inventory was different from the one in the palace. It had not been organized. Abel did not reply. He stepped forward and opened one of the boxes. There was a half-meter-long pole made out of green jade with patterns inside. It was a spirit, not an ordinary spirit, but an extremely advanced one. Abel came across many spirits, and he immediately knew what that green pole was. Considering it was only half a meter long and filled with delicate patterns, this spirit was in a vulnerable state. There were 10 intermediate gems by the side of the box to ensure the minimum energy requirement for the spirit to secure its data, but at the same time, it did not have enough to rebel. Abel reached his power of the will into it and felt a strong sense of rejection like he was an invader. Abel was shocked. How could a spirit reject him without a protection? Circle. However, he soon thought of his commander spirit. "Commander spirit, I want this spirit to recognize me as the highest authority," he said. "Yes, headmaster." Afterward, an energy wave rushed towards the green spirit. It began to flash in green. It seemed like it was still resisting, but after a minute the flash settled. "Master, Lance spirit is on your command." Abel tried to connect his power of the will again. This time he did not get rejected. "You are called the Lance spirit. What are you in charge of?" Abel asked. "Master, I am the Lance Continent Wizard Union's main spirit. I'm in charge of the Wizard Union," the Lance spirit replied. He felt his heart drop. It was the main spirit of a subcontinent, the spirit of the Wizard Union's headquarters. Everything, including the teleportation network, information network, and exchange network, was cared for by this Lance spirit. The Lance spirit should be as powerful as the Holy Continent's miracle spirit, which was extremely rare in all places. Cultivating a spirit with powerful managing skills like this was not easy. Abel knew a thing or two about cultivating spirits. He knew creating something like the Lance spirit would take at least 100 years with a high failure rate. Spirit's power would increase by absorbing information, but this process was often long and frustrating. This was especially the case when creating a care for a continent. Perhaps only the Wizard Union could have enough information to cultivate something like this. Even taking care of a little town would need large amounts of noble human knowledge. Taking care of a country would need large amounts of royals and noble family knowledge. Running an entire continent would require coordination on all fronts, so you could just imagine how much information it would take. If the Holy Light Kingdom did not have enough guts to take down the entire Wizard Union in the Lance Continent, Abel might never get to see a spirit like this in its true form. The Lance spirit was definitely one of the most valuable things of the Wizard Union. The knowledge it had was thousands of times greater than any noble family. If Abel brought the Lance spirit to the Holy Continent and connected it with the teleportation network Abel built, the Holy Continent would be able to operate immaculately even without an emperor. But of course, would still need some time for the Lance spirit to absorb the information of the Kingdom of St. Ellis. Abel carefully took out 10 top-level gems and placed them next to the Lance spirit. Since it had recognized Abel as its owner, it was too important to let anything bad happen to it. The weakness of a spirit is that it has to be constantly sustained with energy. If not, it would go into a deep sleep, and that was where information loss happens. Once information loss occurred, the rank of the spirit would drop and run the risk of becoming a low-rank spirit. Abel put the Lance spirit in his holy portal bag and turned his gaze to the next patterned box with a fire burning in his heart. Although he was expecting a level of gains with this trip, he was not expecting to find this much. After all, there were not many things that interested him in this rank. He already has a full set of super teleportation circles, a spirit that could run a continent, as well as more than 10 battle forts. Not to mention the vast amounts of souls he received. He almost wanted to thank the Holy Light Kingdom for taking over the Lance continent. Of course, he hadn't come across any holy objects yet, not even from the dwarves, orcs, or elves. It seems like those races had a way of hiding their elites and just let the Wizard Union take care of things. Abel opened the second box, and it was another spirit. This one was not as big as the Lance spirit, but it was filled with the style of elves. It was from the elves, but this time he did not examine it with his power of the will. Instead, he directly asked the Commander Spirit, "Command Spirit, give me the highest authority." Afterward, a gentle energy wave charged forward, and the spirit was helplessly penetrated in 20 seconds. "Master, Magic Circle Spirit at your service." The ability of this spirit was straightforward forward. Abel immediately knew what it was when he connected with it. It was the main spirit of the elves' Vika city. Although this spirit was used as a city spirit, it was built from the ground up to create magic circles. It inherited the magic circle knowledge of the elves, which meant it would operate any puppet and distribute resources. Spirit was not a human. It could control more than 100 puppets simultaneously, which made setting up magic circles a breeze. Even powerful wizards would not be able to match it. Abel was almost in disbelief. The spirit was basically a powerful magic circle maker. He didn't know, but this magic circle spirit was a work of surprise. As the city spirit of Vika City, half of the energy of this spirit was used to manage the city. However, it never needed much energy due to the peaceful nature of the elves. Therefore, an elder headmaster elf with a heart for magic circles has utilized the power of this spirit and its excess energy to analyze magic circles. After generations of knowledge accumulation, this magic circle spirit reached its current form. If you wanted to cultivate a spirit to make a magic circle by feeding information about puppets and magic circles directly, it would be a huge risk considering the thousands of years it would take. Therefore, this spirit was definitely a treasure. He quickly took out another 10 top-level gems and placed them next to the magic circle spirit before putting them back in his holy portal bag. Considering how good those spirits were, Abel was extremely hopeful for the last box. He opened it, and he was immediately stunned by the strange appearance of the thing inside. It was a black-colored 20 meters pole. He sensed a strong threat coming from the spirit even, without examining it with his power of the will. It was the first time a spirit made him feel this way. He would never doubt his inundation, but there was nothing special about the size of this spirit. It was just like a normal magic tower spirit. He also never heard of a spirit with attacking ability. He was a law-defying wizard as well as a dragon druid. He could basically wipe out everything in the Lance continent. So, why did he feel threatened? "Commander Spirit, examine this spirit, be careful," Abel said as he paid close attention. "Yes, Headmaster, please wait." The Commander Spirit replied. A gentle energy wave shifted forward, and its intensity slowly increased. Finally, it reached a point a few times stronger than the energy given to take down the Lance spirit. "Headmaster, this spirit has the power to absorb the will. It is an abnormal spirit," the Commander Spirit replied after a few minutes. An abnormal was not always a good thing. In fact, most of the time it was not. Even if you were lucky enough to end up with something positive, it might be insignificant. Abel's intuition was right again. The power of the will was the most important thing to a wizard, and something with the ability to absorb it would be catastrophic for a wizard. "Commander Spirit, does this spirit recognize authority?" Abel did not strike impulsively. "Headmaster, the Commander Spirit has the natural power to suppress most spirits. This one is no exception," the Commander Spirit replied. Abel didn't understand, but what the Commander Spirit meant by most spirits were most ancient spirits. For a spirit designed for warfare, the Commander Spirit held the highest power. "Okay, give me the highest authority," Abel lowered his voice. After a minute, he no longer sensed a threat coming from the black-colored spirit. It had recognized him as the owner. He reached his power of the will inside and discovered the secret of this spirit. It was called the Black Spirit, and it was the result of long years of research by the priests. It was fed large amounts of data from the soul, and some soul magic circles were tested on it. Finally, it had become an abnormal spirit with the ability to absorb the power of the will. It was best used for protecting a magic circle. If anyone wanted to investigate it with their power of the will, it would be directly swallowed. Emperor Harvey alone has taken control of the Lance continent for 300 years, so of course, they were aware of the treasures of each race. Normal spirits would not attract an almighty ruler like the Holy Light Kingdom. Only the cream of the crop like these three would end up being kept. Although Emperor Harvey had lost his control over his body, he could still think clearly. He saw this castle filled with the uppermost luxuries of the Lance continent snatched in an instant. But still, the loss of wealth was nothing compared to his plan 300 years in the making being destroyed. Almost every official Holy Knight in the continent was dead. Only around 10,000 apprentice Holy Knights were left. All he could do was hope that the apprentice Holy Knights could survive until the Wizard Union comes to clean up in a few years. Harvey, the Lance continent really is poor, Abel said, dissatisfied. Abel finished putting everything away. If his holy portal bag wasn't so big, he definitely wouldn't take most of the stuff with him. Most things couldn't do much in the central continent, but it could sustain his kingdom for many years. Emperor Harvey cried in his heart. A mighty warrior like him was as helpless as a child in front of Abel. I still need to take care of those apprentice knights before I leave the Lance continent. There were many professionals around, so I'm worried about those knights, Abel said as though he was negotiating with Emperor Harvey. But of course, he didn't need to seek his confirmation. He already sent out a holy oracle to those knights through the crystal angel statue. Emperor Harvey did know what Abel was doing, but he had a bad feeling. Lion was a rank 5 apprentice holy knight, as well as the captain of a little team. Ever since he placed his faith in a god surrounded by white light, his knight skill had taken a huge leap forward. From then on, he knew he was on the path to becoming a holy knight. As his team grew into a team of 100, they could even take down an official wizard when in their formation. It was nothing totally extraordinary, but they still managed to obtain one of the best domains in a town. At that moment, he was drinking a glass of wine with lavish food and beautiful ladies dancing in front of him. In a kingdom ruled by knights, they didn't need to detach themselves from the common world like the wizards. Their only task was to avoid wizardry being spread and kill any remaining ones who managed to escape. Knight Lion loved his life, power, wealth, and everything he had. He was almost living even better than a city owner. He was extremely loyal to his faith, which granted him everything he had. Suddenly, he stopped his glass and stood up viciously. The dancing ladies were shocked by his sudden movements and looked at him scared. Discharge, Knight Lion waved his hand and said. The ladies bowed and walked off. He then suddenly dropped to his knees with a face full of excitement. An oracle, I got an oracle, he mumbled. At the same time, his 100 teammates also got the oracle. In fact, every single apprentice knight in the Lance continent did. After a while, Knight Lion regained himself and he madly charged out the hall. Gather, he yelled. He could no longer control himself, but his eyes were stunned. Knights kept charging out of the royal palace as the teleportation circles kept flashing. Abel stood on the royal palace platform and looked down as the knights appeared. However, they all bowed when they saw Emperor Harvey. Abel couldn't help but admire the power of faith. He could basically control his followers to do anything without a single resistance. Knight Lion led his 100 knights to the royal palace through the teleportation circle. He sensed a desire to serve God as soon as he stepped out. It was the only thing in his mind. He led his 100 men and neatly lined up in the courtyard. The place was huge, almost the size of a little mine. Enough to fit in 10,000 bowing knights. All here, Abel said gently as he looked down at the knights. He almost hesitated. Did he want to kill so many lives at once? However, all it took was for him to remind himself those knights in front of him were the followers of the demon. Therefore, even if he didn't kill them, the Wizard Union would do so. Those knights would just make more chaos in the next 2 years, so he might be better off just killing them and getting their souls. Most importantly, most people in the Lance continent might end up as the demon's followers from beyond in 2 years if he didn't come to help. These knights caused everything, so he could not show mercy. Harvey, you can return to my arms with these knights. Abel said it just loud enough to reach Emperor Harvey's ears. A hopeless look emerged from his eyes. Then, with a snap of his finger, the area became silent. 10,000 apprentice knights dropped dead with a smile on their face. Emperor Harvey was just as helpless as he dropped dead as well. Under Abel's gaze, countless souls, along with Emperor Harvey's, rushed towards him. This power is intoxicating, Abel sighed. But soon, Abel was struck by reality. This was not his true power. He was only a thief. He did not even have the power of God in this world. It was the biggest difference between him and an actual god. He could only control his followers in close proximity. If he didn't use an oracle, it would take him an unimaginable amount of time to kill those knights one by one. He looked at the piles of dead bodies on the ground and shook his head. He killed too much. Since he didn't even use a spell, he didn't get much feeling from it. Frankenstein flashed down and began his cleanup while Abel shifted his focus to the crystal angel statue. He still had large amounts of normal followers, but he had no intention of killing them. Normal people couldn't use a teleportation circle anyway. With almost all the Holy Knights dead, the Holy Light Kingdom would soon fall into chaos. Especially without the holy armor, other forces would be able to take over. Those normal followers could not connect with the Holy Kingdom through the ocean. Even if they could manage to pass down their faith, it would fade away in a generation or two, considering the lifespan of a normal human. Finally resolved, Abel looked at Frankenstein and mumbled. His crystal angel statue gained the souls of 100 rank 19 holy knights, almost 5,000 official holy knights, as well as 10,000 apprentice holy knights. The amount of faith Abel would get was scary. Let's go back. Abel turned to Frankenstein and flashed back to the invisible battle fort in the sky. Firetooth, go back to the potion maker camp at full speed, he commanded as soon as he returned to the operation room. It has been a few days without going into the dark world. He couldn't wait to get back to his old schedule. Archduke Bridget, good news. Elite Druid Neville said in excitement. There was a piece of parchment on her shoulder and a delivery bird with an empty bamboo pipe on its leg. It was a report from outside the forest. Druid Neville, what's the good news? Grand Duke Bridget asked with a slightly gaunt look. She hadn't been sleeping well recently. There were tens of thousands of elves living safely in the forest, but their food security, as well as other distributions, have been stressing her out. Grand Duke Bridget, according to the latest report, the Holy Light Kingdom has fallen into chaos. All the evil knights vanished with only a few normal knights left over. Druid Neville was so excited her eyes almost began to tear up. All the elves by the side were stunned, but soon a big cheer broke out. Elves were known for their manners, but they all couldn't help themselves but jump up and down in excitement. Some even began to dance. Druid Neville, are sure this is not a trap laid out by the Holy Light Kingdom? Grand Duke Bridget was also excited, but she soon returned calm and lowered her voice. She knew how powerful those knights were. Taking them down in such a short period of time was impossible. They even destroyed the mighty Wizard Union. The only way was for the Wizard Union to send in some law-defying wizards. But no way could they arrive this fast considering their distance. But even if they did, there was no way they could take down so many knights this fast. The elves settled and exchanged a serious gaze. Then they sent out a few more delivery birds. While this could expose the elves' location, it was worth the risk. After a few days, the news returned. The Holy Light Kingdom had fallen, and the Wizard Union's remains began to rise to power again. The Holy Light Kingdom was defenseless without holy knights, and all their related families were killed. Finally, those furious wizards were able to take their revenge. Also, without authority, the suppressed city began to separate, and the monarchy began to thrive again. Grand Duke Bridget was stunned by the news from different locations. Everyone, the time of suffering for the elves has come to an end. The Holy Light Kingdom has angered an unknown power. We can now take back our home, she announced with an eye full of joy. With an enchantment from the force of nature, her voice spread throughout the forest. Thank you, the mighty goddess of moon. The elves cheered so loud, even the birds in the forest began to fly out. There were no tasty fruits in this forest, but they could finally return to their land, their town, and their home. Tens of thousands of elves gathered themselves in no time and began to head out. Not only the elves, but the dwarves underground also re-emerged with their fury. From then on, knights became the enemy of all races, and the wizards began to massacre every last one of them. But this had nothing to do with Abel. He was already tens of thousands of meters above ground, speeding back to the central continent. "Master, the Wizard Union's Wizard Hume and Wizard Clemens has news for you. The Lightning Clan's Wizard Hal has news for you." It had been days since Abel left, and he immediately heard the research spirit as soon as he jumped off his battle fort. "Research spirit, tell me about it," Abel commanded. Soon the research spirit transferred the messages, and they were all about the same thing. The Crazy Heart Valley was attacked. The Holy Kingdom has learned its lesson after so many attacks. They sent out 10 mad knights, but this time they did not shut down the teleportation circle and directly utilized the advantage knights had over priests to invade the temple of the Crazy Heart Valley. The crystal skull in the temple was stolen. According to the Wizard Union's analysis, this had increased the power of the demon from beyond by 10%. Considering its strength, that 10% was definitely a lot. The Wizard Union was unhappy. They already told the Crazy Heart to increase their defense, but the Holy Kingdom still found its way in. This not only affected the priests but the orcs, the Wizard Union, and the entire world as well. The more powerful the demon from beyond, the more damage the Wizard Union would take. Abel felt a little odd as he looked at the report. If the power of the demon from beyond could increase with a crystal skull, did that mean the demon from beyond would lose its power after Abel stole its holy armor? That thing was the demon from beyond's armor back in the day. It was one of its most important holy objects. Suddenly, he remembered that golden holy armor still had not recognized him as an owner. It could be taken back by the demon from beyond at any time. He returned to his metal fort and checked how the ancient totem was doing. To his surprise, not many light healing potions in the portal were actually used. Maybe he had overestimated his time away. He summoned Doff the Beeman again. It had held the ancient totem in its hand. That thing could increase the body of Doff. Even if it was slow, the effect could add up. Afterward, Abel left Doff on the platform as he teleported to the Dark World. He arrived at the rogue encampment and took out the holy armor from his personal storage box. He hesitated for a moment. He was about to face the will of a god, so he needed to be well prepared. He flashed towards the oak tree in Bloodmoor. The elite elves around were beginning to mature, and they all bowed when they saw Abel. There was now a hint of civilization in Bloodmoor. Although it was still in its beginning stages, it could slowly develop. Loka was one of the first generations of elite elves, thus he became a headmaster. He bowed as he flew towards Abel. "Our mighty god, we need your help. Loka, please speak up." Abel unleashed his power of God, and his voice emerged from the sky. He wanted to keep himself mysterious. He read many books about gods in the central continent. He knew a level of fear was needed to strengthen faith, so he needed to keep his distance. Still, he could be a kind-hearted god. "Mighty god, we need materials to build a temple for you." Headmaster Loka stood still in mid-air and said. Abel suddenly realized the elite elves already had a developed knowledge system, but they were still living on the oak tree. They need resources, all kinds of resources. Abel was about to take out more than enough resources for Headmaster Loka to build a temple as well as other facilities, but he hesitated. He wasn't going to give them anything unsuitable. After all, he had many things in his holy portal bag, and he had stolen the materials for 10 temples from the Lance continent. The elite elves of the central continent died because of their spoiled luxuries, according to the legends. Although he couldn't confirm those legends due to how poorly documented they were, he was still mindful of the potential risk of giving them too many luxuries. If the elite elves knew what Abel was thinking, they would definitely feel awkward. They didn't even have the resources to start a civilization, and their god was already worrying about them having too much. Abel took out a set of temple materials from his holy portal bag and put it to the side. They were gathered from the Holy Light Kingdom, so they were not luxurious at all. Besides the ordinary wood and stones, Abel had almost taken everything with him. Although stones and wood were not uncommon in Bloodmoor, Abel has commanded the elite elves not to damage the environment. Every tree around had tens of thousands of years of history. Once Abel was powerful enough, he could summon them into tree men. The tree men in the valley had taken down countless holy knights like they were nothing. Therefore, Abel cared a lot about those old trees, and he could find more common alternatives for construction in the central continent. He had some special wood from the elves and white James in his holy portal bag, which was perfect. Although they were still a little luxurious, he made an exception since he was about to the first temple dedicated to him. With white jades as stones and special wood as the interior support, it was enough for Headmaster Loka to build a temple. However, it was just enough, nothing more. The elite elves flew towards him and carried away the materials in excitement. Abel arrived next to the oak tree. He placed the golden holy armor in front of him and took a few breaths to calm himself down. He then reached his power of will towards the holy armor. He sensed that scary golden power of will again when his power of will arrived at the owner circle. Even though Abel had his support, he didn't dare to get too close. He felt like his power of will was like a little flame in front of a fire pit. It would be swallowed if he got too close. I want it to move. He ignited his world stone and unleashed the crystal angel statue's energy of God as he mumbled a spell. The golden power of will began to flicker as he spoke. Soon, he sensed it began to shrink. He would have used up all the energy in the crystal angel statue in an instant to do something like this in the past, but with the soul of 15,000 holy knights and a super preacher like Izuel, his power reached a new level. Of course, he still couldn't directly destroy the golden power of will this way. He wouldn't stand a chance if the golden power of will struck back. All it could do was drive the golden power of will away so he could approach the owner's circle. However, this golden power of will seems to be stuck on the spot, and what Abel was doing only damaged it. Abel kept the spell going for a day, and the golden power of will continued to shrink. Each time, the golden power of will would discharge a little golden energy, and Abel's power of will absorbed it. The golden power of will had shrunk by half. Just when he thought he was in for another day, the golden power of will suddenly moved away, and the armor recognized him as the new owner. Things did not end there. The remaining golden power of will flew out of the golden armor and formed into a golden angel. "Who are you? Why are you stealing my holy object?" the golden angel said in a loud, crisp voice. All of a sudden, the world began to shake. Luckily, Abel was a god in this place. Even though he was not a powerful one, he was still able to withstand the shaking. Still, he sensed his muscles and bone getting numb, so you could just imagine how scary that golden angel was. This holy armor could ignite the ability of a holy knight because it had the power of will of the demon from beyond inside it. And that little bit of power of will carried with it the consciousness of the demon from beyond. Although this little bit of consciousness was normally asleep, it could instinctively answer prayers and systematically regulate the number of holy knights. However, if the holy armor was being threatened, that little bit of consciousness would wake up and attack. Abel didn't know this, but luckily he sensed a threat and came to the oak tree for backup. Forbid, Abel wouldn't let the golden angel strike first, so he immediately cast a holy spell. Immediately, some golden strands emerged around the golden angel and wrapped around it. The golden angel quickly used its hands. They flashed, shining like sharp blades, and effortlessly sliced the golden strands on it. With another flash, the golden angel appeared beside Abel and struck down. The world stone's ability came in handy again. With a gentle twist, Abel dodged the strike. "Oak tree, help!" He then ignited his soul speaker ability and pressed his hand on the oak tree. The crystal angel statue continued to attack, but a green dome suddenly appeared and wrapped around it as well. Of course, there was no way the golden angel would let it do so. It immediately sliced out a hole in it, but it was the territory of the oak tree. As soon as a hole opened, more green energy would rush in and replenish it. Abel had no idea what to do. He was facing group energy formed by a power of will. It had no physical body for him to attack. Suddenly, he thought of the black spirit he just got. Although the golden angel was occupied by the oak tree, it could still sustain itself for some time with the holy armor. As for the oak tree, it was still too young compared to an actual tree of life. Abel was worried if using too much energy would affect its development. He took out the black spirit from his holy portal bag and reached his power of will into it for ignition. All of a sudden, the gold angel was surrounded by black fog. Since the oak tree was soul-bound with Abel, the black spirit did not attack the green energy. The golden angel was made entirely out of power of will, which was the best food for the black spirit. The top-level gems beside the black spirit began to drain like crazy, and the scenery was scary. The oak tree also did not stop, as it locked the golden angel up with its green energy. Abel saw the top-level gems being drained one by one, and the gold on the holy armor began to dim. It was almost like a battle of burning energy. Abel then took out a little mountain of top-level gems without thinking, which almost made the golden angel's jaw drop. The golden angel's energy originated from the holy energy of the holy armor. Although it had a lot, it was not unlimited. On the other hand, all the black spirit needed was mana gems. Normally, mana gems could not be compared with holy energy, but it was a totally different story considering the massive amount Abel had taken out. Under the green dome of the oak tree, the golden angel was engulfed in black smoke. It was a battle of who could burn the most energy. Time passed, but Abel never took his eyes off the battlefield. It was not that he didn't want to get involved, but he might not be able to do anything to the power of will of a demon, even in his most powerful dragon form. After all, the scale of victory was tipping towards the black spirit, even though the process was slow. The only way to combat the power of will was the power of will itself. When two professionals fought with each other, both parties could use their power of will to target their opponent with spells or physical attacks. Therefore, Abel's spells and physical attacks were useless. He wouldn't dare to approach the golden angel with his own power of will. That thing was a true god's power of will, after all. Even if half of it was destroyed. He could also use his holy energy to attack, but he wasn't confident, considering his current skill as a god. Therefore, he could only slowly wait for victory to arrive. He never expected a powerful spirit, like a black spirit, could emerge from a subcontinent. Something with the power to absorb the power of will was totally beyond his imagination. But it was the first thing he thought of when he saw that golden angel was formed by the power of will. Of course, this did not mean the black spirit could take down a god. That golden angel was only a part of a god's power of will. In fact, compared to the actual demon from beyond's abilities, the black spirit was useless. Still, the black spirit could be used on a protection circle for a scary passive attack ability. The golden angel screamed, but not a single sound came out as it was fully surrounded by black fog. His opponent was not strong, but it was a true hassle. How could he lose to an impersonated god, an infant stage tree of life, and an abnormal spirit with mana gem as support? However, that impersonated god had the same energy as him, so he really wanted to know who he was. Still, a strand of consciousness without a body could not use the power of a true god. The demon from beyond never expected someone other than a true god to take down his strand of consciousness in the holy armor, yet it was slowly being drained by the black spirit in a tree of life. It was hopeless. His body was sleeping, and he could not return to report what was happening. The wings of the golden angel began to fade, followed by its limbs, torso, and finally the head. It gave Abel a final look of hatred, and it was fully swallowed up. Abel let out a breath of relief. He had totally overestimated his ability as a god. He was still no match to an actual god. The victory looked simple, but that was only because the golden power of will was weakened by half before its awakening, the tree of life as support, his world stone's ability to move, and the black spirit. Seeing almost 200 top-level gens were used just from this, he could only imagine what an actual war with the demon from beyond would be like. If this many top-level gems were used all at once, a giant city would be wiped flat immediately. However, what happened was not a total loss for the black spirit. A strand of gold emerged from the black fog after the remaining golden power of will was absorbed. The black spirit recognized Abel as an owner, so it was no longer a threat to Abel's power of will. But since half of the golden power of will was absorbed by Abel's power of will through the holy spell, he quickly examined it. To his surprise, his transparent power of will had gained a golden hue, so it was no longer invisible. "What's up with that?" Abel said irritatedly. The power of will was the most important thing when it comes to investing in your opponent. There would be many things one couldn't do if it lost its secretive nature. But soon, he realized the golden hue began to settle, and his power of will had become transparent again. Maybe I can control the color of my power of will, he thought to himself. As he kept thinking, the golden hue emerged again. But this golden hue didn't have any fighting ability anyway, and he couldn't think of a situation where it would be beneficial. But soon he realized the true power he gained. He reached his power of will towards a branch on the ground to pick it up, and it went straight through. Abel thought his power of will must have died, but soon he realized that branch was actually cut in half. As you know, picking up something with the power of will was already extremely strong for a law-defying wizard, but now it had almost become a sharp blade. The power was beyond his imagination. At that moment, he felt like the legendary knight who was chasing after him that day could no longer suppress him. For God was by Abel's side, it would be able to tell that Abel's power of will had reached the level of a god, even though his ability as a god was still on a surface level. The golden hue was the reflection of his power of will. Reaching its pinnacle, Abel carefully began to adapt to his new power of will to avoid damaging stuff if he went all out. If he tried to scan the environment around him, he might cut everything in half. But that was only possible because everything around him had no protection. For a profession on guard, his power of will would not be powerful enough. After some time, he had gotten used to adjusting the power. Abel picked up the holy armor again. The golden glow on its surface had faded. Instead, it was replaced with a strong vintage tone. The delicate patterns of the armor were exposed. But it was not the pattern system of the central continent or the dark world. He could not identify it, so he could not examine the ability of this armor. His power of will was the only power of will that remained on this armor, so the thing now belonged to him. He gently placed his finger on it, and the armor disappeared in a flash. Since he was the owner, the armor could hide inside his body, waiting to be summoned at any time. "Gear up," Abel mumbled, and the armor reappeared on him. But soon, he realized this armor did not give him any extra attribute or spell enchantment. After a few tries, the only special thing he noticed about this armor was its hard surface. Since all holy objects were made with holy power, having an almost indestructible surface was given. Not to mention they all had a self-repairing ability, so this armor was truly indestructible. But armor like this was only blue rank at most in the dark world. What's so holy about it? Abel shook his head and put the armor away again with disappointment. This thing was the result of him risking his life and sacrificing 200 top-level gems. Is this thing not suitable for normal people? Abel was suddenly struck by an idea. He turned to Isuel in the crystal angel statue. Although he was no longer an angel recognized by heaven, he was still a true god-rank angel. By the look of that golden angel, the demon from beyond might be an angel as well. This meant the holy armor was the armor for angels, and Isuel might be able to put it on. Up to this point, he transferred the holy armor towards the crystal angel statue and commanded Isuel to put it on. When the armor made contact with Isuel's non-psychotic body, it immediately turned into a hooded robe, and Isuel's body was solidified. The only thing that remained mystical were his wings. Besides that, his entire body was wrapped in a hooded robe with delicate stitchings. "Isuel, come out of the crystal angel statue," Abel ordered. However, Isuel kept praying as though he never heard him. Damn it, what does that holy armor do? Abel almost wanted to strangle someone. He was right that this armor was for angels, but Isuel did not have any consciousness. It almost would not listen to him, so it was impossible for him to test out this armor. As Abel was getting frustrated with the armor, a saint was holding a crystal skull in his hand in the central continent's Holy Kingdom Palace. This holy object, stolen from the Crazy Heart Valley, was filled with tortured souls. As soon as their god reawakened, they would be purified and receive large amounts of pure faith. Although this holy object could not create more faith, it could still go neck to neck with other holy objects. Finally, a holy object, our Lord will be able to use it to power up himself when he reawakens. The saint placed his hand on the crystal skull and thought to himself. They had finally succeeded after so many failed attempts. After all, there were not many actually useful holy objects for a god. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound emerged from the guardian wings, and a feather dropped down. When it was hundreds of meters above ground, it turned into sparkles in the sky. The condition of the guardian wing was reflected through a monitor circle in front of the saint. The saint felt a sharp pain in his heart as he spat out a mouthful of blood dripping down on his white robe. The armor of my lord, he yelled as information from the guardian wing ran through his head. He had a special bond with the guardian wings. As a part of the god, its status was equal to God. The damage he took was from his god's power of will from the holy armor being destroyed. The saint immediately knew something happened in the Lance continent, but even if their plan failed, the holy armor should still be intact. He felt hurt when the holy portal bag was stolen as well, but that was the saint's possession. On the other hand, the holy armor was the possession of his lord, so it possessed a part of his lord's power. Suppose it could be stolen this easily, his lord would lose his edge. The saint felt his heart burning. Who is it that stole my lord's armor? He roared, and his voice sent chill down the spines of the holy knights around. Abel came back from the dark world, wondering how to use his new stuff. He couldn't think of an explanation for the super teleportation circle. Even if he could set it up with puppets, it would be useless if he couldn't connect to any networks. He had to get the Wizard Union's confirmation to do so. Considering how important a super teleportation circle was to them, allowing it for personal use was almost impossible. So he could only wait for a chance in the future. As for the Lance Spirit, he was about to take it back to the Holy Continent. The Central Continent was not where his core was located, and he didn't have a powerful management spirit like that anyway. He then turned to the vast amounts of new souls in the Crystal Angel statue and began to think. If he kept them in the Crystal Angel statue, they would be able to bring him endless amounts of faith. But at the same time, he also wanted to increase the number of knights he had in the Holy Kingdom. He only had 2,000 of them. A knight could not bring as much faith as a soul, since it was purer. Most importantly, he wanted to get more information from the Holy Kingdom, so he needed more knights. With Israel around, getting the souls of holy knights was much easier. He didn't have to turn into a dragon to do so. I'll make them real knights. I can find more in the front line or when the holy knights invade anyway. I just need to hide myself well and not let the Holy Kingdom notice, Abel thought to himself. Of course, he wouldn't do the task manually. He was not a true god. He could not multitask and grant 150,000 souls at once. He would leave it to his druid soul. He then arrived at the metal platform and began drinking a glass of juice. In the following 10 days, he rested on the metal platform during the day and entered the dark world to kill hell creatures at night, just like the good old days. The only thing different was now he had more than 170,000 low-rank holy knights as followers in the Holy Kingdom. Those low-rank knights' souls would be able to return to the Crystal Angel statue even if they died. Their rank was already predetermined. Those knights were rank 6 at most anyway. Even if they died immediately, it wouldn't take long until they reached rank 6 again. With 170,000 of them, Abe would be able to form a proper information network in the Holy Kingdom. As for the souls of those mad knights, Abel did not give them out. He would never do something so risky until he understood the benefits. He turned to the 100 preacher guides in the Crystal Angel statue. They had become much more important to him since he realized the holy armor could not create more of them. He raised a demand to his druid soul to find a faithful follower to become his preacher. He knew the Holy Kingdom had preachers spread out throughout the Central Continent to get their information. However, they still lacked preachers. Everything they did, including protecting the Guardian Wings, long-distance teleportation, and day-to-day tasks, needed the power of faith. The entire Holy Kingdom was like a faith-generating machine. Preachers were the core of creating faith and hosting important ceremonies, but creating more of them was similar to a normal person's. According to the Holy Kingdom's narrative, a preacher was a more glorious profession than a holy knight. Their faith was purer, and they had more recognition from their god. Therefore, Abel's druid soul has found a candidate in almost no time. He was a young man without the talent for being a holy knight, but despite that, it did not affect his faith. He was determined to become a glorious preacher. Abel connected with him. His name was Ackerman, and he was praying. Unlike normal prayers, he was chanting the words from an old, complicated holy book. Normal people probably couldn't read the words, even if they had the book right in front of them. But Ackerman managed to memorize it from front to back. Suddenly, he sensed a strong force touching him. "My follower, I've received your faith. I will now grant you the profession of preacher in the name of God. You are now my ambassador in the common world." Abel sent Ackerman a message through the crystal angel statue. Ackerman was trembling with excitement. The information ran through his head. Even the sections on the holy book he was unclear about had become clear. At the same time, he sensed holy energy rushing through him. Not the ones of a holy knight, but the power that confirmed his identity as a preacher. "My lord, I will forever be at your service." He got on his knees and mumbled. He then stood up and walked towards the closest temple from his house. He could clearly sense the preacher's energy running through him. Along the way, and everyone bowed at him, even the holy knights did so. As the ambassador of God, he did not need to bow back, just a gentle smile was enough. Abel kept his eyes on Ackerman through the passage of faith. He was his first preacher. His success would dictate if his future preachers could succeed. If Ackerman got recognized, he would be immediately sent out to spread his faith. After all, each preacher was extremely important. As Ackerman approached the temple, Abel's heart began to pound. He was directly stealing faith from the Holy Kingdom. Still, Abel was not afraid of the Holy Kingdom finding out. He had done everything through the passage of faith. As long as they didn't send out legendaries to take him down, he could escape even if he couldn't win in a fight. Ackerman was from a big city, and the temple was located in the city center. There were 18 temples like this in the Holy Kingdom, and each represented a big city. Abel saw the temple through the eyes of Ackerman. It was grand, as though he was looking up at a mountain. A strange energy shifted out of it and engulfed the city. Although the energy was harmless, it could deepen one's faith. Preacher Ackerman stepped on the staircase of the temple and slowly approached the door. Abel sensed the holiness of the temple intensified as Preacher Ackerman pushed open the door. "Ackerman, congratulations on becoming a preacher." The headmasters in the temple welcomed him. The prestigious headmaster, "How can I start?" Ackerman immediately bowed in humbleness. "You need to fully grasp your preacher abilities. This normally takes 10 years, but the temple can't wait that long. You will be sent to a chapel to serve our Lord while you learn." The headmaster lowered his voice. Although it was only one of the 18 temples of the Holy Kingdom, there were not many preachers around. Only 5 of them were available. Therefore, the preacher system always had an overload of work. None of them would have any spare time, not even a new preacher. "By your will, headmaster." Preacher Ackerman was willing to do anything in the name of God. Abel did not interfere during this process. "I'll send you to Weather City. The preacher of the city has returned to the arms of God, so we need someone to replace him." The headmaster thought for a moment and said. He then took out an identity card and added, "This identity card can ignite the shrine of Weather City." "Yes, my prestigious headmaster," Preacher Ackerman reached out his hand and bowed. The process was simple, and Ackerman was accepted as a member of the temple just like that. Going to Weather City was just as simple. There were teleportation circles throughout the Holy Kingdom. The first thing Preacher Ackerman saw when he stepped out of the teleportation circle was a grand structure built out of delicate marbles. However, it was not a temple, it was a chapel. A chapel was a small-scale temple with the power to only affect a small area. After thousands of years, the Holy Kingdom has developed a special missionary formula. With both temples and chapels working hand to hand with each other, they could derive a lot of faith with a small number of preachers. Preacher Ackerman stepped into the chapel. It was equipped with all facilities, including a hall with the space to hold all the followers who came to hear the holy words of a preacher. There was also a holy room with a shrine, which is the most important area of the chapel. When a shrine was ignited, it could cause a small town to generate faith for them. There was also a living space for the preacher to live a comfortable lifestyle, using the donations and taxes of the city people. Ackerman quickly stepped into the holy room and placed his identity card on the circle of the shrine. Afterward, he put a few mana gems in the socket. A pure white light began to glow from the top of the chapel. The people in town turned their gaze towards it. The chapel was in operation again, and they could now pray in it. Since Preacher Ackerman was the one who ignited the shrine, and the people in town relied on it, they all became followers under the management of Preacher Ackerman. It was at this moment Abel realized a whole town of faith was rushing towards him. Maybe it had been a while since the chapel was last ignited, but the faith was not powerful. Still, Abel knew it would build up over time, especially since this town had holy knights as well. In other words, Preacher Ackerman had found an entire town of followers in the Holy Kingdom for Abel. As Preacher Ackerman's rank increased, he would be able to bring on more and more followers for Abel. Not to mention, Ackerman was only one of the 100 preacher guides Abel had. If he granted all of them out, he would be able to have at least 100 little town of followers in the Holy Kingdom. But of course, Abel was not planning to give out all 100 preacher guides at once. Instead, he was planning to spend a few months to avoid getting unnecessary attention, since their holy armor was just stolen. This little thief called Abel had now become a big thief. Meanwhile, a saint in the Holy Kingdom's palace looked at a mad knight with a grim look. "Momo, how have you organized the Lance continent?" the saint said, his voice clear with hidden meaning. "Your Majesty, has something happened to the Lance continent?" Mad Knight Momo was confused. Unfortunately, they were too far from the Lance continent, and his investigation department sacrificed a lot in their plan. "Momo, everything was your doing. Did you know my lord has lost his holy armor?" The saint lowered his voice even more. "How is that possible? It is our lord's holy armor. You can summon it back," Mad Knight Momo gasped. He had only suggested sending out the holy armor to the Lance continent because of this security. "Our lord is still in a slumber, but the guardian wings have told me that it has already recognized an owner. You promised me that there would no problems would occur," the saint asked in irritation. "How is that possible?" Mad Knight Momo mumbled in disbelief. "Send out all the investigators and track down the holy armor. I need it back even with large amounts of holy energy. I need to capture the thief who stole my lord's armor." A cold gaze flashed in the eyes of the saint. Mad Knight Momo let out a breath of relief. The saint was angry, but at least he did not blame him. However, Mad Knight Momo was a little hesitant. It was not that he didn't want to investigate himself, but King Harvey would already be doing so, according to the latest report from the Lance continent. If something happened to the holy armor, something would have happened to the Lance continent. They were basically entirely separated from the Lance continent without a super teleportation circle. Even the Wizard Union would not travel across the ocean, let alone their investigation department. Their plan to destroy the super teleportation circles had totally backfired on them. Mad Knight Momo speculated some powerful forces must have hidden on the Lance continent, but it was just too unbelievable that they could break the bond of the holy armor to his lord. Normally, only a more powerful god could break into a holy object and declare himself an owner. However, the most powerful god in this world was none other than the demon from beyond. Even large amounts of powerful wizards working together could not bring it to its last breath. "Majesty, the Wizard Union might be able to set up the super teleportation circles in the Lance continent again after 2 years. After that, it will be much harder for us to penetrate it again or any subcontinent in that matter," Mad Knight Momo said helplessly. He was the head of the investigation department, the mastermind behind the Lance continent project. He was no longer worried about the success of the project or if Faith could travel across the ocean to the Holy Kingdom. The holy armor was the basis of everything in the project. King Harvey held it. If something happened to it, something must have happened to King Harvey and his men as well. Therefore, all he cared about at that moment was retrieving the holy armor. The demon from beyond only had a few holy objects on him when he traveled to this world through the dimensional crack, and each of those objects was extremely important. "Momo, I'll give you a mission. Our lord's portal bag was stolen during the Battlecry City operation. When I tried to retrieve it, I realized someone have already declared its ownership." The saint also knew investigating the Lance continent immediately was not possible, so he lowered his voice again. "Are you suggesting Master Bennett?" Mad Knight Momo knew about it and asked. Although the saint never told anyone about the holy portal bag being possessed by another, everyone in the central continent and the Holy Kingdom knew about the Battlecry City and Mad Knight Mead being stripped naked before killing himself in the front line. Even Mad Knight Momo, the head of the investigation department, had only heard about the holy portal bag finding a new owner for the first time. "Yes, it's Bennett. I was planning to take care of him later, but since he has to deal with the portal bag, I assume the holy armor has to do with him as well," the saint said furiously. Although the holy armor had the power of the will of his god, someone that could break into a holy armor needed to be a god as well. Initially, he thought the goddess of the moon or the tree of life had gotten involved, but there was no way the goddess of the moon's power could not reach the Lance continent. Furthermore, the elves were not in their prime, so the goddess of the moon would not be able to have enough faith to do so. Therefore, the saint began to wonder if Master Bennett had found a special way to break into a holy object. As far as he knew, Master Bennett had inherited some knowledge from ancient times. After all, no one in the central continent had a clear understanding of Master Bennett's background. This best master potion maker of the continent had some mysterious knowledge. It was just that no one dared to mess with him considering his potion-making power. Although it was only speculation, it was better than searching aimlessly. Most importantly, the super potions of Master Bennett were hugely impacting the front line's result. The Wizard Union has barely taken any losses. Even on the brink of death, they would be able to revive and join back in the battles with Master Bennett's potion. My men in Bay Law City have made some progress. Maybe we can reignite our teleportation circle and unleash another attack on Bay Law City. Mad Knight Momo did not have any complaints as he bowed. The elves were the hardest race to penetrate. Even the dwarves were easier since they could try to lure. The ones spread throughout the central continent. But the elves all lived in the forest, isolated from the outside world. Even the businessmen would not interact with others much, so it was very hard for the Holy Kingdom to get any information from them. If they did get lucky and ran into a corrupt politician and Gilo Harmon, there was no way they could invade that quickly. Good job, Momo. This time I will bring Bennett back even with large amounts of holy energy. Certainty flashed in his eyes. Mad Knight Momo bowed without a word. He knew the saint was determined. It was not impossible to transfer a legendary knight through the defense war of Doomsday. But the holy energy it would use was so vast, even the saint hesitated. But this time, they were determined. Even if Master Bennett had nothing to do with the holy amour, they would be able to get a lot out of him as the best potion maker. Just stopping the supply of light healing potions and mana potions was enough for the Holy Kingdom to take the risk. While Abel was unknowingly being targeted by the Holy Kingdom, he made another discovery. By the time Preacher Ackerman had secured his status in Weather City, he had realized he could project Isuel into his body. This could give Ackerman immense power in a short period of time. Isuel's fighting ability did not fade along with its consciousness during the past tens of thousands of years. Instead, it had become purer. Is this a godsend? Although Abel never tried this ability out, it seemed very similar to what the goddess of the moon had done to Lorraine. Most gods did not need to enter this world physically. Instead, they could manifest their power through a chosen one. How come I never knew about this godsend ability? Abel already began using the name. Abel realized he could not do any godsend on a night. After all, Ackerman was his first preacher. Right, maybe the prerequisite to do godsend is more than what I thought. He mumbled and nodded. He realized another thing. He decided to take the holy armor off Isuel, and the godsend ability disappeared again. He always thought the holy armor was useless, but it seemed like he was wrong. In reality, holy armor was extremely important. Godsend was a crucial method for a god to interact with the common world. It could not only show its power, but it could also take down enemies and stabilize faith. However, godsend was normally no easy task. First, you need a saint, a chosen one with the purest soul, so that he or she could be close to God. Then, the saint would need to undergo godsend training to handle the power. Just like Lorraine, she was under the protection of the temple, and a few big druids always had to stay by her side. After all, she was the main reason why most of the female big druids were recruited to the temple. You could just imagine the status of saints just by looking at this. The special thing about the holy armor was that it could completely bypass this rule. As soon as you had the holy armor on, you would be able to do a godsend on any preacher. This would save a god a lot of time, since they didn't need to train a new saint all over again if one gets killed. This was why the elves were vulnerable until Lorraine fully grasped the power of the godsend. With this ability, your enemies would be fighting a god as soon as they ran into a preacher. Abel wanted to test out Isuel's godsend ability, and he had chosen his target, Ackerman. He wanted to see if he could use Ackerman to kill another preacher and retrieve his preacher guide through the crystal angel statue. But the town was located in a remote area with a population of 3,000, even after the evil kingdom encouraged having more children. They would only have enough food for 3,000 people. Any extra resources would be given to the rulers. This was the case with most towns in the Holy Kingdom, so they could not feed more people even if they wanted a larger population. The town continued as always. The only thing different was a little chapel with a new young preacher. This affirmed the faith of the citizens. Every day they would go to the chapel and pray. But there was something different about their faith. And oddly, they felt like their God was watching them. Their faith intensified, but little did they know they were already following a new God. Golding was a hunter of the town. One day he was called into the chapel by preacher Ackerman, and he was given an object for spreading their faith. His destination was beyond this town. As a hunter, no one would question his absence. Phila town was 500 miles from Weather City, and it was where Golding was headed. It was a holy journey for Golding. It was the first time he was called by his God and was willing to sacrifice everything to complete his mission. His mission was simple. Even though 500 miles were a lot for a normal person, it was not much for a skilled hunter. He trusted his God. His God would never pick the wrong person. There were no man-made roads along the way, only trees and mountains. After 7 days, he arrived in a forest next to Phila town. "My lord, I will not disappoint you." He placed a decent-sized magic board on the ground and began praying. Meanwhile, Abel was sipping on a glass of water spirit fruit juice on his metal fort above Bay Law City. His druid soul suddenly came alert, and his attention was drawn to this hunter. "Good job, my follower." Abel sent a message through the soul, and a voice struck Hunter Golding through empty space. At the same time, Abel sent out a power of the will and ignited the circle. It was a two-way teleportation circle he gave preacher Ackerman a few days ago. As someone with extreme faith, such as Ackerman, he would do anything his God commands. This teleportation circle now belonged to Abel. Under the influence of Abel's power of the will, a white light began to flash on the teleportation circle, and preacher Ackerman appeared on it through a wave of dimension energy. The maximum distance of a two-way teleportation circle was 500 miles, so it was the furthest Abel could send Ackerman to approach Phila town. "Golding, thank you for everything you've done for God. You can go back now, but don't tell anyone about what you did. It's even better if you can forget about it." Preacher Ackerman lowered his voice. But no one could resist Abel anyway. With his druid soul monitoring everything, anyone who didn't do as he said would be dead, especially for someone as insignificant as a hunter. Of course, that was only possible during the day, since Abel would always go to the dark world at night. "It was my honor." Hunter Golding bowed and stepped away without questioning a thing. Preacher Ackerman then took out a barrier circle and hid the double teleportation circle. He then put on a hood and headed towards Phila town. With God's help, he easily made his way through the civilians and headed towards the chapel. "Godsend," he mumbled when he was 20 meters from it. He didn't know what a godsend was, but he would never doubt his God. Abel kept his eyes on Ackerman. When he mumbled godsend, a shadow holding a sword flashed out from Izul's body with the thirst for battle. It seems like that shadow was made out of Izul's battle instinct, and it entered Ackerman in another flash. Afterward, preacher Ackerman's body began to glow in gold outside the chapel of Phila town. There was no longer any lifelessness in his eyes, a total disregard for the common world, an attitude the above had for the below. After all, it was the battle instinct of an angel. "Izul, kill everything within the chapel," Abel mumbled. Suddenly, the eyes of Ackerman sparkled as he charged into the chapel. A golden energy sword appeared in his hand. Although it was not the charge of a knight, it was just as fast. The chapel was helpless, and its defense was broken with one slash. Abel was not surprised. That golden energy sword was made out of the energy of God. This godsend of Izul was not without sacrifice. That golden sword alone had used up all the faith he gathered in Weather Town these days. Even Abel himself couldn't use the power of God, but Izul could. The chapel's protection shield scattered into sparkles, and an old man in a preacher robe ran out. "You are?" The old man was immediately stunned as he looked at the golden sword in fear. It was filled with the energy of God, and that stranger holding the sword was also in a preacher robe. As an experienced preacher, he knew what was happening. A godsend. It was the most powerful thing a god could do in the common world. However, he was only a small preacher in a small town. He never even left this area in his life. Why did a god go against such an insignificant preacher with such power? It would be a huge waste. He sensed death heading towards him, but he did not move. It was not only because he had no fighting skills, but because he knew his soul would return to his god in the Holy Kingdom, even if this godsend person was an intruder. He fully understood how scary gods could be. With a gentle slash of the golden sword, roaring energy went right through the old preacher without making a single wound. A strange, blissful smile emerged on his face as he dropped dead on the ground. This golden energy sword really was almighty. All Abel wanted was the soul of this old preacher, and it had directly taken it away without leaving a mark. The soul of the old preacher traveled through the energy sword and entered the crystal angel statue. A flash emerged from Izul's eyes, and the soul turned into a preacher's guide. "No bad," Abel mumbled in excitement, since there was still some time in Preacher Ackerman's godsend. Abel had utilized its speed to quickly send Ackerman back to the teleportation circle, turn off the barrier circle, and return to Weather City with the circles. It was a perfect hit and run. Since they were 500 miles away, Preacher Ackerman would be the last one to blame for the death of that old preacher. At the same time, there was no way Preacher Ackerman and Hunter Golding would say anything since they were serving out of their own faith. The godsend lasted for 10 minutes, but Abel was already very happy with the result. The power of Izul through the godsend seems to have a direct correlation with Abel's power. Although the old preacher was too weak to test out the godsend's full potential, it seemed like it had the power of a rank 21 profession. Of course, it might just be a coincidence, but it might also be its limit. As you know, Izul was a warrior angel from heaven. There was no way he was only rank 21. He would be a god at least. Still, the power of the godsend was good enough. With Izul's battle instinct, it would take a rank 23 to take him down at the least. Not to mention, its energy was from the power of God. Rank 22 and rank 21 professionals wouldn't be able to do anything to him. "Preacher Kun, what happened?" "Men," a civilian yelled as he stepped in and saw the fallen old preacher. All the civilians around were stunned. Preacher Kun has been around for tens of years, and everyone respected him. Preacher Kun has returned to the arms of God. A gutsy man stepped up and gently placed his finger in front of the nose of Preacher Kun and lowered his voice in sorrow. All the people around bowed, and a mournful atmosphere emerged. No one doubted the death of Preacher Kun. There were no wounds on him, so he couldn't have been murdered. Most importantly, he was in a chapel under the monitoring of God. No one would dare to kill a preacher here. The news was soon reported, and an intermediate holy knight arrived to confirm the death of Preacher Kun. Death from the power of God was not something you could tell by just looking, let alone an insignificant intermediate knight. Therefore, the intermediate knight soon left with the conclusion of natural death. It was not that the Holy Kingdom didn't care about their preachers. Instead, it was quite the opposite. Due to how prestigious a preacher was, no one would ever murder them. At least nothing like it had ever happened in the past thousands of years. After all, Preacher Kun was not a young man. Although he might still have some years left in him, no one could tell. Abel's heart was filled with excitement as he saw another preacher guide. His future was getting brighter. Killing preachers in the Holy Kingdom and get their preacher guides. This way, Abel could grant out more preachers that belonged to him. However, he soon thought of a downside. If too many preachers died in a radius of 500 miles, the Holy Kingdom might realize something was up. But things like this were not deal-breaking. Abel had already found a way to obtain more preacher guides, so there was no way he would give up. Still, this was only an experiment. He was not planning to kill another preacher through a recognized preacher. Instead, he shifted his focus on finding a powerful follower with special assassin abilities specialized for the job. Becoming a professional assassin was not an option for civilians who grew up in the Holy Kingdom, and the assassins taken as prisoners from other places would be brainwashed and cultivated into the Holy Kingdom system. They would normally get sent to a remote area with begin farming work until they were fully domesticated. The outstanding ones would be able to live a better life and get put into different cities. Poor-performing ones, on the other hand, would not be as lucky. They would continue to undergo brainwashing, lose their sense of identity, and become machines for prayers with barely enough food. Normally, they would die by work overload in 10 years or so. Abel's druid soul found an assassin in a remote land named Apo. He was a professional back in the days, but ran into the Holy Kingdom during an invasion. Even with a soul and body stronger than normal people, he was hopelessly captured under the aura of the Holy Knights. He became a follower and a farmer after being brainwashed. Just like that, he ended up on a deserted land and started farming. However, he didn't want to live like this, even as a follower, but there was no way for him to resist. He was taking a break at noon, about to begin his daily prayer. He knew nothing about the gods, so his prayers were all done systematically after the brainwashing. He just needed to chant according to the Holy Kingdom's instructions, and the energy would be provided to the guardian wings. After all, you needed the guidance of a preacher to become a truly loyal follower. My follower, do you want to take a chance and become the warrior of God? A spine-chilling voice emerged from his soul, and he immediately knew it was God talking to him. My Lord, hear my prayer, I will gladly be your warrior. Apo began to cry. As an assassin, he was used to deriving pleasure from murder. He just couldn't handle the life of a dry, boring farmer. The only thing that kept him going was faith. Although it was forced upon him, it was the only thing meaningful in his life. If Abel hadn't intervened, he would have become one with this land and die in the land. Abel had given Apo a choice, but there was no way for Apo to reject him in reality. Abel didn't care how strong Apo was. All he needed was his special assassin sent to find his target. Abel hesitantly granted a preacher guide to Apo. He was not expecting Apo to become a preacher recognized by the temple. Instead, he would make him an assassin specialized for killing preachers. That preacher guide was only for Izuel to use Godsend. As you know, even a holy knight could not break the defense of a temple in a short period of time. All of a sudden, Apo felt like he had been leveled up. He became the ambassador of God with the ability to use God's power anytime. He no longer felt restricted by the constraint of the lands. Instead, he had regained his freedom. He threw his farming tools on the ground and began to yell in excitement as he ran across the open fields. He stopped after a while and realized how long he had been running. Still, he was in disbelief. He was no longer a farmer. God had recognized him. Suddenly, a map was transferred to his head. It was a map of the Holy Kingdom marked with the location of the chapel. Apo didn't know, but his seemingly random run was actually him making his way to his first target. He saw a little town in the faint distance, but his instincts told him not to let anyone notice him as he made his way towards the chapel. He used his skills and effortlessly dodged everyone as he jumped on the roof of the buildings. Finally, he arrived at the chapel. It was at that moment his mind went blank, and a golden glow emerged on his body. Izuel had taken control with the Godsend, and the golden energy sword appeared once again to break through the defense of the chapel. A small crack opened up, just enough for a person to fit in. Izuel did not wait for the preacher to come. He went straight in and found a middle-aged preacher. Before he could even react, the golden energy sword had already landed on his neck and sent his skull flying. Since Abel was about to unleash a mass killing on preachers, he was not planning to do it the same way as last time. Instead of directly retrieving the soul, he created a murder scene. With a gentle flick, the soul of that middle-aged preacher returned to the crystal angel statue. Izuel stepped out before the defense of the chapel was even fully broken, so you could just imagine how fast he was. It then turned into a beam and speeded out the town while dodging the gaze of everyone. After the Godsend was finished, Apo felt like he had just dreamt of murder. It was his best performance. He was just like the legendary assassins he saw in the books. He looked around and saw that he was no longer in town, but he knew he would make his way in another direction. He ran for 3 days and arrived at another town. Still, he managed to use his skills again and shifted through the town without anyone noticing. He had not eaten anything during this time, but he was not tired at all. Instead, he continued for another 20 towns, and none of the preachers escaped. Little did he know, Abel was feeding him a hunger potion a day from the potion maker camp, and when he got tired, Abel would give him an energy potion. It was how he managed to stay in top condition. When Apo was another to enter another town, Abel sensed a tiny threat through the passage of faith. Of course, it was not a threat to Abel, but a threat to normal people like Apo. Abel knew the Holy Kingdom was on to him, so it was time for him to stop this crazy operation for a while. With a gentle wave of his hand, Abel withdrew the preacher guide from Apo's soul, and his preacher scent vanished. It was the ability of a god, but Abel wouldn't be able to retrieve his preacher guide if he did so. Still, it did not go to waste, since this preacher guide allowed him to get 20 more preacher guides. Abel did not let Apo sense any danger, so it was basically like he had given up on him. Apo ignorantly entered the town just like always, but he was immediately monitored by the power of the will from 2 elite holy knights. Even as a professional assassin, his power was nothing compared to a true professional. He did not know anything about the power of the will. The 2 knights were sent in to investigate the murder of preachers. Since something like this had never happened, the Holy Kingdom sent out 10 elite holy knights to the towns. Although Apo was not a normal guy, his murderous scent still could not escape the gaze of the knights. A suspect has appeared. Could he be the one who killed the 20 preachers? An elite knight lowered his voice. Preachers were the basis of the Holy Kingdom. In some ways, they were even more important than holy knights. A single preacher could affect an area of followers, so they were crucial for faith creation. Stay calm, let's see what he is about to do first. The other elite knight interrupted. They were powerful, and Apo would not be able to win against them. Apo's journey was smooth until that point. He arrived in front of the chapel and took out a little blade from his waist with his gaze fixed on the chapel. He didn't know why he was here, but his soul was telling him that he was on an assassin's mission. His target was the preacher within. He sensed blood fishing through his body. It has been a long time since he smelled the fear of his prey and the beg for mercy of another. Suddenly his body froze. It did not kill him, but his movements were locked up. No, you can't capture me. I am serving God. I'm a holy warrior. I am not your prisoner, Apo roared. An assassin was no stranger to death, and they were prepared to die at any moment. Killing someone and suicide were both sides of the same coin. It was what an assassin does best. After, Apo immediately bit down one of his teeth without hesitation. A bit of poison dripped out, and a strange smile emerged on his face. Just like that, the smile stayed on his face as the life faded from him. Not good. A shadow quickly dashed forward, but it was too late. Apo was already dead. Abel sensed his passage of faith faded. He hadn't expected Apo to successfully kill himself in front of a holy knight. It seems like I've underestimated people again. He shook his head and mumbled. Little assassin still managed to keep his dignity before he died. After all, Apo just never got the chance to use this final move since he lost the will to die after the brainwash. Abel was planning to give Apo a poison through the soul chain after he was captured, even if that ran the risk of the Holy Kingdom noticing, but what Apo did was perfect. Apo was already dead by the time the Holy Knights arrived. They then left the town without any emotions on their faces. What type of punishment they would get was no longer important. After a few days, Abel's druid soul received more information from his followers. Some of them had already made contact with the interior of the Holy Kingdom. The death of the 20 preachers was being categorized as a massacre by an assassin who resisted the brainwash. The Holy Knight who brainwashed Apo was punished. There could only be one way someone could resist brainwashing: a powerful will. So the person responsible for the brainwashing needed to pay close attention. Abel was feeling great. Everything happened just like how he wanted. Killing 20 preachers at once was not something that could be done often, but at least he now found a way to get preacher guides. He would grant a preacher guide out every 3 days, and he would pick his areas carefully so he didn't attract unwanted attention. By that point, he already had 10 preachers ruling 10 little towns. Although it only took him 10 preacher guides, the faith they generated was already far greater than the 17,000 holy knights he had. It was the most efficient and stable way to get faith. Still, he would go to the dark world for training each night, even if that meant he could no longer receive that faith. He had no choice. All he could do was to tell himself these were extra gains, so it was best not to get too greedy. Still, he understood why the demon from beyond needed faith so much. Therefore, he was saving faith for the future, and for his crystal angel statue to turn dark gold. Suddenly, the research spirit broke his train of thought. "Master, Wizard Hutton is in the hall and he wants to see you. Frankenstein, bring me to him." Although he was in retreat, really close associates of Abel could still see him. "Master Bennet, I have good news for you. So I've come before I've even had breakfast." Wizard Hutton bowed as soon as Abel appeared. He then turned to Frankenstein and bowed as well. "Nice to see you again, Wizard Frankenstein. Wizard Hutton, you can have breakfast with me. If the news is really good, you can stay here and have lunch and dinner as well. Wine included." Abel laughed. "Master Bennet, the good news is that your golden castle is ready." Wizard Hutton smiled and followed. "Amazing, that really is a good news." Abel stood up and said in excitement. As a person of his status, not many had such a passion for gold. Gold was mostly used as the currency of ordinary people, and professionals would normally leave their interest for them behind along with the common world. The resources a professional needed could not be bought with gold. The most they could do was being used as some ordinary grade alchemy materials. But Abel was different, having a golden house a dream of his past life, but of course, that dream was impossible to achieve in his past life. When he saw the ground of gold in the holy portal bag, his dream was reignited once again. Gold was fragile, so he needed skilled builders to make a castle out of them. He didn't want a castle just for show, but one with full-fledged facilities to defend against invasions and day-to-day's needs. He also needed a training space and a guest lounge. After he passed down his demands to the dwarves, his attention shifted to the Holy Kingdom. He knew how hard it was to build a castle out of gold, just compared to that castle outside of the Tree of Life. Abel had requested it about the same time as this golden castle, but it was finished and in operation long ago. "Master Bennet, do you want to come with me and have a look right now?" Wizard Hutton suggested. "How about we go after breakfast?" Abel didn't want to let Wizard Hutton starve and embarrass himself. The breakfast was great, and Wizard Hutton had a great time eating. Of course, that was including the few bottles of master wine he drank. Abel almost thought Wizard Hutton would no longer take him to his new castle, considering the amount he drank, but the dwarves' drinking capacity was nothing to mess with. The few bottles almost did nothing to him. However, he would go all out like this in Abel's place. Normally, he would only drink a few mouthfuls for training purposes. Grandmaster wines were his and his disciple Bernie's training resource. There was nothing like it in the central continent. He didn't want the wine to go to waste in Abel's place, since he thought wines like this were useless to a druid who trained with the force of nature. "Master Bennet, I'll show you our skills." Wizard Hutton finished eating and put away the last bottle of master wine in his portal bag. The golden castle was ready, and a large teleportation circle was installed. Ever since the Wizard Union granted Abel the highest authority, he had unlimited access to resources like this with his credit points. Therefore, he demanded the dwarves to install magic circles all over the golden castle, and almost turned that thing into a magic tower, unlike anything else. Abel, Frankenstein, and Wizard Hutton stepped into the teleportation circle and immediately arrived at a place unlike any other. They were in a teleportation room underground, built according to his liking, but it was just one out of the many special rooms in the castle. Abel looked around and saw patches of soothing gold. The ground was covered in a layer of expensive jade, etched with magic patterns. They were not only for decoration, but they were a part of the grand magic circle of the castle. The walls were filled with patterns as well, along with master-grade decorations. An illumination circle illuminated the roof. Abel scanned it with his power of the will and discovered they were all controlled by a spirit. Besides the teleportation circle were a few statues, top-quality ones of course, which added a hint of noble culture to the place. Abel knew the dwarves understood luxury, but it seemed like they know about art and culture as well. "Master Bennet, gold is too fragile in its normal state, so we needed a magic circle to stabilize it. Although each wall was built with its own magic circle, they all belong to the same system. If you want to damage the walls, you must first break the defense of the castle." Wizard Hutton smiled and introduced the castle. Amazing, I love it. Abel stomped on the ground and laughed. The jade below him did not come from him. Instead, it was the special work of the dwarves to make them indestructible. The jade was top-level work of alchemy. They were extremely rare in the central continent. The softness of the jade had a soothing contrast against the blaring gold on the wall. They then stepped out of the teleportation room and arrived at the dungeon. The layout was similar. The only thing different was that it was filled with even more art pieces. Most of them were from Abel's past inventories. Master Bennett, this is the core of the castle. Wizard Hutton led Abel to a golden door and said. He then stepped forward and opened the door for Abel. It was the area for a spirit, and a spot was left empty. There were many little lines connecting to the corners of the castle, so it was easier for the spirit to operate. Master Bennett, you can request one from the Wizard Union. We would be happy to provide one as well, but cultivating a spirit would take some time. Wizard Hutton explained. Can a normal spirit do the trick? Abel asked, confused. Normal spirits could already operate a magic tower and have energy left over for research. According to the words of Wizard Hutton, this castle needed a special spirit. How complicated was this place? Normal spirits can only operate half a castle. There are way too many magic circles. Learning all of them would take some time, Wizard Hutton said helplessly. The designer and the magic circle maker of this castle listened to the instructions of King Dunba. Budget and manpower were not a factor. Therefore, the magic circle makers and builders went with their imagination and using materials they wouldn't dare to use in the past. The elites of the dwarves were stunned by the final budget, but since they were running out of time, they had to agree. However, it was until they were halfway done, they realized the thing was too complicated for a single spirit to operate. Cultivating a special spirit for the task was not only a matter of time, but a matter of luck as well. Therefore, they left the final decision to Abel. I see, that's easy. Abel smiled and took out a box from his portal bag. It was an elf-style spirit surrounded by mana gems. It was the magic circle spirit from the Lance continent, and it was unlikely that anyone in the central continent would recognize it. He carefully took the spirit out and placed it on the area. Soon, a green glow emerged from it and traveled through the little lines towards the magic circles around. Master, there are 215 errors in the magic circles. The potential power loss is 10%. Please confirm the puppets for repair. The magic circle spirit's voice emerged. Wizard Hutton was put on the spot. He was embarrassed, but at the same time he was stunned. The dwarves made all the magic circles. Not a single elf had gotten involved. Errors were unavoidable when making a magic circle due to how complicated the task was. Just a tiny misalignment could be counted as an error. However, most of them would not affect the function of the circle. It would just decrease its power by a little. All a magic circle maker needed was to ignite the magic circle successfully, and the magic circle would be counted as complete. No one would compare them in detail. Therefore, Wizard Hutton was stunned by the power and speed of this spirit. It seemed like it was one with special knowledge in magic circles. I'll let you take care of the 10 engineering puppets. After taking out 10 puppets with smaller joints, Abel gave a direct order to the circle spirit to take care of them. Yes, these puppets were from the Lance continents. The dwarves originally used them to work on high-end, intricate work. Wizard Hutton was watching. As much as he wanted to ask Abel where he got those puppets from, he didn't ask. The dwarves had technology that they didn't leak to the outside world, but this was Master Bennett, a great friend and benefactor of their kind. There had to be a decent level of trust for him to show something like this to him. As for Abel, actually no. He didn't know that these puppets belonged to the dwarves. He just scraped these up as battle trophies since they were so convenient. The 10 puppets clicked away, powering through their instructions. They then disappeared after turning themselves into multiple streaks of white light. Abel had started to realize that short-distance teleportation circles were drawn everywhere on this hard floor. If this was how it was supposed to be for the entire castle, the owner didn't have to be a wizard to teleport to a different location. Abel tried to guess the reason for doing this. They think I'm not a wizard and have no ways of teleporting. The dwarves were extremely impressive. To draw so many circles in such a short amount of time must have cost an extraordinary amount. Most towers would have one circle on each floor, but this castle was beyond that. Anyone with a permit to access could teleport to any spot inside if they wished to. Wizard Hutton turned around and made an inviting gesture. "Let's talk in another place, Master Bennett." They then walked out of the underground floor and went to the ground floor, which consisted of one living room, two side rooms, one dining room, and 4 complete sets of ensuits. It was much bigger than what Abel had expected. The second floor was supposed to be where the master's bedroom was. There was a study, a training room, and a balcony for looking at the Haddon Mountain range. It was big enough to host a ball. Abel stood on the 3rd floor to look at everything. Apart from the main castle he was in, there were also 2 other side castles meant to project the main castle. There were walkways that connected all of them to form a complete body. In front of the castles was a meeting ground. It had a fountain and various plants as decorations. The style was elven, as multiple classic 11 sculptures were carved all the way to the main path leading to the front door. The outer layer of the castle was a 15-meter wall with large numbers of small-sized war puppets guarding their own positions. There were about 500 of them. Some of these puppets were operating on large-sized war machines with consecutive ballistas in their hands. If anyone was to make a direct assault on the fort, these puppets would be the first to defend. Abel was amazed that the entire structure was made of gold. It was a hard thing to admit, but this really stood out too much. Wizard Hutton laughed and spoke. "Do you see, Master Bennett? The castle is completely separate from the ground. If there is a portal item large enough to take it, you can just bring it home with you." Abel noticed too. He scanned the area with his power of will and realized that the bottom had circles drawn over it as well. If he was to get inside the castle from the underground, he would face the same outcome as attacking the walls directly. He had to make sure he was attacking the same parts as the defense. Also, if he was bringing the entire fort with him, he could do whatever he could to bring the items inside. The whole castle was an independent structure. The only problem was that it was too big. In particular, he was most concerned with the outermost part of the castle. There was a large-sized teleportation circle inside. It seemed like the entire construction work was done within the seclusion circle. Abel bowed with sincerity. "The dwarves were looking after me with this." Knowing that the fort was made all of gold, Abel had more than just a thank you for the dwarves. However, actually, this wasn't the most expensive thing. The hard jade on the ground, the numerous precious ingredients spent on the circle, the various kinds of art pieces, and more made this building so expensive. Combined with the hidden circles, the cost could literally bankrupt an entire empire. Wizard Hutton said with a smile, "As long as you are satisfied, Master Bennett." For this golden structure Abel built, the dwarves went to great lengths to not make the appearance too flashy. That was why they used hard jade to build a floor and purchased a bunch of elven art pieces to create a visual balance. They ended up with a simple, extravagant outlook, but a building that was unique to the elves. All the furniture and items had their own origins. This time, Abel didn't bring any of his professional elven butlers. It would be too shocking of a thing if they were to realize that everything here belonged to the most prestigious among them. Abel turned to Wizard Hutton and smiled. "The dwarves have done too much for me this time. Please, just be open about what you need this time." It was understandable that the dwarves would do everything they could to treat someone who was a potion master, forger, and a great diplomat to their kind. Still, what they did for this building clearly outweighed what he expected of the arrangements they've had. Wizard Hutton was very direct. "I'll be honest with you, Master Bennett. I've heard that you have a way to prolong the life of a law-defying wizard that is in a vegetated state." "Oh that," Abel laughed. "You've got some great informants on your side." Wizard Hutton's eyes flashed. "It's true then." The dwarves received the news, but they couldn't really confirm it. They could guess that it had something to do with Master Bennett, which was why they were so invested in this golden castle. Abel was very quick to say, "We're friends. So how about 15 spaces?" Wizard Hutton was about to low-ball, but he quickly changed his mind. "Oh, how about, well, a bit more than that. We are willing to pay more if you are up for the offer." Abel understood the importance of having a strong ally. "How many in total do you have in a vegetated state? You can just tell me that." Wizard Hutton didn't think twice. 31. The number was deeply ingrained into his mind. He could remember all their names and their pasts. Some of them were his seniors. Needless to say, knowing that they could come back made him feel very happy. Abel nodded his head and responded, "Bring them over in a few days. Remember to keep things a secret." After opening his own herb garden in Bloodmoor, Abel had been much more generous with the raw materials he wanted to use. He had an advanced elf to take care of the herbs, and because of the time difference between the Dark World and this world, the production rate had far exceeded the rate that he was doing his own brewing. Wizard Hutton gave Abel a sincere bow. "I thank you on behalf of the dwarves." Abel made sure to notify the Potion Masters Guild and the Elven Royal Palace. After that, he brought his 3 followers, Butler Mayor, Luca, and most of the half-elf servants to move into this castle. The original residence was left with just a few servants who are in charge of regular cleaning. He also brought with him the research spirit, Battle Fort, and the Battle Fort that turned into the Steel Fort. Even Jean took over the original mission and became the spirit in charge. The Haddon Mountain Range was Abel's original domain. He was supposed to have absolute authority over it. Since it was the home of the Purple World Tree, other elves had been strictly forbidden from making entry. Under the disguise of the Seclusion Circle, the Golden Castle became something that was not for the regular person to discover. It was his safe haven, and if anyone was to make a visit to him here, they needed access to the teleportation circle with his permission. When his 3 followers, Butler Mayor and the elves, saw the Golden Castle, they quickly shut their mouths. Everything about this castle exceeded their understanding. It was a castle made of gold. Even if all the coins on the central continent were to be smelt into one place, it would still not be enough for what was built here. If the castle appeared in the outside world, they were even sure that it was going to make the gold-based economy collapse immediately. That was just how much of it there was. Everyone soon made their own discovery. 3 followers found out that circles were drawn everywhere inside. In the process of drawing the runes, a lot of ingredients were invested to reach the final outcome that they were seeing. Butler Mayor was looking at everything inside the castle. His eyes were fixed from one art piece to the next. He would turn his head to the half-elves from time to tell them to take care of these. Everything here was exquisite in their own terms. He even saw some legendary items. There were pieces with countless stories drawn on them. After granting permission to his 3 followers and Butler Mayor, they then understood just the real value of this castle. Druid Joseph spoke emotionally. "I've never seen something as outlandish as this, Master Bennett, not in the 1,000 years that I lived." He had never seen so many short-distance teleportation circles in any building. He had his own room, public room, meeting ground, and walls. All he needed was for his power of the will to call for the spirit. He also realized that he was no longer a great druid. Druid Polly seemed to realize the training rooms for each follower were different. She could see that there was even a special circle for gathering nature energy. The 3 followers didn't know what to think when they saw this. This was something that belonged to the Elven royal family, but now they were getting a personal one for themselves. They couldn't believe how many resources their master had compared to all the druids living on the continent. Anyways, because of how the wizards were living in this world, countless circle masters had conducted studies on mana gathering circles and overcame countless challenges to make the circle what it was today. It wouldn't be so hard in places where the ingredients originated from, but druids themselves had to be very careful with their own share. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1 SOM. Abel spoke to the sensory circle with his power of the will. After that, he was teleported straight into the central command room. He was alone. He needed to be alone to continue with his work. He began by opening up the energy storage. He could see a total of 5,000 energy slots, each with 1 intermediate magic stone inside. He knew that the dwarves were really trying to impress him. He wasn't satisfied, though. He knew that these wouldn't be enough if he wanted to turn on the Golden Castle to the max. So he extended his power of the will. Without covering anything up, he divided his golden power of the will into 5,000 smaller branches. He took the gems out and replaced them with 5,000 top-level stones out of his legendary portal bag. He was placing his research spirit in the same position to align with the circle spirit. From here on, the circle spirit would take care of anything related to the circle, while the research spirit was meant to take care of anything else. He had gotten quite used to using the research spirit by now, and the research spirit just remembered most of his living habits. If he couldn't use the circle spirit, there would be some time needed for integration. Also, the research spirit contained a bunch of information on wizardry heritage in case he needed it for training. For the circle spirit right now, he needed it for something more important. Abel spoke to the circle spirit. I'll need to set up a circle consisting of 10 battle forts. The circle would be elevated to surround the golden castle. From then on, he told his power of the will to send data regarding the function and other properties of the battle fort. The circle spirit responded, "Please wait, master. Analysis is still being conducted." Abel was glad. The circle spirit did not decline his command. This meant that the circle could be set up. As a circle spirit that was bred for a special purpose, it could perform analysis and research for a new one. What Abel thought of first was the battle fort he first retrieved. All the forts he was in command now could only glide vertically, but they couldn't fly independently. He thought to use 10 for a defense formation. That was where the golden castle would be his greatest method. Even if he faced the most terrible foes, he could still pass the golden castle for defense. If there was an attack, he could climb the fire-tooth spirit fort or use his large-sized teleportation circle to escape. The more he was in contact with the power of the spirit, the more he felt about his own inadequacy. On the surface, he matched law-defying wizards in terms of power. In actuality, however, one divine bestowment was all that was needed to kill him instantly. That, or any legendary class holder. He was not confident in himself, and although the Potion Master Guild looked safe, he was still very concerned as the elves were not as good at handling dangerous situations as himself. Yes, his spiritual sense had been on alert for a while now. That was the whole reason he felt comfortable spending everything to build this golden castle. He wouldn't have to do so if he knew that the castle could be placed into his portal bag. Abel then asked, "How much time before the circle spirit is done?" The circle spirit replied, "The analysis will take less than 10 days, master." Abel couldn't help but shake his head. It was not too long, but he expected it to be faster than this. He asked again, "Is there a method to quicken the process?" The circle spirit spoke again. "Please permit access to use the calculating power of the research spirit, master." The circle spirit seemed to have reached its limit. That, or it was just faster having 2 spirits on this. Speaking of calculating speed, however, no one could match the lance spirit. After taking the 50-centimeter tall lance spirit out of his portal bag, he placed it in the central position of the operation room and activated it. "Open access to calculate, lance spirit. Let it use your excess computing power." Abel commanded, then turned back to the circle spirit. "How long would it take now?" "1 hour, master," the circle spirit replied. After that, a green light started shaking frantically on his body. The lance spirit on the side also started flashing in green light. Abel nodded his head, satisfied. It would be a waste for the lance spirit to be put here for too long. He needed to bring it back to take care of the whole holy continent for him. He wasn't going to wait too long for it. Very quickly, an hour passed as the green light stopped flashing. He could tell that the analysis calculation was finished. The circle spirit spoke, "According to the information you provided, master, the ideal setup is the octagonal hybrid circle. 8 battle forts will form the shape. With 2 in the center, any outside pressure will be dispersed evenly. There will be 2 defense barriers. One is through the energy barrier. As long as the attack is as powerful as the 10 forts combined, it will not be able to break through the barrier. The other method is physical defense. The forts will withstand any attacks with the materials that they were constructed from. The circles were meant so that they can temporarily trap any target on the ground." Abel hadn't spent a lot of time looking into the circle, but he knew that there were a lot of special things it could do. "Bring me to the top platform," he spoke, then was transported to the topmost platform. He took out a battle fort from his portal bag, then activated it with his battle command spirit to overwrite ownership. He replaced the energy storage with top-level stones, and after a bit more work, the spirits were named from 1 to 10 before he activated the hidden system. He then connected to the circle spirit so that they could be taken care of. Just like that, although the forts weren't visible to other people, he, as the master, could sense the forts even if they were hidden in the sky. They were meant to be combined with the circle spirit and the fire-tooth spirit. They were then pushed so that the battle fort could be placed in their respective position. That was when the battle forts started changing shape. The big base on the bottom became even bigger, and it looked like this massive shield floating in the air. When the energy of the 10 forts was connected, Energy pathways were connected in between to form a whole body. In Abel's eyes, the battle fort was a super large shield that blocked the edges and top. It formed a massive barrier with an arched tip. The surfaces were laid with complicated circle runes. The runes were for the circle spirit to take command of the 10 battle spirits. The battle spirits were formed with an unknown alloy that was the best ingredient for crafting circles. Abel didn't know too much about this stuff, as he had never made much understanding out of circles. When the circle spirit was connected to the battle fort, every function of the battle fort was open. This was especially true for things that Abel didn't mention. They were also familiarized by the circle spirit. That was when the circle runes appeared. The octagonal hybrid circle was activated, and its performance exceeded that of the circle spirit. It was completely connected to the golden castle. Not only could the damage received be distributed to the 10 forts, but all the excess pressure could also be directed to the entire golden castle. The short-distance circle, too, was distributed to the surface of the battle fort. Not only could people be sent into the sky, but they could also be sent into the hidden system for concealment. On the other hand, aerial attacks could be used to target any enemies in sight. Right now, the golden castle was a semi-sphere in the air. No matter where the attack was coming from, it could disperse all the pressure to each of the buildings that it contained. This meant that a successful hit would only be targeting all the buildings, and Abel didn't know anyone capable of doing that. Maybe a spirit could, but again, this was very close to the moon goddess temple. The moon goddess would retaliate herself if any spirit wanted to come here. It was why he chose Haddon Mountain Range to build this castle in the first place. Overall, he didn't think legendary class holders could break through his defense. It was just the golden castle at the start, so by his estimation, he still needed more than what he had now. Still, since the 10 battle forts were here to withstand any attacks, he believed that it'd be fine if he were on the defensive end. He commanded again to the octagonal hybrid circle. "Send me to the central command." Again, he was sent to the central command. This time, he put the lance spirit away and took out the black spirit. He was slowly putting it away from the research spirit. It was meant so that a golden mist could be drawn into the defense circle, for this black spirit especially. He placed a few thousand top-level gemstones on the side so that detection would be easier if a spirit were to perform a scan. Any power of will from an outsider spirit would be instantly devoured and deflected. Abel had been meticulous when it came to the power of the will scan. At this moment, since the circle could provide defensive benefits, he understood the golden power of the will was enough to penetrate through that. He was very cautious of that fact. The Wizard Union forbade everything he had been doing lately. He was operating spirits to grow his own followers and to harvest worship power. He didn't want to be a wanted man. It was funny, come to think of it. He was just a level 21 law-defying wizard and a dragon druid, but he had been thinking about being assaulted by a spirit. That was just how things were, though. After taking the ancient totem all to himself and completely monopolized the crystal angelic statue, he had been literally growing an entire army of sacred knights on his own. Right now, he was living next to the moon goddess to do things that would be under her detection. The black spirit could make sure that anything he was doing would not be spied on, however. The divine armor told him that the black spirit would be the first to find it if any divine spirit wanted to spy on him. He was doing everything he could to make his golden castle as perfect as possible. There was an urge inside of him, actually, to find a powerful enemy to test this fort that he spent a bunch of wealth on. He was going to wait. He did have an entire set of ingredients to craft the super-sized teleportation circle. He did have the circle spirit to set it up for him, but he had no ways of containing it into the teleportation network of the Wizard Union. So far, he had been thinking about trying to negotiate with the Wizard Union. He wanted to see what price he had to pay to gain this power. But before that, since it was now dawn, the golden light shining on the golden castle was making it stand out very much. He needed to find secluded circles to cover it on all sides. As he stood on the topmost platform, Doff was by his side to receive worship power from the ancient totem in its hand. He was finally starting to feel a bit less anxious. He could still be exposed, but things had become safer. He raised a cup of water spirit fruit juice with a look of anticipation. He might as well find an enemy now to test how good his new home was. It was strange. He actually wanted some danger. He wanted it to confirm how strong his castle and forts were. The saint inquired in an angry voice, "What is this?" Momo, you've gone on and on about capturing Bennett, so why is there no progress? Momo explained, Mr. Saint, the infiltration mission is fully operating as we speak. We have confidence that another large-sized teleportation circle will be built outside of Bay Law City. This is only built 50 miles outside, but from news our men received, Bennett changed his residence a few days ago. We're still trying to figure out where he's moving, and that's why we are delayed. The nation of God had spent a bunch of divine power on using contact circles to make the process of capturing Master Bennett faster. They didn't get the news they wanted. And they waited and waited. If the divine armor weren't so important, the Saint would have halted this operation earlier. Also, even if they managed to get Master Bennett, it was costly for them since the Wizard Union already targeted their intelligence workers. The Saint spoke quietly, no more delays, Momo. There are too many intelligence officers. We can't just keep exhausting our divine power storage. Knight Momo nodded slowly, yes, Mr. Saint. They went through a lot of work brainwashing people from the central continent to be their intelligence workers. Only a few would be influential enough to be of true worth. Many resources would be needed to get them to important positions to help do their bidding. What the nation of God was doing now was the same as sacrificing these people for short-term results. If they continued pursuing Abel, they would have to throw away another batch of well-trained people they recruited. The Saint didn't want that. Meanwhile, Abel was just done moving into his new place, and he had no idea of much the nation of God spent on just trying to find him. He didn't care. He was busy lately ever since Wizard Hutton came here. There were 100 advanced wizards that were transporting. The 31 law-defying wizards that were in a vegetative state. While it wasn't such a difficult thing to treat the law-defying wizards, it was too much of an important matter for the dwarves. They wanted to increase the numbers even though these law-defying wizards had only an expected life expectancy of 60 years. That being said, if any of them could promote within that short period of time, it would be a great thing for the dwarves in total. The other important part was the timing. They analyzed that the demon from beyond could be awakened within 100 years. They needed these law-defying wizards to fill in the numbers. That was where Abel's golden quality, longevity potion, would come in handy. At times like these, the dwarves could always use their emergency backups to help prolong the lives of these wizards. They did have the recipes and the ingredients, just as Master Bennett requested. It wouldn't matter if the brew were a failure. As a matter of fact, for these law-defying wizards to come back, the golden quality longevity potion and the dark golden quality healing potion were important. The golden quality longevity potion was meant to prolong the life expectancy of these wizards, but it was not enough to heal the wounds left on their bodies. Most of them had permanent wounds on them that got them to this vegetated state in the first place. The only way to treat these injuries would be Abel's dark golden potion, since that was just how bad the wounds were. Wizard Hutton bowed to Abel, please, Master Bennett. He was no longer as relaxed as before. In fact, Wizard Hutton was afraid that he might have said the wrong thing and offend Master Bennett. He needed Master Bennett to treat those law-defying wizards or he would be in great trouble. It was the same for Wizard Bunyan and the 100 advanced wizards. Actually, this was the first time the dwarves were so careful in the way they spoke and acted. There was a lot to take into consideration. For instance, many of these wizards that they were trying to revive were seniors and good friends of the advanced wizards. Abel was blunt, get out of the hall room, Wizard Hutton. I need to be alone to treat them. The dwarves made sure to keep it a secret, but he didn't want dark golden potions to be seen by anyone else. It was the reason that everyone was treated directly by him. Wizard Hutton waved for everyone else to leave. How about me and Bunyan here, Master Bennett? We'll just watch and not talk. Abel didn't care to argue. Circle spirit, send these two away. Without saying a thing, he connected his power of the will to his circle spirit. The two were sent out immediately to appear in the hall room. When they got to the hall room, Wizard Hutton looked powerlessly at Wizard Bunyan and turned to look towards where they were sent from. He didn't think about going back, though. He was very familiar with the circles inside this golden castle. Combined with the control of the circle spirit, he never thought about sneaking in because that would be impossible even without Abel's watch. Wizard Bunyan shook his head. We have to wait. Unlike Wizard Hutton, Wizard Bunyan didn't know Master Bennett that well. He had to keep his boundaries, and strangely enough, This helped him learn what to do faster. Inside the hallroom, Abel chose to go with the easy way to do this. He took out his golden quality longevity potion and the dark golden healing potion. After dividing them up, he poured them into the mouths of the 31 law-defying wizards. The potions acted like buckets of water that were poured on the dead trees. The law-defying wizards just regained strengths, whereas the dark golden potions continuously healed the wounds on their bodies. They were not as overpowered as the full recovery vitality potions, but there was only a bit of lag regarding the healing speed. Abel could use the full recovery potions if he wanted to, but he was worried about how he could explain healing so much that the wizards got younger. Yes, apart from treating severe injuries, the full recovery potion could also revert one's age. If a wizard was supposed to live up to 1,000 years. In theory, but the potions, injuries, and mana corruption took a toll on his health. His actual life expectancy was much less than 1,000. If he didn't participate in any combat himself, there was a chance that he could live up to 900 years. A severe battle wound might take away 1 or 2 centuries, and this was where the fully recovered potion was very different from the longevity potion. Again, Abel had to be very careful not to overtreat these patients that he had on his hands. After the potions took effect, the 31 law-defying wizards started waking up. Law-defying wizard opened his eyes and looked around. "Who are you, elf? Why am I here?" Abel spoke in his mind. "You are a rank 25, I see." He then spoke to the wizard. "I'll have you wait, I guess. I'll fetch someone to explain everything to you. Hey, Wizard Hutton, Wizard Bunyan, you can come inside now." Unable to wait any longer, the 2 dwarven wizards teleported inside the hallroom. They completely forgot how rude it was to teleport into the building. They were promised that the 31 wizards would be healed, but to really see, it was a phenomenally emotional thing for them. Wizard Hutton went forward and bowed. "You've returned." "Grandfather." Wizard Hutton was like a child in tears. He didn't care about his reputation at that moment. The wizard couldn't believe it. "You're Huddy." "Huddy, yes, I'm Huddy." Wizard Hutton smiled. He was sure that his grandfather had fully recovered. The wizard couldn't believe it. "I thought I was inside the magic tower outside the Doomsday Wall. How am I here?" He then noticed the abnormal change that happened to him. He was originally in grave danger when he sustained a terrible injury. His life was also about to end. That was why the central continent got him inside the magic tower. By this point, he also realized that the injury he had were gone. His depleted lifespan was also coming back. It was almost like he could try to push to become a legendary wizard once more. It was a dreamlike situation for him. "You've been saved by Master Bennett," Wizard Hutton explained, then turned his head. "This is Master Bennett." The wizard bowed. "If that's what Huddy said, Master Bennett, I choose to believe it. I find it hard to even believe that this is my body now. Thanks a lot. I'll help you if you need anything." Wizard Hutton introduced. "Master Bennett, this is my grandfather, Wizard Bart." Abel smiled and responded. "So you are Wizard Hutton's grandfather. You are one of us then? Is your body fine by now?" Wizard Hutton went ahead for further explanation. "Master Bennett's dwarven friend is my disciple. By the way," Wizard Bart smiled to show that he understood. "I'll make sure to teach him myself. Master Bennett, you have my word on that." "Actually, I don't mind pushing myself to become a legendary wizard like this." Wizard Hutton knew how quick dwarves were with their words. "Maybe a few more years before you get back to training, grandfather." Wizard Bart wasn't listening. "What do you know, Huddy? My injuries are gone. I'm healthier than before. Plus, with what I've learned over my last failure, I can make sure that the success rate of a promotion would be more than 20%. 20% was pretty high for a legendary promotion. Usually, it was 5%. This was why the wizards would store up all their resources just before their lives were about to end. Abel raised his voice to ask, "Would it be all right for me to do a body check on you, Wizard Bart?" Wizard Bart didn't refuse. "You saved my life, of course." Abel switched on his world stone fragment and scanned Wizard Bart's body. He realized that he was becoming much more powerful than ordinary wizards. Combined with the aid of the world stone fragments, he could now tell that his body had just minor injuries on it now. As powerful as the dark golden healing potion was, there was just one bottle that froze Wizard Bart's body. There was no continued healing effect. This was when he turned to look towards the hallroom. The other law-defying wizards were waking up to ask their successors about what happened. Abel connected his power of the will to his circle spirit, and immediately he was teleported to Wizard Bart and Wizard Hutton's sides. There was a seclusion circle that separated them outside the hall room. Abel took out a healing potion to Wizard Bart. "Drink this now, Wizard Bart. Don't ask any questions." Wizard Bart squinted his eyes and stared at the lightning arc that was inside the bottle. He knew how precious the potion was. After taking it over, he swallowed it down in a very cautious manner. He knew that Master Bennet didn't brew anything ordinary, and if he was handed a potion in such a secretive manner, something had to be going on here. Yes, this is the effect. Once the dark, golden healing potion entered Wizard Bart's body, he felt a hot wave circling his system. All the minor parts of his body recovered quickly. It was as if he was drenched in a pond of life elixir. All his cells were cheering as they were replenished at every part. He opened his eyes once the effect was gone. "I've never seen anything like what you've made, Master Bennet." Wizard Hutton laughed at the side. "Well, that's because he's officially the best podiummaster on the central continent, grandfather. So that's why my promotion chance has increased b. Why 10%. Wizard Bart chuckled, then gave another bow. "I must thank you greatly for this, Master Bennet." Abel returned the bow. "As I said, Wizard Bart, you are one of us." Abel was already going to help with the promotion as soon as Wizard Bart mentioned it. It was just that he didn't have a lot of understanding about hitting legendary rank. So far, the most he could do was to minimize the amount of injury on his body. Anything after would be fairly simple, really. No time at all, he thought there would be another legendary wizard on the central continent, and that was going to be much more important than just having another bunch of law-defying wizards. Wizard Bart laughed gratefully. "One of us." "Oh, you're putting it too politely." Abel shut down the seclusion circle around him. The other 30 law-defying wizards didn't see it, but they knew what happened. With all that being said, they all came forward and gave Abel a bow. Soon, they all quickly left the Golden Castle and left Wizard Hutton and Bart where they were. Wizard Hutton faced Abel and spoke. "So His Majesty told us to bring you something, Master Bennet. As you may know, the dwarves will always be your friends and will make sure to always behind you." This was not a simple promise. That statement proved that the dwarves would side with Abel, no matter the situation. Unlike the humans, who were rarely consistent with their words, the dwarves took promises seriously. Their vows were ironclad. Abel replied formally, "I see the dwarves as friends too, Wizard Hutton." Wizard Hutton continued, "Master Bennet, we've known that you have lent your sky ships to the Wizard Union. Recently, we have gathered the blacksmiths, circlemasters, and the alchemists together to make you one. We'll provide 10 to you within a month and make sure that you remain safe." The dwarves knew that they owed Abel too much, so much so that it was hard to pay it all back at once. That was 31 law-defying wizards returning to them. And the price for that was definitely more than a single golden castle. Before the law-defying wizards came to the Golden Castle, the Dwarven King made sure to send many dwarves to boost the construction work for the skyships. Meanwhile, they were doing everything they could to pay the light stones to Abel. The relationship between both sides had never been this good, as far as anyone was concerned. Abel laughed and said, "You can say thanks for me to the Dwarven King. I am in need for skyships, as you know." Wizard Bart came forward as he saw that the conversation was about to end. "I'll head to shut down training once I'm back. Master Bennet, if I happen to fail this one, I must ask that you let little Huddy there return the favor. But if I do manage to hit legendary rank, I'll make sure to kill any one of your enemies." Abel bowed. "I wish you all the best, Wizard Bart." Wizard Bart laughed with confidence. "See you next time. I'll most likely be working for you next time I see you." Wizard Bart walked away with Wizard Hutton after that. There was no guarantee for it, but it really sounded to Abel like he would hit legendary rank. He understood himself very clearly. Before, the failed attempt would lower the overall likelihood for promotion, but now the healing potion would deny any potential drawbacks. In fact, the purifying effect was going to increase the effectiveness of any potion that was drunk. Wizard Bart must have noticed that as well to make that statement. Abel spoke to the research spirit. "Send an invitation to the goddess temple. Ask Lorraine to come here before noon tomorrow." The research spirit replied, "Yes, master." Abel added another command. "I want you to speak to Wizard Hal of the Lightning Clan. Wizard Hutton of the Dwarves, Wizard Bernie, Wizard Hume of the Wizard Union, Big Druid Lendo of the Elves, the 3 Potion Masters of the Potion Masters Guild, and Wizard Clemens of the Wizard Union Intelligence Department. Ask them to join the ball tomorrow. The research spirit replied, "Yes, Master, all their contacts are available." Abel was going to host an event that's just for his close friends. Instead of sending a direct invitation himself, he was going to send it with his research spirit. He spoke to Butler Mayor outside, "Come in for a bit." Since the ones invited were no regular people, Butler Mayor had been waiting outside patiently and carefully. If there were a need, he would be ready to help at any point. Still, he didn't think that the law-defying wizards would return immediately after they were resurrected. They all had businesses or friends to get back to instead of staying here. Butler Mayor walked in and spoke, "Master." Abel smiled and commanded, "I'll host a small ball tomorrow midday. You have some experience yourself, so just take it as you see fit." Butler Mayor felt much better to know there were things he could do. "Yes, Master." Abel was by no means a regular person now. He was very famous on the central continent, so he had to make sure everyone knew that he was moving out. That was the whole purpose of this ball. The only difference was that he didn't have to ask favors from anyone. It was the other way around. Everyone else had to try getting close to him, which was why he was only asking people that were close to him. Once the news was sent, the 2 people responsible were sure that Master Bennett built a new residence. They knew about it already, actually. They knew it as soon as Abel connected his large-sized teleportation circle to the network. If anyone was surprised, it'd have to be Wizard Clemens of the Wizard Union Intelligence Department. He was ecstatic to have even been invited. He almost made an enemy out of Abel, but after working many times to fix the relationship, he had been truly accepted as a trustworthy friend to Abel and his circle. As a result, he's finally had access to asking for potions from a top-level potion master, which was really something he was glad about. Queen Louisa went to the palace as soon as he received an invitation. While the invitation wasn't to the Elven Royal Palace, he felt the obligation to heed it. Queen Louisa wanted to go herself, but she wasn't the one who received the invitation. It seemed like the Golden Castle was only for a very select few. With that being said, Druid Lendo was sent as a representative after having a present taken to him by the palace safe. Master Muir and Master Balfour and Master Nolan changed their schedules immediately on the second day. They were doing everything they could to make it to visit. 1 potion master of the central continent. That was just how much of priority Abel was to them at this point. It was the same for Wizard Hal, Wizard Hutton, and Wizard Bernie. Everyone who received the news made sure to attend the ball. They even thought about bringing their own friends, but no one really dared to, as they understood the private nature of this particular event. Well, except the goddess temple. Druid Lucia immediately went to Lorraine's room as soon as she heard, "May I come in, Lady Saint?" Lorraine spoke. Druid Lucia, "Yes, of course." Lorraine was trying to find the costume for tomorrow's event. She knew that it was the first time she was appearing as Abel's girlfriend, so she made sure to look exactly the right way for this first-time thing. "What are you so busy, I wonder?" Druid Lucia giggled as she saw the dresses that were lying around. Lorraine was a bit helpless. "I'm not satisfied with any of these. None of them seem to fit." It wasn't like the dress was good. There had to be something that was made brand new. Some of them had hundreds and thousands of history behind them. They were legendary costumes in their own rights. Lorraine had these in her option list because she wanted to make the very best impression as the future vice master of the house. Druid Lucia smiled and picked something simple. "Why don't we pick something that's suited to your age?" Lorraine was skeptical but quickly nodded. "Actually, that may just do. What am I thinking with all these over-the-top costumes? Thanks." Druid Lucia proceeded to say, "I'll need to register for 2 bodyguards, Lady Saint. It's for your protection tomorrow." Lorraine didn't refuse, "Of course. How about you just come with me tomorrow?" Something felt off afterward. Once Druid Lucia was gone, another druid appeared in her room to ask for attendance. The temple elder just appointed Druid Beulah as the other bodyguard. It was for the other big druids to stop arguing about who gets to go. They were doing everything they could to get closer to Master Bennett. In the same way, more people from everywhere had been using all kinds of channels to learn about this. The vast majority of them hadn't known any way to get to Master Bennett, though they didn't know him well. Master Bennett had changed to a new location once he moved to the new place. Worst of all, the nation of God always knew about the ball. It was not like they could learn anything concrete, however. Their members had no ways to infiltrate. Most of their prestigious members couldn't have the opportunity to blend in. Pialfandalfa Nanura 1SOM. On the second morning, the Haddon mountain range was covered in layers of thin fog. Forest green contrasted with the rays of the morning sun, and the whole place gleamed with beautiful shades and colors. The beauty here was out of this world. At the very top of the highest mountain, the golden castle was covered with seclusion. While all the views could be seen from the inside out, no one could see its existence from the outside. Abel was sitting at the top-level platform as he drank his water spirit fruit juice. It looked to the others like he was relaxing, but he was conducting his spiritual practices in truth. He was choosing his followers so that one of them could receive a blessing from his heritage book. The Beeman giant beast stood beside him. It held an ancient totem with Frankenstein to protect their master. Abel could hear the chirping coming down from the sky. White cloud was dropping from the sky to make a landing here. Thankfully, there was enough space around for it to do this. Abel smiled and he touched White Cloud's head. What happened here? White Cloud pecked at the portal bag on its neck. Abel couldn't help but smile. White Cloud was eating the ration potion now. Given its body size and all the times it was promoted, it ate much more now. It wasn't like it had the time to spend all the time looking for food, which was why it's been feeding on the ration potion this whole time. Abel laughed and reached for his portal bag. Here's a bunch of rabbit-flavored potions if you need. It was the same as what the potion masters asked from him. It wasn't just the summoned creatures. These ration potions would come in high demand as they were proven to be very helpful in brewing various kinds of complex potions. Most of them were used sparingly for industrial and scientific purposes. In fact, no one except Abel used it as food. After seeing the bags, White Cloud chirped a few times to express its gratitude. It then flew again towards the sky. The research spirit's voice resounded, "Lady Saint is here, Master." Abel rushed towards the sky, "Send me over." Ever since moving to the Golden Castle, Abel was sure that he no longer needed Frankenstein to move him. As long as it was within the Golden Castle, he could teleport to any spot with the short-distance teleportation circle. This time, he chose to appear inside the teleportation circle room. Lorraine was looking around curiously as well. It was the first time she's ever seen a building made entirely of gold. Druid Lucia and Druid Buela stood right next to her. After seeing Abel, the two of them quickly bowed. Abel quickly complimented her. "You look great today, Lorraine." "Oh, thanks." Lorraine smiled in response to the compliment. She spent extra effort dressing herself up today. Thanks to Druid Lucia, she became much more confident in what she ended up choosing. Abel looked at his own costume. "Maybe I should have my own suit for this. I do look a little shabby standing next to you." Lorraine was quick to disagree. "No, no, no. You look great in anything to me." Druid Lucia and Buela looked at each other and smiled. It was wholesome to see such a warm interaction between their saint and Master Bennett. It was reassuring, too. Given that Master Bennett was such a major influencer of what's going on in the central continent, having the two being so good to each other was what really brought the different parties together. "I'll bring you to my new home." Abel quickly changed the subject. "I'll have the other two to the hall room if I can. Butler Mayor will take care of anything if they need it." Druid Lucia and Druid Buela quickly bowed. "Don't worry about us, Master Bennett." Abel waved his hand as the two were teleported to the hall room. Of course, they were both struck by how lavish everything was inside there. Instead of using the teleportation circle, they walked as slowly as possible to make sure that they could capture every little detail. Lorraine touched the wall with her hand, an entire castle made of gold. "Abel, that's crazy." Abel tried to explain. "Well, Lorraine, I never expected to get so much gold from the battle with the nation of evil. And you know, gold doesn't have much practical use to people like us. Giving it away will just ruin the economy. I'm sure you understand. This building is really just to keep things under control." That was partly the reason. Abel had a fondness for rare metals in his previous life. Also, what better way to treat his elven girlfriend than keeping her inside a luxury home he built himself? Lorraine found it difficult to remember everything that's here. "That's still too much, Abel. Even our temple's warehouse doesn't use this much ingredients." Abel tried to give a persuasive response. The dwarves built this. They owed me a bunch of debt. So this is their way to pay me back. Lorraine became even more concerned. What? How many potions do you need to make to pay for a castle like this? Have you been overworking yourself, Abel? Abel replied with a mysterious smile. That's where you're wrong, Lorraine. The dwarves haven't paid me back in full yet. Lorraine couldn't believe what she was hearing. Instead of hearing any more from him, she was brought to the other rooms, from the underground floor all the way to the top. She was absolutely amazed at the number of art pieces that were around. It was more than even the elven royal palace. Most people would expect them to only be available during special exhibition events. Lorraine got a full view of the Golden Castle once she was on the top-level platform. This is beautiful, her eyes scanned. There was just so much to see that she had to spend minutes slowly observing them. Again, the Golden Castle was standing on top of the mountain. Since the Haddon mountain range was home to the purple word tree, the elves had been trying their very best to claim this part of the area. Abel pointed towards a spot he usually sat. Are you tired, Lorraine? Why don't we have a cup of juice? Lorraine sat down and took a sip. It'd be great if we can just keep living here. Abel smiled towards her. After you've reached adulthood, Lorraine, I'll return to the Holy Continent and speak to your mother. I'll ask for her permission to marry you. You'll be able to live here when the time is right. Lorraine blushed quickly. Even though they had been a couple for a very long time, the furthest they got was some cuddling when they were flying in the sky. There were also 10 more years before she was an adult, so it was going to take some time before they reached the point Abel was talking about. Lorraine was a bit worried. I can't stay too far from the temple, Abel. What should I do? Abel smiled. Don't worry. This is the closest mountain range to the goddess temple. With the teleportation circle, you'll be able to go to any teleportation circle as you wish. He's even thought more than this, to be honest. If he was becoming as strong as the moon goddess, it might just be possible to have Lorraine quit being the saint. She would be free by then. Of course, that would mean he had to reach legendary rank and have enough worship power control. He did have the crystal angel statue with him, and as long as his strength was on a continual increase, he trusted that the opportunity would come eventually. Abel pointed towards the sky. We'll do this in the sky. Lorraine looked towards the sky and shook her head. I can't be up there when I'm wearing this, can I? It's not a flight that's going to ruin your dress. Abel smiled. Circle spirit, bring us to number 1. Number 1 was one of the battle forts situated in the center of the octagonal hybrid circle. Once they were teleported, they found themselves in the sky that was above this particular building. They were stepping on top of the building, but the entire building was invisible to them. Lorraine was speechless. Am I standing in the sky right now, Abel? She was a little scared, but she tried to tap on the invisible ground she was standing on. This was about several hundred meters tall. After that, she became a lot less afraid, with Abel standing next to her. That's when she could look at the entire Golden Castle. Unlike what they were looking at from the top-level platform of the Golden Castle, the view tended to look a lot more complete. She could see the entire Golden Castle, and she could even see the familiar building in the far distance. That's the goddess temple, she noticed. Abel nodded. Yes, that's the goddess temple. After hearing the confirmation, a great sense of joy emerged from inside of Lorraine. She didn't know that Abel really meant it when he said that the cast was close to where she lived. Usually, the word close would be around several hundred miles coming from the mouth of a law-defying wizard. But here, this was really no more than a few kilometers. This was just how much Abel cared for Lorraine. He knew that she had her priorities as the saint. It's why he went the extra mile to build the castle to be so close. Of course, he didn't have to care about what the temple was thinking, given how much status he had now, but he made sure not to make things difficult or awkward to his beloved one. He had been quiet this whole time, but he did his absolute best to show his love with actions. By noon, Abel already changed into his suit so he could welcome the guests with Lorraine. Druid Joseph, Druid Polly, and Druid Gaunt waited for anyone to show up inside the teleportation circle room. They were doing what they could to be the first ones to see them off. This was a small banquet, yes, but everyone coming was very close to Abel. Under a flash of white light, 2 dwarves appeared on the large-sized teleportation circle. It was Wizard Hutton and his disciple, Wizard Bernie. Druid Joseph smiled and bowed. Wizard Hutton, Wizard Bernie, it's so good to see you. I'll bring you 2 in. I'm familiar with this place. Wizard Hutton smiled, then looked up. Circle Spirit. Circle Spirit, bring us to the ball. Permit to access is passed. Teleportation will commence. Without Druid Joseph reacting, the Circle Spirit brought Wizard Hutton and Wizard Bernie away. Abel and Lorraine talked about something interesting, and they were the first to see Wizard Hutton and Wizard Bernie. Abel laughed and greeted them. Wizard Hutton, we meet again, you're the first one. Wizard Hutton smiled. That would be Lady Saint, isn't it? She must be the first one to be in your company. Wizard Bernie interrupted. She's the new master here. What are you saying, calling her a guest? Lorraine blushed with this statement. I've heard you were here, Bernie. It's so good to see you after hearing that you've arrived on the central continent. Wizard Bernie bowed. The pleasure is all mine, Lady Saint. He was glad to see Lorraine as well, truthfully. However, Lorraine was no longer the same elf that escaped home many years ago. She was a leading figure of the elves. He had to remain respectful when he interacted with her. Abel laughed and tapped Wizard Bernie on the shoulder. Be more relaxed, Bernie. This is my castle. Just enjoy this place, all right. Wizard Hutton interrupted. Master Bennett, I've heard from Bernie that you like collecting bases for hanging forts. I've got one here, if you don't mind me handing it over to you as a gift. Abel bowed and thanked. I love this, Wizard Hutton, thank you so much. He stood up and stared at Lorraine in the eyes. The two of them smiled warmly at each other. Lorraine knew what the hanging fort base was. She was standing on one right now. It would be great if they could enjoy the view of staring down from another mountain or waterfall or the top of another building. Wizard Hutton outdid himself with this present. This was technically an extra portal item he was bringing. Not just the great view that could be seen from within it, but it also provided its own spirit, disguise, and all kinds of defensive mechanisms for Abel if he needed an extra place to hide. Wizard Hutton was happy about the reaction he got. I've gotten a bit thirsty, Master Bennett. You know, it'd be great if you got any. You know, huh? It was common for small presents to be passed around in this kind of ball. Needless to say, there was no need to take the hanging fort base out of a portal bag immediately. Abel laughed and clapped at one of his servants. I've got a wine that won't disappoint you if that's what you mean. Wizard Bernie was keen. If you don't mind me butting in, I'd like a few glasses, no buckets for today. Abel and Lorraine couldn't help but shake their heads at that. That was when Druid Joseph and Wizard Hal teleported right in front of them. This building is beautiful. Master Bennett, welcome to this new place. Wizard Hal laughed, then looked towards Lorraine. It's a great honor to see you, Lady Saint. Lorraine quickly returned a bow. You've been too kind, Wizard Hal. Abel liked how Wizard Hal was focusing on the Golden Castle immediately. It's a great place here. I'll make sure to take you to some real scenery later. Wizard Hal handed a small box over. Yes, Master Bennett. Before that, though, this is a small offering the Lightning Clan has. It's a special gift from our clan. Abel took the box over skeptically. What do you mean by that? From the land of Lightning Fall. Wizard Hal laughed out loudly. No, we can't grow fruits there, as you know. It's something else. Just open it and see for yourself. Abel opened the small box and saw a total of 10 instantaneous movement spell scrolls. This present really exceeded his expectations. The spell scrolls were not something regular. All of them were max level, which meant that the cost of producing any one of them would take at least an advanced wizard several decades and more. It was an understatement to call this a special thing of the Lightning Clan. The Lightning Clan did have many lightning element wizards, but the instantaneous movement could only be learned from the intermediate level. In this sense, the 10 scrolls themselves were not so precious, but to have this quantity was really something else. Abel quickly closed the box. You spent quite a bit of effort on this. He then handed it over to Lorraine. He didn't need the teleport himself with items, but these scrolls could come in very handy to Lorraine. Under a flash of white light, Druid Gaunt and Wizard Hume appeared in the middle of the hallroom. When Wizard Hume was about to speak, Wizard Clemens also appeared as well. Wizard Clemens didn't seem very surprised to see Hume here, but Hume did have quite a reaction when he saw Clemens in the same place as him. Eventually, the two reached an understanding and looked at each other with wide grins on their faces. They were glad that both of them had made it to Master Bennett's close circle of trusted clients and associates. Wizard Clemens bowed to Abel. I've heard about this castle long ago, Master Bennett. It's much better than what we heard from the rumors. The intelligence department knew that Master Bennett was somewhere close to the goddess temple. Also, they were informed that the dwarves had constructed a castle for him. But they never expected it to be something of this magnitude. In fact, even without seeing the full face of this fort, they were struck with the simple extravagance that was on its outside. The law-defying wizards, especially. He and Wizard Hume could see that the Golden Castle utilized many magic tower methods and much more circles than regular towers. It could only be the work of the dwarves. Only they could bring this many ingredients to build something like this. Wizard Clemens quickly thought of something he heard about recently. The dwarves just had 31 of their law-defying wizards in vegetative state, resurrected outside of the Doomsday Defense Wall. This must have had something to do with what they were looking at now, he imagined. Abel bowed seriously to Wizard Clemens. "Thank you so much, Wizard Clemens." In an instant, Wizard Clemens quickly understood what Abel's gesture meant. Abel was thanking him for the information he provided before. He had no idea what Abel did with it, however. If Abel had to say it out explicitly, it'd be that he used the information he learned to head to the Lance continent and unravel the terrifying schemes of the nation of God. While it would sound quite hideous like this, Abel was very sincere in the way he expressed his attitude. It's the reason Wizard Clemens was here, after all. Wizard Clemens smiled and took out a small bag, "A small present from me then." No one here was weak, apart from Wizard Bernie. They all could feel the energy rupturing inside the small bag. Those were light stones that were sending energy waves outward, 10 of them to be exact. Those were the lives of 10 advanced sacred knights. Abel didn't find them on his own. The nation of God allowed these wizards to retrieve these because they launched an attack. That being said, of course, Abel had to synthesize the lower tiers with his Horadric cube later. Wizard Hume laughed. "We had the same idea. Look, Clemens, I've got a bag too." Abel took over another bag of light stones. As he was smiling, Druid Polly just brought Druid Lendo and the 3 potion masters over to the hallroom. "Master Muir, Master Balfour, Master Nolan, welcome." Abel rushed forward and bowed. "Welcome, Druid Lendo." Master Nolan seemed to be out of place. "This is the most elegant, splendid elven architecture I've ever seen. Master Bennett, I implore that you show it to every elves out there. I'll sign a petition if that's what it takes." Female elves were drawn to all things beautiful, including this castle. Abel laughed and responded, "You're also welcomed as a guest, Master Nolan." Of course, it was impossible to do as Nolan said and just let everyone in this place. The sheer amount of gold was going to ruin not just the perception of money, but even the economy. So, without actually agreeing to the proposal, Abel went ahead and took over the presents the 3 potion masters handed over to him. He was receiving 3 types of rare medicine ingredients. They were all very hard to get on their own. Not only were they very well preserved, but they were also fresh enough that he could plant much more in his herb garden than inside. Ludmore, he was even starting to think about expanding his farm, given how much extra space there was. The elves were really not doing a good job keeping the herb production steady. He figured that he better give them extra work to do, even if it was just for the sake of making them not so lazy. Druid Lendo came forward and handed a box over to Abel. "Master Bennett, I greet you on behalf of Queen Lauja. This is my present to you on behalf of the Elven Royal Palace." Abel opened a small box that was divided into 50 small squares. They had different kinds of seeds inside. Druid Lendo explained, "I've heard that you like planting spiritual herbs, Master Bennett. These are the ones that the elves own. Since they are special, the elves never sowed them. Instead, they preserved them until a better time, a time like now." Abel could sense the subtle mana wave emitted out of these seeds. To make these grow into the spiritual herbs he wanted, he had to make sure to plant them somewhere close to the spiritual herbs so that they could continue to absorb mana. Most of them would have no effects whatsoever. But given that the Elven Royal Palace preserved these, he imagined that these were much more effective than most imagined. Abel smiled and put the box away. "I love this present, Druid Lendo. Thank Queen Luisa for me. Rho Alpha Pidi Alpha in letter 1D0FNU. SOM. The ball didn't have many people, but that didn't make it any less social. In fact, since the guests were closely connected to Abel, the party was quite harmonious. Abel did his absolute best to prepare for the food this time. He had wine, the Grandmaster's wine, water, spirit, fruit juice, and dishes garnished with rabbit essence. Many of them were synthesized from the Horadric cube, not once but twice. This was about as good as it could get. There weren't many people again, but Abel was treating them like they were the most important people on the whole continent. Of course, he could choose to lower his standards. He could have people coming here because he's done favors for them. There were a bunch of them like that out there, just the law-defying wizards alone, and that would have taken up most that up. While they were all stood in their own hallroom, the guests understood that Abel had acknowledged their identities. Not just that, but also the associations and groups that they were supposed to represent. For Wizard Hume, it was the resource department of the Wizard Union. For Wizard Clemens, it was the intelligence department of the Wizard Union. For Wizard Hal, it was the Lightning Clan. For Druid Lendo, it was the Elven Royal Palace. It was the Potion Masters Guild for the 3 Potion Masters. Lastly, Lorraine and the Druids with her were supposed to represent the Goddess Temple. Warning, legendary figures incoming. All defenses will be opened. Suddenly, the voice of the Circle Spirit was sent over. Everyone chatting was silenced. The sirens weren't supposed to be this abrupt, but since Abel had 2 spirits managing the whole Golden Castle, they would have never made it into the database of the Circle Spirit. Since the Research Spirit was here, once they shared their data, it became possible to scan the legendary figures after they were identified. Abel said with a gloomy face, "Show it to the hallroom." He had no idea why a legendary figure would be here. Worst case possible, it might just be an assassin sent from the nation of God. On one wall, a screen was displayed showing what the scanning circle discovered. It was a golden-armored sacred knight that was in flight. They could tell that it was a legendary knight. It had a golden pentagonal crystal in its hand. As though having detected the circle's scan, they revealed a menacing smile in the scan's direction. It then crushed the crystal in its hand, creating a strange energy wave in different directions. Abel recognized this sacred knight. It was the one that was chasing him the last time he was on the front line. "Can you check if the teleportation circle can be used?" Abel asked his circle spirit, knowing that the nation of God would always form a blockade every time they launched an attack. The circle spirit replied, "The teleportation circle and contact circles would down, Master." Druid Lendo stood up. "I'll help stall them, Master Bennett." "Please, just do what you can and escape." Wizard Hume said with a resolute look, "All of us can die, but not you, Master Bennett. You are too important to everyone on this continent." Wizard Clemens was shouting, "Let's beat this night while we can, Hume, or if we can't, we can put up a pretty good show." Wizard Hutton shouted back, "Count me in. The dwarves aren't afraid of some knights coming from whoever knows where." They were loud, but none thought they stood any chance against a legendary sacred knight. In fact, any more reinforcements were going to end up the same way. But unfortunately, the network was also shut down, meaning that there wouldn't be any reinforcement anyways. Lorraine looked towards Abel. "I'll cast a divine bestowment. I think it'll keep the sacred knight there for a few minutes. Just take your time, Bennett. Get on White Cloud and flee to a safe location." Druid Lucia couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Lady Saint, you are underaged. Also, you can't fight a legendary figure with a divine bestowment." "No worries." Abel threw a grateful look at all the guests in his room, then finally looked towards Lorraine. "You don't have to do anything, Lorraine." He then threw a funny look at Wizard Hutton. "What's this about ultimate defense, Wizard Hutton? I thought that ultimate defense means you can take one legendary knight." Wizard Hutton was very anxious. "This is not the time for jokes, Master Bennett. The Golden Castle won't withstand any longer." Abel laughed. "I'm the host, and you're the guests, all of you. Just watch and see what my castle can do, all right? I'll bring everyone out if the castle can't hold it." He was very confused about how the nation of God could locate him so quickly, but that was pretty much it. He wasn't worried that the Golden Castle was going to collapse somehow. There were just too many resources he was throwing into the castle. The 10 battle forts alone could bolster the defensive capabilities of the whole structure by tenfold. All this time, the intelligence department of the nation of God had been busy trying to pinpoint Master Bennett's new residence. They had sent undercover agents among the elves, and they managed to find clues within the royal castle. It had something to do with how the Haddon mountain range stopped producing the purple word tree a few months ago. So Master Bennett technically became the area's new owner, but he was still letting the royal castle do most of the gardening since they were more experienced with it. That was until a few months back. Then the managers returned. but the production rate of the purple word tree also died down. The Haddon Mountain Range just stopped producing anything. Master Bennett was busy building his home during this time, and he was spending most of his attention on getting help from the dwarves. Of course, Abel would have never imagined that the Golden Castle would be discovered by the nation of God so quickly. Now, they were going to disclose that information to the public. The Wizard Union and the elves would know about it too, imaginably. Before that, however, Knight-Ando was sent to the elves to take over Urvo Forest. About several dozen elves were slain, so a large-sized teleportation circle could be built there. On a side note, Urvo Forest was not an easy location to get into. Anyone who was there would most likely face the attacks of many spiritual beasts. If the nation of God hadn't sent their best hunter, they would have never managed to set up the large-sized teleportation circle. Of course, the teleportation circle was still very far from Bay Law City. It was about 100 miles away from the Haddon Mountain Range. So how did Knight-Ando get escorted? The nation of God spent 10 years' worth of divine power produced to force open a path. That same amount would be required for Knight-Ando to return, but they were willing to go that far to slaughter for their expansionist plan. So they did that, and to their dismay, Wizard Larkin and Wizard Luke, two legendary wizards, managed to find out very quickly. Before anyone inside the Golden Castle knew about it, several emergency commands were sent to the central continent. Most people inside the Golden Castle didn't know, but the Wizard Union had been doing everything they could to stay on track with this. They tried all the possible locations to look for any suspects that could be infiltrators. They were sending security forces to guard the sacred items until everything went back to normal. It was all thanks to Master Bennett that the recovery process happened a lot faster. As a legendary sacred knight entered the central continent, the Wizard Union and its active legendary wizards got excited that an opportunity arrived for them. They all wanted to give the nation of God a bad beatdown to show who owned this continent. Since the fight was right inside the heart of the central continent, it would only take about 2 legendary wizards to capture this invader. Of course, it might have taken more wizards if Abel never introduced the light healing potion and mana potion to them, but this time 2 legendary wizards were enough. Knight-Ando was standing in midair. "I've got your scent." The seclusion circle did not work at all. Knight-Ando knew that Abel was living at the Haddon Mountain Range. Nevertheless, capturing him would be another story. As Knight-Ando, as he described, got Abel's scent, he felt a sharp pain in his finger. He could tell that half of his finger was gone. The nation of God had been spending too much power lately. The godsent promised to heal his finger back if he could capture Master Bennett alive, but if he couldn't, the missing finger would stay missing. That wasn't the only reason Knight-Ando was here, of course. He also held a personal grudge against Master Bennett. He never expected to suffer injury fighting against a big druid. His fellow sacred knights shamed him, and he had to prove that he was not to be made fun of. He knew at the same time as well, however, that he didn't have much time on his hands. He had to capture Master Bennett within the little time he had. He couldn't even spend the time thinking about harvesting from the Tree of Life. The Wizard Union must have known that he got here. There would be legendary wizards waiting for him. While he wasn't sure about the exact number, he thought that it must have been much more than there were legendary sacred knights in the nation of God. As soon as he discovered the Golden Castle, Knight-Ando made a snappy decision to activate the golden pentagonal crystal to shut down dimensional forces in the area. Master Bennett had to stay in the Golden Castle now. Yes, there was no way that a castle as ridiculous as this could protect him. A castle with golden walls, small-sized war puppets and war machines, law-defying wizards and big druids. These were powerless in the face of the legendary sacred knights. Abel was speaking meanwhile. "Why don't I show you all this legendary knight?" He wasn't loud, but he was confident in the way he spoke. But, of course, when facing a legendary figure, only legendary figures would be expected to talk in this kind of tone. Wizard Hutton was laughing. "Well, I'll go, why not?" With one hit that knocked Wizard Bernie unconscious, Wizard Hutton went to throw his favorite disciple to rest in the corner. He wanted to make sure that Bernie didn't get himself killed. Well, not that a legendary sacred knight would be so interested, but there was always the possibility that Bernie was doing something stupid to die early. As for himself, no, Wizard Hutton wasn't afraid of dying. Wizard Hume and Wizard Clemens looked at each other and Laughed. Now that you mentioned it, we do want to see a legendary knight for the first time. Druid Lendo laughed loudly. Bring me two. Master Bennett, I'll see a legendary knight so I can tell my fellow druids about it. Wizard Hal had a weird smile on his face. Whatever. Ha, the Lightning Clan is with you, Master Bennett. Either we live to tell the tale or we die fighting to protect you. Abel wasn't expecting this much emotion coming from all of them. It was funny and heartwarming to him, actually. He tried to stop the three potion masters before they opened their mouths, whether these three could help with something else, but he was sure that the essence of the legendary knight alone was enough to kill them. Abel had no way but to rely on Frankenstein. Bring us to the topmost platform. Frankenstein was beside him to teleport him to the topmost platform. Once the instantaneous movement was activated, they saw Knight Ando very close to them. Abel gave a loud greeting. Hello, are you looking for your missing finger by any chance? No one else knew what to say. They never heard that Abel chopped off the finger of a legendary sacred knight. To be more honest, they were more afraid and curious than impressed by what Abel claimed he did. Even Knight Ando was a bit taken by surprise. Are you trying to taunt me, Bennett? After saying that, Knight Ando unleashed all the essence inside his body to hold down everyone on the Golden Castle's topmost floor. He wanted to make it so that everyone other than Master Bennett would die. They all heard how he was being humiliated, so he must do what he could to retain his reputation. Something was off, though. When his presence pressed downward, he realized that he could never make it to the outer layers of the Golden Castle. There was a barrier, he knew that. What made him surprised was the young female elf beside. Abel, an elven saint, is she underaged? He laughed and pointed at her. I can kill two birds with one stone, all the better. He wasn't sure if Lorraine was the saint, but if she was, his next move was to get as far away as possible. Not with an underaged one, though, because she couldn't activate the divine bestowment to the max. Saints had to be killed while they were underaged, actually. This was the perfect time to get them before the next one could be cultivated within decades or even centuries. The temple had always been through difficulties trying to find the right individual with the talent and mental qualifications to train into a saint. The moon goddess's power might be frightening, but if this weakness could be exploited, that's a lot of damage to recover from. This was why Knight Ando was so happy to see Lorraine here. As far as he was concerned, he just needed to kill the elven saint of this generation and bring Master Bennett back alive. He wouldn't just get his finger cured, he would have gained a whole lot more rewards for this. Druid Lucia and Druid Buela were putting themselves forward. Be careful, Lady Saint. Knight Ando turned his head very quickly. He just realized how close this place was to the temple. Knowing this made him want to stop talking immediately. The temple had always had a special way to accept the powers of a divine spirit. It was meant to deal an instant killing blow to whoever was coming. With that in mind, he decided to be as quick as possible to finish his business here. Charge. By activating charging in midair, Knight Ando became a shadow flying straight towards the Golden Castle. The legendary strike of a knight could penetrate through a city's defensive circle if done properly. Boom! Followed by a loud noise, 10 invisible giant shields were created and blocked Knight Ando's hit. Abel was a bit worried before, but he knew that there was nothing left inside of him. From his understanding, Knight Ando's attack only wasted 2 top-level gemstones on the battle fort. Within the Golden Castle, about 20 stones were expended. This was a lot of damage in a very short amount of time. But so what? Abel had tens of thousands of stones in this fort. His attack had to stay up for several days to actually break through. By the way, Abel had all the time and resources he needed to recharge the energy slots at any given point. He could kill Knight Ando by exhausting him to death. Knight Ando screamed, "What is this circle?" He activated his sword's vengeance technique and slashed at the barrier in front of him. Fire, freezing lightning was constantly transforming from the blade he was slashing. Abel just pointed at Knight Ando and made some comments. That Lorraine is a legendary knight. This is called vengeance, a technique in which you fuse fire, freezing, and lightning elements to throw a killing attack to your target. It's a serial attack meant to be very difficult to defend against. Look, those 3 elements and the blade itself is what makes it so versatile and difficult to fight against. Everyone else was watching, and they didn't know what to think. The strongest fighters on this continent were just a few hundred meters away from them, but Master Bennett introduced their fighting techniques to his girlfriend. Lorraine was starting to feel a lot anxious. It's very. Yeah, visually it's very cool. There was red fire, white freezing, and flashing lightning that looked like fireworks mixed with different gunpowders. Druid Lucia asked Abel, "Should we get out of here, Master Bennett?" Abel was confident. "Don't worry, I've strengthened the defense of the castle. Unless this legendary knight's attack is multiplied by, 100 times. Unless he can do that, he's just going to keep staying there." Nobody was anxious now. It was just one legendary sacred knight attacking them from above. It looked scary, but after hearing what Abel said, they felt at ease. Lorraine was starting to point at the shields. "You have a very ugly defensive circle, Bennett, look." Abel wasn't sure what she meant. "What do you mean, ugly?" Lorraine laughed and spoke. "It looks like a turtle shell." Everyone was laughing now. No one was feeling tense. Abel threw a thumbs up in approval. He knew that Lorraine was trying to soften the tension here. Otherwise, Knight Ando would overwhelm them with stress. Meanwhile, a spiritual Kai light ring was flashing underneath Knight Ando. The attack just then had no effect. He wanted to break through with some other means, but again, the castle's defense consisted of physical and energy barriers. Sacred freezing was constantly flashing in the air. Frost appeared on the barrier, but nothing was affected on the inside. All it took for the elements to disappear was a few seconds. Abel laughed and explained to Lorraine, "This is my octagonal hybrid circle. The dwarves helped me with it." Wizard Hutton was not sure how to respond. If the dwarves could actually construct something this advanced, they would have kept the nation of God away from the front line a long time ago. Anyways, back to looking at Knight Ando. He was just entertainment material for everyone now. Knight Ando eventually stopped attacking and started calculating. He was starting to understand the principles on which this circle was built. All his attacks were dispersed, and unless his attack could reach a certain threshold, there was no way that he was going to break this through. The only thing he was missing now was time. If he had time, he could clear through the energy dispersion function and let the circle break on its own. He needed to find a weak point. If he hit the right spot, the barrier would shatter instantly. With that in mind, he scanned to the circle in front of him. Abel was standing on top of the platform. As he looked at Knight Ando, a sneer appeared on his face. Within the central operation room of the underground basement, the dark spirit was absorbing all the nearby top-level gemstones. A black mist was spread out and passed into the circle. The circle spirit seemed to be afraid of the dark spirit and did nothing to stop it. Within an instant, a dark Kai was appearing from the octagonal hybrid circle Knight Ando was standing on. There was a trace of gold in it, but no one was going to notice. Meanwhile, Knight Ando's power of the will was inserted into the circle. This was a thin, long thread of power that was going to be extended into the circle. As soon as it went in, it was entangled by the black mist. Knight Ando screamed. He couldn't believe that his power of the will was being bitten by something. His thread was actually snapped. It felt so painful that he found it hard to stand in midair. Abel spoke softly, "Attack." No, it wasn't said to the people around him. It was to the small-sized war puppets on the walls. Within an instant, all the puppets, under the commands of the research spirit and the circle spirit, started controlling the war machines and launched their first wave of attack. Under the fire of the dwarven ballistas and giant ballista cannons, tens of arrows flew towards Knight Ando and covered his entire body. Knight Ando had a very painful look on his face. He was trying not to scream after having his power of the will cut off. He had his shield in front of him as he tried to back away. No, he didn't care about regular ballista arrows. The problem was the special runes drawn on the arrows. The dwarves developed these to target high-ranking class holders, and as expensive as it was to make, they worked extraordinarily well, even for someone like Knight Ando. On the topmost platform of the Golden Castle, everyone had their eyes locked onto Wizard Hutton. They had no clue that the dwarves were actually this prepared against sacred knights. Wizard Hutton, of course, had a very proud look on his face to see that he was getting the recognition he wanted. He knew that the rune arrows would sell much better in the future. Wizard Hume, for instance, was already considering spending more of the Wizard Union's defense budget on purchasing those. He was planning to have them placed at all the important bases. So basically, everyone was watching Knight Ando confirm how strong these ballistas were. It was a rare and brilliant opportunity to test a weapon. Also, This was a rare chance to see a legendary sacred knight fighting at full strength. Most people who got to see one would die before making any use of the information. So everyone tried their best to make the most out of this situation. Knight-Mage was reverting to his defensive position. He was at the edge of his rage. The targets were right in his sight, but he couldn't get to them. After he backed away for a bit, the small-sized war puppets stopped attacking, but the war machines continued to lock onto him. Nevertheless, Knight-Mage's ability to guard and fly around made it very difficult to deal any damage to him. This was where Abel made a bold decision. He could try to end this fight safely, but he decided to test the fighting capability of a legendary sacred knight to his best ability. He didn't need to use it with his circles. No, it was much easier if he was letting his beaming giant beast do the job. He commanded Doff, "Go, Doff." Doff just started moving. Grabbing its ancient totem with both hands, it raised its head and howled towards Knight-Mage. It knew how powerful the enemy was, but its aggressive nature was already ingrained into its genetics. After letting off that howl, it disappeared where it was at and teleported right on top of Knight-Mage's head. It was readying to slam the ancient totem into his skull. Knight-Mage didn't expect someone to go up to him like that. He raised his shield very quickly, and while he realized that Doff was more powerful than most beaming giant beast, it was nowhere near to match a legendary figure like him. He could neutralize it with his aura without actually moving at all. With that in mind, he raised the shield to cover his own head and unleashed his suppressive pressure onto Doff. Lorraine could sense this danger. Doff is in danger. "Bennett, hurry up and call it back." Abel smiled in response. "Don't worry about it." Nobody knew. Unless Doff was killed with one hit, the druid spirit inside its soul would open up a bottle of full recovery vitality potion. It'd be more than difficult for even a legendary figure to try killing it with one strike. By this point, the legendary pressure was already lashed onto Doff's flesh. This was also when a thin golden light thread swirled around its hair. Doff would have been immobilized before it got hold of its ancient totem, but after constantly receiving divine powers from its followers, it underwent a transformation. Although there wasn't any major change within a short period of time, it wasn't hard to protect itself from the influence of outsider pressure of, say, the aura of a legendary figure. When Knight-Mage was rushing towards Doff, he activated the divine power inside of Doff and began protecting him. Knight-Mage was surprised, of course. He didn't expect Doff to withstand the pressure, let alone have no effect on it. The ancient totem slammed onto him without even slowing down. Doff was much stronger than when it was back on the central continent. The shield it was wearing, the hat on its head, the +3 spell rank, and the +2 level buff of his ancient totem made everything a lot easier. So now the long weapon in its hands was level 25. That was a total of 148% increase in attacking power, and the ancient totem just added another 200% physical attack buff on that. The attack was no ordinary attack either, but a heavy attack targeted especially to barbarians. Rank 25 heavy hit would deal a 170% attacking power. Since the enemy was so menacing, Doff managed to activate a 30% rate critical hit that was supposed to multiply the physical damage again. Basically, the attack was 8 times to Doff's original attacking ability. This was coming from the very first beaming giant beast that received multiple promotions throughout the central continent's entire history. That was 8 times the attacking power. When the attack collided with Knight-Mage's shield, Knight-Mage felt a terrifying force that came crashing like an earthquake. His fighting instinct told him to back away and neglect this force. Meanwhile, he activated Sacred Freezing to set things still enough for extra time to reposition. After the attack, Doff disappeared and appeared at the topmost platform. It used the Golden Castle's defense to block Sacred Freezing. Knight-Mage's Sacred Freezing reached further than where Abel expected. If it weren't for the defensive circle, Doff's teleportation would not even make it out of the attack range. Instead of advancing for another attack on the topmost platform, Doff added a buff to its scream to reinforce its defense. Also, it used a combat system to increase its life force and durability. When the Sacred Freezing shockwave ended, it teleported on top of him. Instead of slamming onto him this time, it shook the ancient totem and stabbed it towards Knight-Mage. Knight-Mage reacted more seriously this time. Knowing that he couldn't block the hit, he tried to rely more on technique than brute force. Again, Doff couldn't fly. With just one hit, it had to teleport itself back to the middle of the defensive circle. This was its weakness. Knight-Ando knew that, of course. He used the pull spell with his knight's long sword to get Doff towards him to take advantage of that. At the same time, Doff's weapon pushed its totem control power to the extreme. With that in mind, although the power was being pulled apart, it swept itself and stabilized its own body. That was an extra movement, though. After losing tempo, the freezing element shock wave came sweeping towards it once more. Doff had its speed reduced in midair. The freezing damage was clearly making it lose balance in midair. This was not good. Its giant body was falling straight down towards the golden castle. Knight-Ando was not going to let go of that. The sword in his hand was heating up like his blood. He activated a sacrifice with his life force in exchange. At the same time, he rushed towards Doff with a charge. When he was about to make contact, a golden light flashed across Doff's body. The bottle of the melting potion instantly removed the slowing and freezing effects that were on its body. Since Knight-Ando was getting close to the golden castle, again, he was within range of the small-sized war puppets. The Circle Spirit and Research Spirit were constantly trying to calculate a way to attack him effectively. When Knight-Ando was about to cut through Doff's waist, his instincts sensed something dangerous and forced him to pull back. He quickly stopped attacking and had his shield in front of him. He changed course from rushing forward with his rush to backward. Doff was about to recover its motion now. After activating its teleportation, a white light flashed across its body, and it returned to the topmost platform. Everyone was looking at this. As short as this lasted, it was a good showdown between two powerful figures. Although Doff was at a disadvantage for a while, the fact that it held on for so long just showed that its ability had far exceeded that of a fanatic knight. The two law-defying wizards from the Wizard Union took extra notice of this. They've been observing Doff ever since they were on the front line. They assumed that Doff was already at rank 25 by now. That's only a level before reaching legendary rank. Abel laughed out loudly to Doff. "Good job, Doff." Doff was not happy with that. It had trouble fighting with its powers. Fighting like this was not comfortable at all. Still, hearing a compliment from its master felt good. With the ancient totem in one hand and the other hammering onto its own chest, it started howling towards Knight-Ando in a taunting manner. Knight-Ando felt terrible. He's been in a bad mood as soon as he saw the golden castle. He thought that Master Bennett built all this to humiliate the nation of God. The gold that it was built upon must have come from the portal bag. There would have been an endless amount of resources only on the front line, but usually, the Wizard Union would have never allowed the nation of God to gain any access to it. What Bennett was doing here, Knight-Ando assumed, was ridiculing the nation of God for not having the resources it wanted. It was a good thing Knight-Ando hadn't seen what's inside the golden castle. Gold was not the only thing that was used on this castle. To withstand a legendary attack like this, one had to assume that the materials used must have matched the Howling Castle on the front line. At this point, Knight-Ando figured that he must have made some miscalculations. It was just not possible for the Golden Castle to match Howling Castle, something that the Wizard Union spent everything they could on. The Golden Castle was a gift from the dwarves to thank Abel for his constant help. Still, there was more than what could be seen on the surface. The octagonal hybrid circle, for instance, it was constructed with 10 battle forts, which made both places' defensive capability about the same. Also, since Abel had his own top-level gemstones, the Golden Castle just became much sturdier than Howling Castle. Eventually, a sense of hopelessness rose out of Knight-Ando. He was losing sight of what he could have done to the Golden Castle. It was like a tortoise shell that was never going to break. Of course, Knight-Ando wasn't just going to leave like that. The nation of God just spent too many resources to break through the defense of the Doomsday defense wall. He also risked quite a bit to come over here. He wasn't just going to leave like this. The Golden Castle made him extremely weary. Even his power of the will couldn't extend to the inside. He could only watch Abel's guests look at him for fun. He had never felt this kind of shame before. He was a legendary figure being watched by a bunch of low-tier class holders. He was a show for them to enjoy. Unable to tolerate any of this, he took out a divine power crystal in the form of a golden crystal. It was much bigger than the divine crystal he was holding. This was the reward he received for his war efforts. On most days, he would keep this to himself so he could be commemorated. Now, this was the last thing he had to protect himself. Regular class holders possessed nothing of interest to him, so it wasn't like he could snatch it off from anyone watching, even if he could get to them. Abel became very tense when he saw this crystal. Frankenstein, bring all of them back to the castle. No one tried to ask what was happening. They understood that Abel couldn't be interrupted. Even Lorraine was looking at him for a while. Once everyone left, it was just him and Doff. Abel's power of the will was connected to the battle command spirit. Look around, Fire Tooth Spirit. There should be a large-sized teleportation circle where this legendary knight came from. I want you to put explosives over there. He knew that Knight Ando needed a circle to reach this location. Destroying that would make him have no ways of returning. While telling the battle command spirit about this, he also ordered Johnson out and held the magic stone cannon in its hand. Was pointing it towards Knight Ando in the sky. Following that, Abel called out Flying Flame and jumped on its back. Once the divine crystal gathered up enough power to break through the golden castle, he would do his part and divert this legendary knight's attention to another place. He was the only target, as far as he was concerned. He wasn't too sure about the exact reasons, though. It wouldn't be about the followers he's gathered in the nation of God, or else he would have been pursued by someone else entirely. Whatever the case was, Abel's priority was to have everyone else leave this place. It was most important to protect them. Inside the Golden Castle, there would still be more protection that could draw him away from Knight Ando. If he wasn't, the risk might be too high. Divine power was a force that could break through any defense. One trace was enough to break through even the Doomsday Wall. He had an excellent understanding of it, even if he couldn't harness any himself. Divine power was what separated the divinities from ordinary people. Divine powers could be used to one's own desire. It could be the strongest attack and the firmest defense. The fact that Knight Ando was deciding to use the crystal here just showed his resolve. His eyes focused on the golden castle beneath him. His eyes were cold as he looked towards this impenetrable fort. For his next new moves, he would break all of Master Bennett's limbs and torture him in all the countless ways he could imagine. Before that, he went ahead and threw the divine crystal downward. It became this golden light that was shooting straight towards the octagonal hybrid circle. The circle broke through instantly. The light was starting to possess a power that could penetrate through everything. As powerful as the hybrid circle was, the golden light possessed a special power that could concentrate all impact to one spot, making the energy dispersion property of the circle useless. Essentially, this was the strongest spear shooting through the strongest shield known to this continent. Here, it was a spear with the ferocity of light shooting through an impenetrable shield made from ancient times. Even though it was from ancient times, the shield still had its base reserved. It was the same whether Abel was on the Holy Continent or the Central Continent. With enough energy supplied to it, they could all be made as though they were new. Anyways, the golden spear was piercing through Fort No. 1. Abel was receiving a voice from Spirit No. 1. Spirit No. 1 reported, warning, divine energy collision incoming. Outer shell has been broken through. Energy recovery is on the wall. Maintenance is proceeding. 1 second later it called again, warning, divine energy collision incoming. Maintenance is proceeding. All functions will be switched off. Full recovery mode is on. Very quickly Fort No. 1 was showing its form in the sky. Disguise mode was switched off, leaving only the floating function on. Abel could sense this with his power of will. On the surface of Fort No. 1, the light was starting to pierce through the fort, but nothing else was put through. Inside the energy slot of the battle fort, a tremendous amount of energy was constantly taken out and put where Fort No. 1 was. Knight Ando couldn't believe what he was looking at. Something existed that could block the attack of a divine crystal. It was not hard to dodge, but the divine power was supposed to break through anything in its path. The golden castle was a fixed target, so he didn't think it could withstand a full hit. Now then, there was a gigantic steel shield that was blocking the attack of this divine crystal. Knight Ando didn't know. Even if he were passing through the cracks of the 10 battle forts, he would have been able to enter into the golden castle himself. As a matter of fact, the attack just then broke through the circle. He seemed to have broken through the defense of the fort. He wasn't planning on doing an extensive search with his power of the will, though. He'd almost forgotten about using it. Recover the octagonal hybrid circle. Abel spoke to his circle spirit. Within an instant, the other 9 battle forts started sparkling. Energy paths started connecting and started energy into Fort No. 1. There was an imbalance between the light and Fort No. 1 in terms of energy flow. Eventually, the golden spear's ray was starting to fade away. Abel smiled, knowing that the worst might be over. He wasn't sure if Knight Ando had more crystals in his hand. If he did, things might be much more dangerous. He had already made up his mind. Once this danger was over, he would start purchasing battle forts from all over the central continent. If there was enough, he might cover the entire area above his golden castle. He was the only one who would think like this, by the way. He wanted to purchase items from the ancient items, and since there weren't so many out there, he thought that he had to go through all sorts of methods to make a collection out of them. A look of anguish started to appear on Knight Ando's face. He saw that the 10 battle forts recover into octagonal hybrid circles. He didn't know that he had missed his chance. He had wasted his one opportunity with a very, very valuable divine crystal. Now, he was going to lose that. Knight Ando screamed. All the power inside of him gathered and was slashed towards the circle. Didn't do this hit for actual effect. He was trying to vent out his anger. Following this futile attempt, a sense of hopelessness was growing ever so stronger inside of him. He could already see himself being punished by Mr. Saint once he headed back. He would also be laughed at by the other legendary sacred knights and looked down upon by his underlings. It wasn't as simple as feeling like a failure. While standing on top of Haddon Mountain Range, the fire tooth spirit started controlling the fort to fly. The scanning system continued to sweep across the ground. Full flight mode was off with worries that the parts would break. The fire tooth fort was still flying quite fast towards where Knight Ando was coming from. It was stopping at the edge of Haddon Mountain Range, and without going any further, it discovered a seclusion circle hidden inside Ervo Forest. Now, the fire tooth battle fort was under complete control of the fire tooth spirit. This ancient weapon sent a new message to the entire world. Ancient weapons still had their use in this era. Targets have been selected. Crystallized bomb circle is on the way to be assembled. Attack on the way. 10 sets. Following several commands sent by the fire tooth spirit, a large amount of energy was gathered into the crystallized bomb circle to form a single crystallized bomb. Followed by a final attack, the bombs flew straight towards the seclusion circle. It had defensive capabilities of its own, but the main effect was still cutting from all kinds of presence. 10 injured hunters and 4 human circle masters were sitting quietly around the large-sized teleportation circle within the seclusion circle. They figured that if they had protection from the seclusion circle, no one could discover them inside Ervo Forest. Even without it, it would still be impossible to locate the 20 of them inside the forest. It was like trying to locate a small boat amongst the ocean. One old hunter started to look around, my heartbeat beating so quickly. Is there danger? As they walked inside the forest, they realized that the danger was imminent. The other 9 hunters were trying to feel something. They all took out their own bows and observed their surroundings as carefully as they could. The circle masters tried doing their part to prepare in advance. They just never realized that the attack could come from above. From a space with nothing, 10 light points appeared and were dropping towards them. The speed was faster than any of them would have expected. The seclusion circle was as weak as a thin layer of paper. The bombs broke through it with ease and were detonated on top of the circle. This pretty much showed how strong the fire tooth spirit was at controlling. The scanning ability was going through the seclusion circle right away. After receiving a command from able to destroy the large-sized teleportation circle, the fort started pointing towards the large-sized teleportation circle. It didn't care about the lives of the hunters and circle masters. Very quickly, a deep pit about several meters deep was blown through. The large-sized teleportation circle was blown into pieces, while the hunters and circle masters had their entire bodies evaporated on the spot. As an ancient weapon, the crystal bomb sent a scary blast throughout the Ervo Forest. Even Guardian Knight Ando outside the Golden Castle could ensue the shock wave. That's our giant teleportation circle. His heart dropped. He was no longer thinking about breaking the defense of the Golden Castle. Getting Master Bennett and Saint Lorraine didn't matter if he could not leave the central continent. Perhaps the Wizard Union was already on to him. It looked like he had overestimated himself. His heart was in chaos. The more power one had, the higher the fall. He was not a low-rank knight. He wanted his soul to return to his lord especially, since he knew a thing or two about them as a legendary. If he could return to the arms of his god, his soul would be used to nourish another gifted knight and propel him to become legendary. As Knight Ando was getting distracted, Abel sensed the energy wave coming from afar. Magic circle spirit, order spirit no, 1 to 10 and ignite forbidden power at once. Abel lowered his voice. Under his command, 10 battle forts in the sky ignited their forbidden power and locked their target on the spot, allowing Abel to strike. Knight Ando was caught in an awkward spot. His giant teleportation circle was destroyed. He knew it was impossible to break the defense of this golden castle in front of him without another crystal. He had never found himself in a situation like this ever since he became legendary. At this moment, a light flashed from the 10 battle forts below him and the air around him thickened. The forbidden power was developed to stop teleportation in ancient times, but it could also lock up a knight. But of course, considering the power of a legendary knight, he might be able to realize something wrong and dodge it before the power was fully formed. However, at that moment, Knight Ando was distracted by the blast, which rarely happened. Of course, Knight Ando would not let himself get distracted if he wasn't confident in himself. Although the defense of the Golden Castle was strong, its attack could not do anything to him. Doff was decent, but he was still confident that he could kill it in no time. He immediately ignited a charge when he sensed the air tensing up, but it was too late. Damn it, he grunted and took out a teleportation scroll for ignition. But little did he know, a teleportation scroll relied on dimensional forces as well, and it was burned up as soon as he took it out. His intuition sent him crazy alerts. He was in a perilous situation. He instinctively lifted his holy shield and increased his defense. With the help of the defense aura, his resistance to elements jumped up. Flying Flame stood on the shoulder of Johnson, with Abel on its back. The mana cannon Johnson was on already aimed at Knight Ando. Abel jammed 4 top-level red gems into the cannon. It was the most he ever gave out. Although a mana cannon could be equipped with more than 1 mana gems, no one dared to try it, considering that it was a one-time use weapon and might blast open. However, Abel didn't care. His 33 Zod rune had a special power that made sure his mana cannon was indestructible, at least for the few seconds it took to ignite. He focused his power of the will on the mana cannon, then took out a 33 Zod rune and quickly installed it on the socket. He had to do it quickly, since the 33 Zod rune would self-destruct in a few seconds. In 2 seconds, a blinding red beam shot straight out of the mana cannon. The energy intensified, but the 33 Zod rune perfectly held it down. In an instant, the red beam arrived in front of Knight Ando. However, Knight Ando knew what he was up against. A mana cannon was not something to use on a single person but a superweapon of destruction to break a city's defense. If he was not bound, he could have escaped in 2 seconds. But now he had to face the mana cannon head-on. He gathered all the holy energy on his shield. Although it was not an actual knight technique, it could come in handy sometimes. The holy force of a legendary was normally thin, but it soon began to thicken up and formed a 3 meters wall in front of his shield. The red beam cut into the wall like a hot knife on butter. Although it slowed down a little, it kept making its way towards Knight Ando. The red beam against the white holy force sent blinding sparkles throughout the area. Finally, the wall of holy force was penetrated, and the beam landed on the Knight Ando's shield. This shield was his favorite shield. It was a true golden rank gear. The skill used to make it was the best the Holy Kingdom could do. The demon from beyond was not a blacksmith. All he brought with him was a blacksmith guide. This was who their forgery skills could reach such an advantage in thousands of years, while the central continent fell behind. However, Knight Ando's pride immediately melted against the red beam. At that moment, the fighting instinct of Knight Ando came in handy again. As he kept struggling, he finally created a golden barrier for himself in the forbidden power and twitched. He could not counteract this red beam, but he could at least cut his losses. His left arm was blasted away immediately, but at least his body was safe. Still, his arm did not let go of his shield as it dropped down. At that moment, the forbidden power faded, and Knight Ando immediately ignited a charge for retreat. Abel knew very well, however, Knight Ando was not looking good. He was missing an arm. Legendary with one arm was still not someone he could mess with. He could only do this since he had such a big terrain advantage. However, Abel did not chase after Knight Ando immediately. Instead, he was attracted to Ando's missing arm. He ignited telekinesis. A white beam wrapped around the arm and it appeared on Abel's hand. He added a layer of frost on the arm and shoved it into his personal storage box. Afterward, he ignited more telekinesis and caught all the spilled blood with crystal glass. As he learned from the front line, every drop of blood from a legendary was precious. Master, 2 legendaries are approaching. The magic circle spirit sounded. Abel immediately put away Johnson. He didn't want anyone to know he was Wizard Abel. There was no need to guess. Those 2 legendaries were from the Wizard Union. Knight Ando, on retreat, also sensed the legendary wizards coming, so he quickly turned. Doff, stop him. Abel had destroyed the teleportation circle. He didn't want to imagine what a legendary knight with nothing to lose could do to the elves. He almost regretted destroying the teleportation circle. What if the 2 legendary wizards really couldn't stop Knight Ando? In a flash, Doff appeared above Knight Ando, and the ancient totem blasted downward. Without a shield and arm, all Knight Ando did was to dodge. Doff's disadvantage was clear. Since it could only attack from above, it immediately flashed back on the metal platform after it missed the strike. Still, its mission was complete. Knight Ando was slowed down with that strike. At the same time, 2 bodies flashed into Knight Ando's sight. Abel remembered those legendary wizards. They were the ones guarding the defense wall of Doomsday, Wizard Larkin and Wizard Luke. They were outraged that a legendary knight had managed to slip through the defense wall. Therefore, they got the entire Wizard Union to start working and discovered the teleportation circle here was locked up. They got even angrier after they found out the target of this legendary knight was Master Bennett. Master Bennett's importance to the Central Continent was undeniable. His light healing potions and mana potions were lifesavers in the front line. The losses they took compared to the Holy Kingdom were clear, and the scale of victory was tipping towards them. If they could continue like this, most of the land in the front line would be taken by the Wizard Union before the demon from beyond reawakened. Therefore, after the legendary wizards found out Master Bennett was in danger, they directly teleported to the goddess temple and flashed towards the golden castle. Their hearts were almost frozen when they arrived, since Knight Ando was already above the golden castle. Considering his power, his mission should be complete by then. They had not expected much when they set out on this mission anyway. They just wanted to examine the damage and make the legendary knight pay for what he did. However, they soon saw Abel on a dragon saw and a perfectly intact golden castle.